Prologue. Updated objective. Assault escape. His entire body hurt. The agony covered him so thoroughly it felt less like he had broken a few bones and more like all his body's joints were connected wrong. But Kamachi Talma couldn't afford to pass out. He was in far better condition than Hamazura Shiage and Takatsubo Riku, who lay unmoving on the red snow. More than that, a miracle had occurred before his, Index's, and Misaka Makoto's eyes. Great demon Koronzan had stopped moving. Undeniably so. It only lasted a few seconds. It wasn't even certain if Aleister had really responded to Kamaju's call. I reject the worship of angels and I am unswayed by the temptations of demons. Tear down that wicked name of 9 letters beginning with C, tear down her color, and tear down her numerical value to shred her very essence. She had no tools. She needed no magic circles or strange staffs. Gestures and words were enough to have an effect, but Index wasn't supposed to be able to refine her life force into magic power. Then how did her words activate this magic? Because someone was working with her. Index's words, with the calico cat in her arms, joined with Aleister's incantation. She let it take control to create a spell specialized for use against Koronzan. This had to be different from working alongside Kamachi Talma or handing what he had built over to Accelerator. As magician Crowley and his board chairman Aleister, this had to be the first time he'd ever passed his knowledge to someone else so easily, but he had done it. Gak, ha! Great demon Koronzan actually doubled over, with a hand on the side of her head. This was new. She was clearly suffering from pain. It wasn't visible, but something had landed a clean hit. Did you think this through, Aleister? The body you were born with has already been buried. It's rotting as we speak. My body is the only way left for you to preserve yourself, foolish human. Did you think they would all accept you if you destroyed yourself? Refresh my memory. What does the Christian church that you so despise yet could never fully abandon? Think of suicide. Kamachi shook. This should have been obvious. Koronzan and Aleister shared the same body. Creating an opening for the defeat of Koronzan would have another consequence. To hell with that. Wait just a damn second. Aleister, it's true I asked for your help, but not like this. I wasn't fighting so I could punch you. Forget me. A voice answered him, one that clearly wasn't Koronzan's. I'm tired of living an eternity of endless mistakes. For once, I will do the right thing. I want to atone. If I'm going to call myself a human, I want to act like one. I want to walk the same bright path as you. This isn't how you do that. Do you think you can atone for everything you've done with a single good deed? That's pure arrogance. But there was someone who could make the most of a scant few seconds. Academy Cities #3 Level 5. Misaka Makoto. Sorry, but it also feels wrong to waste this chance. With a zap, a thick bolt of electricity burst from Makoto's bangs. She didn't stop there. The ground seemed to swell up and then several black whips of iron sand rushed out. Koronzan jumped back to try and dodge, but something large and heavy fell toward her. It was the water tank from the top of a skyscraper. The metal object struck her back with a thud. Makoto flicked an arcade coin up with her thumb. She caught it, extended her right hand straight out, and released a full power attack. Without a moment's hesitation, she launched a railgun. The air was compressed. The sense of sound truly vanished for several seconds. The attack was just that powerful, but still the enemy did not fall. Still she moved. The woman with the long blonde hair spread her arms wide. Aha, aha, ha. You humans are the epitome of powerless. Kamachi Talma. Of all people, why would you pray for the success of Aleister, whose every effort fails and backfires on him? The world's lifeline has been hitched to the most unreliable tree branch imaginable. Regret your choice as the world crumbles around you. This was clearly Great Demon Koronzan's voice, not human Aleister's. He had been suppressed. Koronzan remained in control. In the end, Index, Makoto, and everyone else who had come rushing out of concern for Kamachi would be blown away by some extreme spell. That was one thing he couldn't. An unpleasant straining sound came from within Kamachi. Nevertheless, the boy grabbed hard at the red snowy ground with his right hand, clenched his teeth, and tried to get up. That was when another voice cut in, a gentle female one. Target. Aleister Crowley. Assist. The air froze. An unpleasant straining sound spread further. Despite crushing the futile resistance and regaining control, Koronzan was being driven back. To the edge. To the corner. Aleister couldn't have done this on his own. He had received some unnatural, external assistance from a single tier. The unsteady figure was the silver-haired, dark-skinned magic god, Nephthys. Hee. Magic gods are willing to die to elevate ourselves, so if you truly want to kill one of us, you'll have to destroy us a little more thoroughly, you filthy demon. However, it was being done. Amplifying Aleister's mind was certainly defective, but the weakened magic god wouldn't have made this personal appearance if her spell could be used remotely. That meant it could be removed by putting distance between them. Something loudly beat at the air. Koranzan had made no attempt to hide them. She had displayed those thin, bat-like wings from the beginning. Before, she had used them to fly straight from Academy City to Britain. Was she running away? She could do so easily, reaching any point on the earth near instantly. And she could reduce the world to ashes from anywhere. Atacalica wasn't her only trump card. The look in her eyes said she wasn't going to stop at one measly planet. She would keep at it until the entire universe was destroyed. Struggle as they might, a win was a win. The situation was not shaken, but confident. Koranzan's cheeks suddenly tensed. I hope you didn't already forget how much my Xian Palpei hurt. Curse you, magic god Niang Ninrik. It only took a single attack. The right wing was shredded as if slashed by a giant set of invisible animal claws. This wasn't quite the same as the situation being overturned in some unpredictable fashion. Koranzan's supposedly complete victory had been unnaturally smashed. A risk she should have been able to predict had slipped her mind for some reason. Not yet. This isn't enough to call it a victory or a loss. This is no more than Aleister interfering. Do not overthink this. God's hand has not yet grasped my sleeve as well. In a split second, Koranzan performed a massive number of calculations in her head. What attack would allow her to survive and most upset everything laid out before her? That was an easy one. She had already known the answer, which was why she had been needlessly confident. For an instant, for only an instant, something other than her own interests flashed through Koranzan's mind. The figure lying collapsed on the red snow in the corner of her vision. Hamazura Shiaj. KH. But she shook it off, because of his own words. Was he wrong to bet on her? Was she no more than a petty villain? It was time to answer him, to proudly answer the boy who had said she was on the side of good and righteousness. Kamachi Talma let loose a roar. Damn it, hang in there. Aleister, leave this demon to me. I will end this tonight. Ki. I give that a perfect 100 for parting words to an embodiment of evil, boy. She clenched her hand and then opened it again. Something like a translucent stone had appeared there, but that definitely wasn't a mere stone. She flicked it with a finger. It fell silently to the red snow. Koranzan's lips wriggled alluringly. Citra. The moon was visible overhead, which meant the thick clouds dumping all that red snow had been blown away in an instant. The cause was a pillar of light, falling from heaven to earth. A beam, and an explosive boom. Kamachi didn't even have time to raise his right hand. He was dead. He truly thought so. He was pretty sure he really did pass out for a few seconds. Yes, for a few seconds. Talma, you can't go to sleep now. None of this is over yet. A loud voice crashing into his mind dragged him back to reality. What had happened? Kamachi was truly bewildered. But Morning Clothes Mikoto wasn't looking his way. Her gaze was directed elsewhere. Far in the distance, she flicked an arcade coin up with her thumb and grumbled in annoyance. She sure is thorough. Does she use her full power even when running away? Running away? The great demon Koranzan had, but the blonde demon was in fact nowhere to be seen. The only sign of her were what might have been footprints in the red snow, but looked more like the aftermath of small explosions. Nephthys and Niang were missing too, so had they pursued her? What was that Citra something or other attack? It had seemed like a small fragment used to summon a powerful attack, much like tagging a GPS location. No, that hadn't been an attack. It had been a smokescreen. Had she run off to avoid taking damage? Kamachi Talma could scarcely believe it. It was beyond anything he had expected. That great demon, the same Koranzan who had lorded it over them, had run off on foot. Only then did the situation sink in. His blood began pumping. He couldn't take an optimistic view of this. Running was fine for that great demon. If she could get away tonight, she could defeat the entire world. Accelerator, shouted Kamachi, focusing on the wireless earphone he wore, but there was no response. Was he still down after the attack from Koranzan's magic? Without the new board chairman's assistance, they were mostly locked out from the digital benefits of Academy City's security cameras, security robots, and so on. Niang had eliminated Koranzan's ability to fly to the southern hemisphere with her wings, keeping her on the ground, but could they really catch up with her? When she was doing everything in her power to escape, Morning Clothes Mikoto suppressed her impatience and spoke. This isn't over yet. I can hack the security cameras to an extent. Controlling one or two of them won't be much help. We need to be able to cover the entire city, said another girl, getting up from the ground. Takatsubo Riku's flat intonation sent a tremor through Makoto. Was she somewhat afraid? Takatsubo didn't seem to mind. Her emotionless eyes were directed at Kamiju. They weren't prepared, so didn't making preparations have to be their first step? That was likely one valid opinion. It certainly wasn't incorrect. But, I'm not regrouping, he said. As injured as he was, it was a miracle he was still on his feet, but he still clenched his teeth and got the words out. No more running away to calm down, waiting for allies and supplies to arrive, coming up with new plans, and twiddling our thumbs until we can enact them. He stared out ahead, in a challenging way. I will settle things with Great Demon Koranzan tonight. I swear it. Chapter 1. Fleeting Time Bomb. Devil in Science World. Part 1. Midnight. The world was meant to be tumbling toward destruction at this time, but Academy City remained intact. But that wouldn't last if Great Demon Koranzan was allowed to get away. Then the overtime they had earned would only delay the doom until tomorrow. The red snow had absorbed the explosive soot, dust, and other impurities produced by a warlike situation, but it had ceased. Citra Atrai knew the theory, but I never imagined I would see it for myself, said Index in a daze. Athanas emerged from the white hood and moved to Kamiju's shoulder. Wasn't that the thing Koranzan had used to blow away the thick clouds overhead? The only one here who seemed sleepy was the calico cat in the girl's arms. That doesn't help us, whispered Morning Clothes Makoto, her voice low. A clear night sky will only allow the temperature to drop thanks to radiative cooling. The red snow has stopped, but there's enough on the ground to keep traffic a mess. All it did is make the city even more deadly. Snow plowing, distributing food, distributing warm clothing. There was a lot that had to be done, but Koranzan was the greatest threat and, until she had been dealt with, everyone had to focus on her. They couldn't afford to dedicate sufficient manpower to those other tasks. They had to end this before someone died, and Kamiju was also worried about human Aleister, who remained inside the great demon. Teacher. Fool, explained the situation. A few more people approached at a run. Alice, Anna Verbal, Anna Sprengel, and some more. Koranzan had mentioned some spatial trickery preventing them from approaching this place, but that must have stopped functioning after she chose to run. Kamiju intended to give a succinct explanation, but Index and Makoto joined the conversation too. Even Athanas tugged on his ear from his shoulder. A lot more people than he thought had questions. He looked up to see the friendly, flying pair of the Bologna succubus and blowed you with the bouquet. The term air support sounded so reassuring at the moment. He saw another winged girl too. That one was the artificial demon Kulifa Puzzle 545. What about my master? Has the board chairman come to yet? Damn it, I don't think we can expect any support from him. We'll just have to do this ourselves. Exclamation. With some noisy flapping, Kulifa Puzzle 545 rapidly took flight. Where is she going? Asked Alice Anna Verbal, tilting her head up toward the night sky. She may have been on her way to Accelerator's secret base. Kamiju didn't bother stopping her. He didn't know what she intended to do, but if Accelerator was unconscious, he would need someone's support. A loud voice reached him from elsewhere. It belonged to Kanzaki Kaori. The Anglicans had to have tens of thousands of people in Academy City. We must set up a surveillance network centered on District 7. With her wings damaged, Koranzan will be limited to travel on foot. If you do spot her, do not attempt to face her on your own. Make sure to share the information you receive with your own eyes and ears. Losing that information will only give her a chance to escape. She was one of the world's fewer than 20 saints. Kamiju had heard she could run at supersonic speed if she wanted to, but she was matching the other's speed now. I can't push my body too hard. Looking composed, Kanzaki answered Kamiju's gaze. I will of course remove that limitation once Koranzan has been sighted, but I want to avoid breaking the sound barrier without a solid lead, because I don't want to be too worn out to fight by the time I do reach her. He doubted that was her only reason. In the end, Kanzaki was afraid. They were up against Great Demon Koranzan. What if she moved out ahead, leaving her allies behind, and Koranzan snuck in from behind? Then the allies she had left behind in supposed safety would be killed one after another. She most feared a situation like that where only she and her saintly luck managed to survive. The red snow crunched below several feet. More and more magic side pursuers were arriving. Tatemia Seiji and Itsuwa of the Amakuses, Agnes and Lucia of the former Catholics, and the standard Anglicans. They needed as much help as they could get. Academy City covered around a third of Tokyo, and contained a population of 2.3 million. They had to find and apprehend a single individual fleeing through that city. Kamiju had no idea if they could actually do it, but the world would be destroyed if they failed tonight. His entire body ached. He even felt like something was wrong with the connections between his bones, but he clenched his teeth and spoke as if directing a challenge toward Kanzaki, who had taken charge. I'm going too. I'm the one who fought Koranzan and let her escape. I'm responsible for this, so use me for whatever's necessary. But Aleister answered my call. He must still be fighting against Koranzan, so I can't just go lie in a hospital bed. Kanzaki Kaori sighed softly. She looked away from him and toward Index and Makoto. Always have at least 2 people with you who you can rely on. I am not permitting you to act on your own. I know I'm asking a lot. Don't push your luck. I honestly think it would be a lot simpler to knock you out with a punch to the gut, but that would be too cruel given your injuries. I don't want to overdo it and kill you. How was he supposed to react to something like that? Kanzaki Kaori continued in complete seriousness. You are in a terrible state. If you refuse to let others support you, I really will knock you out. So choose whichever option you consider safer. She likely only made such a swift decision because of how pressing the situation was. Fool, said Anne Sprengel. Koranzan is on her way to escape Academy City even now. Yes, agreed Index. We need to stop her before she crosses the wall and is released into the wider world. Kamiju nodded at them both. Kanzaki reacted with exasperation. You really don't change, do you? I don't know if I should call you reckless or what. Sorry, but I'm not going to die so easily. I swore I wouldn't waste this life granted to me in hell. For some reason, the earnestness of this response made Kanzaki recoil. But what about an ordinary high school boy could frighten a great saint like her? Hey, called down a voice overhead. The Bologna succubus had descended to circle slowly in the night sky above, with Blodeuwed the bouquet dangling from her. The low angle was terribly risque, when the girl was only wearing a naked apron below the thick metal coat. Still no hints for tracking down Koranzan. Then we'll fly back up and continue our search. Wait, I thought magicians weren't supposed to fly. Wasn't there some weird rule about flying being easy but bringing you down also being easy? We can survive even if we are brought down, so no worries. In fact, being brought down would tell us Koranzan is nearby, so it would actually be good news. With that said, the Bologna succubus swung Blodeuwed the bouquet around in one hand and descended back into the night sky. Yet a lively voice still came from Kanzaki's hand. So was Kanzaki holding some kind of communication spiritual item? As a lover of the unloved, I've honestly taken an interest in Koranzan too. Kamaju's jaw dropped. Wait, don't tell me some weird flag has been triggered in Blodeuwed the bouquet. But he was afraid a careless question about it would push her in the wrong direction. The Bologna succubus's gloomy voice responded, sounding like she was used to this. Side with her and I finally have the justification I need. I will murder you, satisfying years of resentment, you lewd goddess. This isn't good, human. For the transcendents, their salvation conditions are even more important than their own lives. Athanas was right. Blodeuwed the bouquet's comments were certainly concerning, but too bad. What I'm looking for is someone who starved for love. When people are providing a plentiful supply at their own expense and she brushes it off as an unasked for nuisance, it just pisses me off. So maybe there's nothing to worry about for now. Index did not sound very confident. It didn't inspire much confidence either. The transcendents really were a challenge. Also, why even bring the naked apron girl along? But Blodeuwed the bouquet didn't seem particularly bothered by it. Those two must be really good friendois. Kamiju didn't even finish his comment before something fell from the sky. If he hadn't noticed it and dodged out of the way, a glass terrarium heavier than a flower pot would have struck him right in the head. Athanas, who had nearly become collateral damage on his shoulder, looked up into the sky and said something. That's the same deadly prank pulled by rude city crows up on building rooftops. The sound of something beating at the air interrupted them. Was the dazzling light a searchlight or something? This is Yamakawa of Anti-Skill. We can only perform a primitive search in the helicopter, but we can't expect any help from drones or satellites right now. Where should we start looking? Fool. It looks like the search can continue even if those silly magicians are brought down by an interception spell. And, wait, said a voice, a flat female voice. I'm going too. It was the tracksuit girl. Wasn't her name Takatsubo Riku? Her tone was flat, but the sound of her breathing showed something was wrong. You are injured. Golden Retriever Kahara Nalkan kept it at that. Was that dog capable of being considerate enough to refrain from digging deeper? It was hard to tell because Takatsubo rarely showed any expression, but she appeared to be in a fair bit of pain. Most likely, the condition below her clothing would be shocking to see. She had contacted Great Demon Koranzan before Kamiju arrived. Since she had collapsed, she had most likely been attacked in some way. Kamaju's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? You look closer to death than me. To be clear, the Anglicans alone have tens of thousands of people out working, so it's no problem if an injured person or two sits this one out. We can't bring you along in that condition. Hamezura. The tracksuit girl's eyes were on another boy who lay unmoving in the red snow. Hamezura Shiage. Kamachi couldn't remember clearly since he had been near death, but he was pretty sure that Guy had sided with Koronzan shortly before the Atacalica large-scale attack spell was activated. He had betrayed them, and now Atacalica had failed and Koronzan had fled on her own. Left behind, Hamezura's position was looking worse all the time. Hamezura will be in trouble. I don't know what system of rules will punish him, but I need to create some kind of bargaining chip before that punishment can happen. So I will do whatever it takes to protect him. Kamachi looked to Index. This had to do with magic, so would jurisdiction fall to the Anglicans? Kamachi couldn't say if the bargaining chip Takatsubo had in mind would mean anything to them, but that had to be the only thing left for her to rely on. What can you do now? Pressed Mikoto in her black mourning clothes. That wasn't disgust in her voice. Was it a hint of fear? I know she's on our side now, but a first impression like that one is hard to shake. My IM stalker is useless on someone without an IM diffusion field, so I can't directly search for Koronzan. But Takatsubo Riku didn't hesitate to respond, while looking Mikoto square in the face. But I also have a history gathering and analyzing information for item. I am used to tracking down and hunting people in the city. Yes, we could use a tracker from the science side, especially with that new board chairman out of the picture, said Othinus from Kamachi's shoulder. Whether she actually meant it or was only trying to put injured Takatsubo's mind at ease, Kamachi couldn't tell. Kamachi waved both hands to call over Kanzaki, who was giving instructions to Tatemiya and Agnes a short distance away. Next to him, Alice hopped up and down and waved her hands along with him. Kanzaki sighed when she heard what he had to say. Then have her start at the beginning. She kept the instructions short. Of course, they weren't relying only on Takatsubo. The magicians would be performing their own magical search, but they were searching for great demon Koronzan, who lurked in the abyss to guard magical knowledge, so those attempts would likely be blocked at every turn. Koronzan has fled, however I doubt she has continued running in a single direction. Takatsubo, was it? How can you track her? That demon, fortunately, lost the use of her wings, so she can't cheat by flying. And if she is escaping on the surface, she will leave tracks. Especially on a snowy day like this. She will notice any obvious tracks. Won't she cover them up? Good point. So it comes down to the balance between the tracks that cannot be prevented and the tracks that will definitely be erased, said the golden retriever in a highly refined voice. Takatsubo Riku plainly continued. It is true footprints in the snow can be easily erased. She might not have ordinary fingerprints to leave behind. And given the state of the city, we can't hope to search for footage of her from security cameras or security robots. Ugh, groaned Kamachi. Then how are we supposed to track down Koronzan? How about this? Part 2 Academy City District 3 was the northernmost district. The dead office area had no lights in the windows or even in the traffic signals. She had managed to shake those loathsome magic gods, Nephthys and Nyang Nyang. If she could cross the wall here, she could leave the city to the north and into the Saitama area. Great demon Koronzan hoped to quietly slip past the wall. Ideally, her pursuers wouldn't realize she had escaped. Her useless wings were folded up for now. She did not let unnecessary regrets hold her back. The Atacalica large-scale attack spell had been stopped. She accepted that result, which was why she had decided to crush them with all her might. For her, a few troublesome people were mixed in with her pursuers. For example, Index, the grimoire library who had memorized 103,001 grimoires, or Anna Springel, the Rosicrucian magician, whose skill exceeded that of Mathers or Crowley, and Alice Anna Thurbable, the oddity who had been too successful. Trump cards weren't only valuable when actually used. Think of them like nuclear weapons. Showing them off without using them could restrict an adversary's actions. In truth, Koronzan's greatest concern was Alice. She couldn't accurately judge the threat level of that girl, and there was no such thing as a surefire countermeasure against an unknown. She wanted to escape as soon as possible and eliminate any trace of her path, even if it meant tearing down any obstacles that got in her way. She truly felt that way, yet she didn't do it. After coming all this way, "Oops," she said quietly, pressing against the back of a thick roadside tree. She had spotted a few figures on the large street. Their dress made them seem not a part of this world, and they held a variety of spiritual items that ignored the laws against weapons and any sense of realism. That was definitely the gear of those who were in the know. These had to be the filthy Anglican magicians. Had they gotten ahead of her? How could they have sprouted wings and flown over her head? No, they had used a more normal method. Cars. Maybe I should steal one next. They must have assumed there would be no ordinary vehicles out since people had been ordered to stay in. They had abandoned some vans and trucks in the middle of the 3-lane street. Killing 100 or even 1,000 magicians would be easy enough. But the rules had changed. Now that she was trying to escape without being found, her power as a great demon actually hindered her. Anything she did would mean using a major spell, so it was best not to use anything if she could avoid it. To reiterate, the ideal result was to escape quietly. That was also why she had shaken Nephthys and Nyang Yang instead of immediately killing them with brute force. But this is odd. She slipped from the tree to a building wall. Koranzan whispered to herself as she observed the situation on the street. Kamachi Talma's side had been precise. Too precise. They had to know her goal was to escape outside Academy City, but they shouldn't have had any way of detecting what route she would use to cross the wall. After all, the wall surrounded the city in all 360 degrees, so how had they known she was going north to escape into the Saitama area from District 3? It wasn't the security cameras, security robots, and other parts of Academy City's security network. I already took out Board Chairman Accelerator. And the Anglican magicians have made an awkward takeover of Academy City's systems, but they couldn't operate those scientific toys with such precision. That must mean, at first, she considered a magical searching method, especially when Alice Anatherbable and Anna Sprengel and their extraordinary magic power were in the city. Not to mention that Grimoire Library Index and Magic God Othinus could provide the knowledge. But then she shook her head, because she had arrived at a simpler possibility. Koranzan's eyes lowered to her hands. Could I have left a hint behind? Aleister, how long were you in control of my body? Part 3. Shortly before that, Takatsubo Riku made her suggestion in District 7. Scent. Kanzaki was dubious. It was written plain on her face that she didn't see how something so ordinary could work. The tracksuit girl emotionlessly continued. She might be able to easily erase any footprints she leaves, but completely eliminating the scent particles left in the air is no easy task. After all, your own body is the source of the scent. Kamachi looked straight up. The red snow had stopped and there was no wind, so there was little concern of those particles being swept away. Koranzan had scattered the thick clouds herself. Her own actions were beginning to work against her. Also, I think it will be a fairly distinctive scent. Instead of just the scent of her hair or clothing, it should be an aroma intentionally left behind. Why would Koranzan do that? She wouldn't, but the other one would. Did she mean Aleister? Scents are invisible. And once you think of something as your own scent, it becomes especially hard for you to detect, said Othinus. It would be a convenient way to tell us where Koranzan is without her noticing, said Anna Sprengel. Kamachi tilted his head. But what distinctive scent would it be? Probably the snowdrop flower, replied Takatsubo. For some reason, this led Kanzaki Kaori to lower her head glumly. The tracksuit girl continued with no readable emotion in her eyes. It isn't the best material for an aroma when compared to roses or lavender, but did something occur to you? It's the title of an erotic novel Crowley wrote around a century ago, or part of the title, to be more accurate. Everyone fell silent. Alice Anatherbable looked confused. Humanity might meet its doom before the sun rose in the morning, yet they had run across a choice that may have been serious or may have been a joke in poor taste. Kamachi was certain now. Aleister was definitely still alive. But, Talma, how do we follow the scent? A scent could we use a dog? Index sounded disappointed that she only had a calico cat in her arms, but her comment led everyone to look to the dog among them. At the center of attention, Golden Retriever Kihara Naukin tilted his head while sitting. I do appreciate you consider me reliable, but the world will be destroyed if I screw this up. Correct. This is a situation for cautious verification, not my brand of romance. And I would feel bad stealing all of your thunder. Then we can use something else too. Takatsubo waved her phone, but it had an eraser-sized device attached to the connector at the bottom. Smelling bad can be considered a form of harassment these days, so they sell these toys for a personal hygiene check. Although I heard they were really just finding ways to expand into other markets, because selling breathalyzers wasn't enough to make back the development costs. But a commercial product won't be enough to track someone, said Othinus. To do that, you should need to expand the hardware or boost the software to forcibly increase its sensitivity. Right. Takatsubo tossed her phone over to Misaka Makoto, who could do just about anything when it came to electricity. When scent particles adhere to the sensor, they are analyzed into digital values. It's not glamorous, but the technology has been used in food and detergent labs for decades. And I'd heard there was a special forces team that used this kind of thing in Academy City, but I have no idea what they're up to now. That meant they could track her. They didn't know how long Aleister's hint would last. They needed to take advantage of it before Corazon caught on. Kanzaki waved and the young Amakuses responded. They brought in several vehicles with chains on their tires to deal with the red snow. Now we can track her. Just like the ritual used by hammer throwers to intentionally push past their own limiters, Kamiju Talma shouted from the bottom of his gut, because his body was ready to break if he didn't. We can settle things with Great Demon Corazon. Part 4. She wasn't even aware of the moments when he took control, and she couldn't question the lapse afterwards. This was a major problem for Corazon, but at the same time, it was fortunate she had become aware of the risk sooner rather than later. Even a single second of unconsciousness during a battle could create a fatal opening. She needed a technical solution. But for now, she had to lose the nearby pursuers. Kamiju Talma's group would arrive in District 3 before long, in pursuit of her. If Aleister had used her body to leave behind a message, there was no doubting it. Could I make it if I rushed across the wall from District 3? No. Kamiju Talma is one thing, but the Anglicans are a group. With their coordination, they could have someone waiting there. And this doesn't actually end after I cross the wall. If they know which direction I escape to, I can't disappear and they will continue pursuing me through the Saitama area. That meant adopting brute force methods to cross the wall would not solve this. Corazon's ideal was to quietly cross the wall and vanish into the greater world beyond. But this also gave her an opportunity. If her pursuers were convinced she would cross the wall from District 3, she could fully lose them if she crossed the wall from a different district. She didn't have much time left. What could she do in that time? Part 5. She's not here, muttered Kamiju. They were in District 3, a dead office area where even the traffic signals were off. It was a district for adults, so a high schooler like Kamiju didn't know it very well. The message Aleister had left by hijacking Corazon's body had definitely pointed in this direction. And yet, the scent trail ends here, said Kohara Nalkin, sniffing at the ground. Confirmed, said Takatsubo Riku, her phone in hand. They were in an empty plaza with nothing there but red snow. Index tilted her head. Did Corazon notice what was happening and wash it off? Could she wash it off completely enough? She didn't need to. Morning clothes. Makoto breathed a white sigh. Scents become something entirely different when they mix together. Which is why I really wish they would stop using cheap floral scents in shampoos and body soaps. It reacts with perfumes, ruining their scent. Apparently there were other opinions too. Some were concerned that this hadn't been Corazon's doing. Could the message from Aleister itself have been a bluff? I mean, this is Aleister we're talking about. Agnes may have been pushed forward by the many other nuns. She expressed this suspicion as their representative, but Kamiju rejected it. He had no proof, of course. But he didn't want to think that the Aleister who had answered his call would then take Corazon's side and try to destroy the world with her. What if? Kamiju lowered his head. He pondered the issue with a hand on his chin and his eyes staring down toward his shoes. If the message from Aleister was correct, and we still lost sight of Corazon, then one of our assumptions must be wrong. But what could that be? Then it hit him. I forgot. One basic fact completely slipped my mind. Kanzaki gave him a puzzled look, but he didn't even glance her way. He used his foot to scrape the red snow away from the ground, but it wasn't asphalt below. He found a thick metal manhole. All that thought hadn't been necessary. The answer was so simple. The loud roar of water rushing by below meant this probably wasn't an ordinary sewer. It had to be an artificial waterway flowing by below the city. Humans could not swim in a half-frozen river in January. Humans could not breathe underwater, so this couldn't be called a route. The river wasn't usable. Yes, if you were human. But Great Demon Corazon isn't human. Part 6. The water temperature was 2 degrees. The width was around 5 meters and the depth was maybe a few meters. Even with microbes and other factors producing some heat, this was a half-frozen January river. If an ordinary human fell in, their life would be at risk. Of course, that was only for an ordinary human. It doesn't apply to me. As she had announced from the beginning, she was a great demon. Not even the moonlight could reach this place below the city. The ceiling was about 2 meters up, so a large man would bump his head on that thick concrete. Maybe there were different areas that required different authorizations to enter, and maybe the divisions were out of convenience for the government. But fences and chain-link doors blocked off the passage in places. Corazon only had to lazily wave her hand to slice right through them. The rippling water was a deep, dark color, but not just because this was a subterranean space ruled by darkness. Jagged metal and what looked like rotting lumber were floating by. One squishy object looked to be a clump of oil larger than a bowling ball. Great Demon Koranzan sighed in exasperation at herself for hesitating even momentarily. Places like this are my proper home. An embodiment of evil shouldn't avoid impurities. Maybe I spent too long playing the bright and shining Anglican Archbishop. This time, she jumped in. Once the torrent took her away, she would leave District 3 and travel through Districts 14, 19, and 12 to reach the eastern wall bordering the Shinjuku area. That was an entirely different place from the northern wall bordering the Saitama area. I don't know what scent you sprayed on me, Aleister, but now those scent particle can't be tracked to me. Of course, an ordinary human would die before riding the current even 100 meters. But that was no obstacle for Koranzan. She would have no trouble taking this 10-plus kilometer water slide. Part 7. Aleister hadn't lied. She had been in District 3. It was a failure on Kamaju's group's part that let her escape. They had been wrong to think they could capture Great Demon Koranzan if they surrounded her the same way they would a human. If you were trying to capture a bird or a fish, blockading the roads and setting up checkpoints like you would with a human wouldn't accomplish much of anything. Koranzan had thrown herself into the artificial waterway below the city, so she could quickly travel long distances. The water is 2 degrees and she just jumped in. Morning clothes. Makoto couldn't believe it. Her phone wouldn't give her that data, so she may have used her power to hack the river management network, the thing that let you check river water levels during a typhoon. The waterway branches out quite complexly. The water generally flows west to east, but it covers a wide area. Predicting her final destination isn't going to be easy. Kanzaki's assessment didn't provide any valuable hints. They didn't even need to head down underground. They knew Koranzan was using the waterway, but unlike her, they were human, jumping into filthy half-frozen 2-degree water, and letting it carry them for more than 10 kilometers wouldn't let them track down Koranzan. What about the girl? No, Alice. Kamaju quickly stopped her. Alice Anotherable might be able to survive down there, but that didn't mean she could catch Koranzan in the endlessly branching waterway. The return was too uncertain for such a definite risk. They had to come up with some other way. Even now, Koranzan was being carried rapidly below the city, towards some part of the outer wall. Takatsubo Riku made a quick decision after simply peeking into the subterranean world through the open manhole. We can't track the scent particles anymore. But if they gave up, Koranzan would escape. Without another hint, humanity was doomed. That's no problem, right? Science isn't everything. Hey, Index. Whatever happened to the magical search methods? If we try a different approach, we can still. Talma, what are we supposed to track her with? Some of Koranzan's blood or hair would be perfect. And if we are going to do it, some more detailed information on that great demon would be helpful. Despite the situation. No, because of the situation. Index gave a calm and composed response. The famous Aleister Crowley would be one thing, but Koranzan is from the world of myth. Finding detailed information on her will not be easy, said Anna Sprengel, who seemed fairly legendary herself. They couldn't use magic, but Kanzaki Kaori, commander of the Anglican forces here, wasn't done. There is still something we can do. Part 8. A large metal object was lowered into the concrete waterway, covering the full width of the dark subterranean space. This wasn't just grating or a floodgate. This was more brutal. The closest comparison was a giant propeller, but this had several of them arranged along a single shaft to smash up and break down floating objects. A public garbage disposal? Huh? It was more than just the heavy rotating blades. To keep the thick blades sharp, metal-degrading bacteria were made to live on the net-like surface. She had seen jagged metal and rotting lumber several times on the way here. None of that large trash could be allowed out of the city when the river water flowed out, to prevent any chance of the city's technology leaking out, so devices to smash up whatever was floating in the river had been placed at regular intervals, and there were likely specialized facilities nearer to the outer wall. The Anglican pursuers in control of Academy City had activated them all. Koranzan pulled her upper body onto the concrete edge, and held her other hand out toward the giant machine. Destroying it would be easy. It wouldn't take more than a moment, but she wanted to avoid triggering an alarm that would inform her pursuers where she was. That left only one thing to do. So the easy ride ends here. Koranzan crawled fully out of the filthy water. There were no signs telling her where to go, but she found some stairs leading up. Still wet, she placed her hand on the railing and got moving. I should assume they are guiding me to an extent. It may soon be time to switch to brute force tactics. Which district was she in? She would know as soon as she opened the thick metal door. Part 9. Kamaju heard something like the breathing of a monster. Something white was being expelled from the pipes on the wall or the metal grate on the ground. It was hot steam. This was District 19. Hey, Kanzaki, are you sure Koronson is here? Assuming the emergency exit sensor was triggered by her, she isn't an embodiment of science, after all. Kamachi spent most of his time in District 7, so he didn't know much about this one. It was crammed full of short multi-tenant buildings. Overall, the streets looked old and faded. Non-LCD signs had a variety of advertisements posted, but the advertised products were things like cathode ray tubes, vacuum tubes, records, and steam engines. It feels like we're surrounded by a collection of forgotten technology, or like the flow of technology branched off and evolved in a unique direction here. Morning clothes Makoto seemed half taken aback by it all. A device with several rotating cloth wings slowly passed by on the street. It wasn't quite a helicopter or a drone, and it was larger than a small truck. Kamachi looked like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. What is that? One of Da Vinci's models. An educated fool. That is Kaylee's steam-powered flying machine. Had designs for flying cars been around for centuries? Whatever the case, technology was branching off in weird directions here. On any other day, I'd love to explore this place. Several giant round metal objects were visible in the distance. In fact, several of the round things were clustered together. Looks like a pack of takoyaki. Index was right. That was the best comparison Kamachi could come up with too. It looked a bit like a gas tank. No, a gas holder, but in District 19. That wouldn't be what it was. The central boiler, explained Takatsubo Riku. The fuel is burned in a single location to produce a large quantity of steam, and then piped out across the district. There is infrastructure for the excess energy produced by a large factory's boiler to be sent to smaller factories, but this is a larger scale version of that. So maybe like a steam version of the thermal power stations in the age of electricity. Of course, Academy City's power generation was done with the many wind turbines distributed across the city. This produced steam instead of electricity, it was centralized instead of distributed, and it created energy using fossil fuel. Often aside in exasperation from Kamachi's shoulder, the people of this district must really not want to follow the mainstream of Academy City. Part 10 and Great Demon Koronzan was also grinning. It only took her an instant to detonate it from the outside. That gives me an opportunity. Part 11 A deep, muffled sound rumbled out. The city distance looked white, like the cityscape was being obscured by a giant piece of cotton candy. But that wasn't what this was. The exhausted, late-night city had been overwritten. Kamachi definitely saw something pop like a balloon in that white-covered scenery, even though the thick steel shouldn't have been able to burst from within like that. Wasn't that? Run, fool. Hey, don't tell me. Koronzan blew up the central boiler, said Anna Sprengel. Steam of more than 400 degrees Celsius is about to engulf this district, and we will be swallowed up along with it. If we stay outside, the outdoor steam oven will remove all the oil from our bodies as it boils us up nice and healthily. Just like the chicken tenderloins you parboiled for me, said Kahara Naukin. If that does not appeal to you, I would recommend hurrying indoors. There wasn't time to think too hard about it. Kamachi and the others rushed to the nearest concrete structure. The deep, muffled noise had grown sharper, a lot like the sizzling of water on a heated frying pan, which wasn't that far off from the truth. The red snow on the ground was melting, starting from the distance, and the growing mass of steam discolored the roadside trees and peeled the paint from the cars parked on the curb, like playground equipment in a long-abandoned park. Anna Sprengel and Kahara Naukin were right. A human wouldn't last an instant in that. Index Mikoto, Kanzaki, Anna Sprengel, Alice, and Agnes rushed inside the same building as Kamachi. Athanas and the cat were with them too. The others would have escaped to different buildings. Kamachi's eyes widened. Who is she? Don't ask me. Why was an ordinary person, and a student at that, wandering around outside at this hour? And after we ordered everyone to stay at home. That meant the girl held under Kanzaki's arm was not a camouflaged amakusa. After diving into the reinforced concrete building, Kamachi kicked the door shut from his position down on the ground. A scorching sound soon followed. A male voice came from the radio Kanzaki held. It didn't seem magical. Was that one of the Anglican magicians managing Academy City? No, it may have been one of the city's technicians obeying the magicians. Boiler #2 and #8 have already it's no use. It's fully ruptured. #5 isn't looking good either. The boiler pressure won't stop. We need to evacuate now. An unpleasant straining sound surrounded them. The entire building was groaning. Was the great heat causing the metal to bend, or was it the steam pressure? Damn, cursed Kamachi. Either way, this made running outside and catching up to Koronzan a complete impossibility. That world of 400 degrees Celsius was melting the asphalt of the streets, so they would need to walk on the sidewalk tiles with thick shoes or else suffer severe burns. In fact, if a human simply took a step outside, their flesh, bones, and eyeballs would boil. But great demon Koranzan wasn't human. They had been taught this lesson over and over now, but could she really brute force her way through like this? What route would she use to escape in that world of scorching heat and death? Part 12 District 19 Central Boiler just exploded. Yamakawa Eho of Anti-Scale's eyes widened at that report. First those Anglican people take over the city's law enforcement, and now this. She didn't even need to check the camera footage on the helicopter's multipurpose monitor. From her vantage point in the night sky, one section of the surface was visibly expanding. The scale was hard to judge, but the buildings being easily engulfed had to be more than 10 stories tall. The male helicopter pilot adjusted his grip on the control column and asked a question. Is this that Koranzan person's doing too? What the hell? Aren't fugitives supposed to hold their breath and sneak around? Why would she go out of her way to cause a scene like this? Just get us there. Who knows how many people were caught in the blast? I'll try, but there's honestly only so much we can do from the air. Several shouting voices came over the radio at once. Ignoring the aviation radio rules, the pilot was using the radio to pick up as many signals as he could, hoping to get some picture of the situation on the inside. Where are the first aid kits? Why can't I find one? Damn, more burns. There are too many injuries here. Can someone tell me how I'm supposed to triage this? We can't do it in that steam. It's 400 degrees. We can't even get close to the storeroom. Yamakawa Eho glanced aside. First aid kits could be found just about anywhere. There was even one belted to the helicopter's wall. Was the chaos and confusion inside the central boiler so bad they couldn't even find something so basic? Yes, she had what they needed here. The pilot must have wanted to help them too, but he gave his expert opinion. It's not happening, Yamakawa. You can see that boiling steam, can't you? The steam pressure is disturbing the air currents near the ground too badly to land. If we carelessly descend now, the helicopter will be flipped over on its side. Then what about an ambulance? If we can't go by air, we can send someone by ground. What part of boiling steam didn't you understand? An ambulance is little more than an ordinary vehicle, so it just isn't tough enough. Everyone inside would be steamed to death before they arrived. At 400 degrees, not only would the rubber tires melt, but the asphalt would probably be soft and squishy. Any vehicles will be stuck, and the steam getting in through the air conditioning vents would bring the high temps inside too. Then we'll just have to make do with the helicopter. I know. Let's simulate it. If we feed the satellite data into the quantum computers and DNA computers, those air current disturbances aren't an obstacle. How do we do that with the board chairman out of commission? He's the only one who can use the master key. KH. We can't use the satellites, supercomputers, or any other Academy City facilities. Maybe we could use the individual devices, but we can't tie them together. So my point stands. It's not happening, Yamakawa. The helicopter could not descend as the central boiler continued to explode, but voices were calling out for help. Even an ordinary first aid kit would be able to save the lives of the people injured by the burning heat and steam. Yamakawa Eho saw only one option. Then I just won't use the helicopter. Hey Yamakawa, you don't have to do anything crazy. I'll use this parachute to jump down on my own. Are you stupid? I said this 5.5-ton piece of metal would be flipped over on its side. You'll lose all control over a parachute made of flimsy cloth in no time at weight. No, you idiot. She didn't bother listening to the end. Yamakawa Eho grabbed the first aid kit in both hands and threw herself out the open side door, without hesitation. It went well, at first, but 180 seconds after the parachute opened at an altitude of around 20 meters, things rapidly changed. The air current disturbance hit her like a punch from the side. Her neck hurt. She gritted her teeth and tried to restore her balance, but the winds buffeting her from all sides spun her parachute around. All this, and she hadn't even been directly exposed to the steam. In the last few meters, her parachute turned completely inside out and she landed on some kind of machine. Only after her body badly dented the thin metal panel did she realize it was an industrial air conditioning unit. It had apparently absorbed the force of her landing. The first aid kit clutched to her chest had survived too. Despite the burns and lacerations they must have suffered, the workers ran toward her, ignoring their own woes and looking worried for her. The anti-skill woman was truly glad she had come to help them. She pressed the first aid kit into the chest of a battered-looking worker. Are any of your people missing? The chief isn't here, but his time card shows no record of him arriving. I think he took the night off without calling in. Then no need to worry about him. No ambulances are coming. She made sure they knew their situation. I doubt the fire trucks can make it either. So we have to prevent any further harm from the central boiler on our own. Where should we start? Something exploded. Very close by. She heard something whiz past her and felt something sharply stroke her cheek. A pipe must have burst from the internal pressure, and a shard the size of a guitar pick had grazed her face. No one could predict what would explode or when. As the giant facility collapsed, it was like a single big balloon. Just one more, said a young man, barely breathing. No, he was probably gathering all the strength he could. 8 boilers make up the giant overall boiler and 2 of them have already blown. If just one more goes, there will be no stopping it. The reinforced concrete surrounding the place will collapse from the extreme steam pressure. Then that's what we have to deal with, said Yamakawa. We don't know what happened to the general steam control room. No one can get there. Pipes have burst all throughout the building, so there's hot steam everywhere. Then I'll go and check. They could have just told her where that general steam control room was, but a few of the workers whose injuries were relatively minor came with her. They all wanted to stop this tragedy if they could. Despite saying they couldn't, they hadn't given up. Yamakawa Eho smiled a little. Lead the way. She dove into danger. She was no one special. Today might finally be the day she died. However, that was no reason to not protect the central boiler and District 19. Part 13. They couldn't head outside thanks to the intense steam. Only Koranzan, who had caused the disaster, could move freely in it. They just didn't know if she would take the subway, the sewers, or what. Kamachi clenched his teeth. We can't just stand around here. Koranzan must even now be working to cross the wall and escape the city. Was there a loophole anywhere? Or a safety measure that would let them travel through the ultra-hot steam? The idea sounded too absurd to even consider, but then someone spoke up. The girl who Kanzaki had picked up somewhere. In the car. Kamachi had a bad feeling about this. This definitely wasn't a hint. The words oozed with an ominous air that made him reluctant to hear the rest. My parents are still in the car. They said the city is too dangerous to stay. But then we got stuck in the red snow. I didn't want to hear them arguing, so I got out of the car on my own. Then that steam came. So they're probably still in there. In all that steam. Athanas and Anna Sprengel made an honest simulation, rather than being weirdly considerate. Even in this thick reinforced concrete building, the door could buckle or the windows could break at any time. And if we're talking about an ordinary car with no bulletproofing or blast resistance, fool, even if they covered the /C vents with balled-up cloth, I'm not sure how long a car with windows on all sides would last. And once the windows break, the people inside will be exposed to the 400-degree steam. Kamachi himself had seen the tough paint peeling off of cars. A human wouldn't last 10 seconds exposed to that. Kanzaki's eyes widened. It's past midnight. Why would someone be out at this hour? Especially when the entire city was ordered to stay in. Because the Anglican grip on the city is weakening. Even as we speak. Kamachi gave a calm response to Kanzaki's shouted question. Maybe it was hard to grasp for a saint, who lived a proper life day in and day out, but human beings tended to want to do the things they were told not to do. All the more once the authority holding them back loosened its grip. Or once they found a loophole. I succumbed to temptation. I couldn't resist. Morning clothes. Mikoto scratched her cheek. Phrases like that have existed since ancient times, which tells you a lot about human nature. It's not that. They were just willing to try anything if it would keep their precious family safe. Fool, curtly called Anna Sprengel. He didn't need to hear any more. That magician used her wickedness as a great weapon, so he knew what she was trying to say. If Koranzan was allowed to escape the city here and now, the entire 7 or 8 billion population of the Earth would be headed toward its doom. Once the process started, no one could stop it, so they couldn't afford to lose track of her. They couldn't stop to save a couple of unrelated people in the middle of the fight against Koranzan. He knew that. He really did, but it'll be all right. The next thing he knew, Kamachi Talma was kneeling down in front of the small girl and doing the opposite of Anna's unspoken advice, because it was the right thing to do. There are a lot of different people here, the Anglicans, the Amacuses, some who were originally Roman Catholic, and even a magic god and some transcendence, but none of them are going to abandon you, because every one of us are here, because we want to help people. He just had to remember what kind of being great demon Koranzan was. She tore people apart from each other and kept humanity from reaching magical knowledge, so this was another side of the battle. In the fight against Koranzan, they would continue to encounter frustratingly malicious coincidences, as well as trouble and accidents that seemed designed to test them, because that was the kind of being she was. Just like there was an angel of love and an angel of righteousness, and just like there was a demon of wrath and a demon of envy, she was the great demon who specialized in that sort of thing. He wouldn't let those bonds be torn asunder. An emergency, an urgent situation. The entire human race's doom would be assured once the dawn arrived. He still wasn't going to give up on being human. He couldn't defeat Koronzan if he wasn't willing to say that. No one stopped him. Not Index, not Misaka Makoto, not Kanzaki Kaori, not Agnes Sanctis, not Alice Anatherbable, and not even Anna Sprengel, who had given him her advice as a wicked woman. They had all fought against Koronzan. I promise you everything will be all right. We're going to save your parents right now. Part 14. Yamakawa Eho clicked her tongue. The equipment in the central boiler's general steam control room had survived, but none of the 6 remaining boilers responded to anything they did in that room lined with the CRT monitors only found in this district. One of the workers explained. The equipment here is all working. It isn't malfunctioning, but the steam isn't reaching the condensers. My guess is the distribution board is to blame. We need to head there and fix it. Distribution board? Even as Yamakawa asked, she realized it had to be like a fuse box, but for steam instead of electricity. Where is it? Tell me and I'll go check it. But there's no time. Which is going to take more work? A small distribution board on the wall or this entire giant general steam control room? And to be blunt, it doesn't look like there's much for me to do here. The worker nodded a few times at that. I'll sketch you a simple map. Thanks. The boilers can't stand this much pressure for long. We'll have a chain reaction of ruptures in the surviving ones soon. Yamakawa Eho grabbed her radio and stepped out the door. There was so much white steam. Had the damage to the facility progressed since she arrived in the room? The 400-degree steam burst from the walls and ceiling as sharp as blades. Even if it didn't directly hit her, it made the entire space as hot as a sauna. She wouldn't be killed right away, but it was sapping her stamina. The spraying steam made it hard to hear the voice from the radio, but then a loud voice came from the facility's speakers. I'm amazed you decided to rush in here with everything going on. Personally, I have half a mind to run away. But you haven't run away, have you? So we're not that different. You see, I have some freeloaders living with me and I want to protect their home. With people's lives in my care, I can't half-ass it. Can't go this way either. Even on the way to the general steam control room, they had encountered a few unopenable metal doors. Instead of the force of the explosion bending the doors, it seemed like they were automatic doors that used steam rather than electricity to open. That meant all the steam erupting from the pipes worked against her. Without sufficient pressure supplied to the doors, they couldn't open. It was actually an adaptation of a 2,000-year-old invention known as Heron steam turbine. She broke the hinges with her gun and kicked down the door. That was a convenient tool for opening any door in here, but firing too recklessly could break a thin pipe and trigger a steam explosion nearby. Something the size of a rugby ball, probably some kind of drone, was ejecting steam to weave across the floor. The steam-powered lift was unusable. Yamakawa grabbed some rags from the ground and used them like potholders to grab the metal ladder. Several things exploded as she climbed. Sharp shards flew like flying discs and stabbed into the wall much too close for comfort. The steam obscured her vision more than she had expected. She had a hastily sketched map, but she felt like she would get lost even with it. And she wasn't looking for a special room. It was only a thin metal box attached to a corridor wall. Finally, she found it. That must be the distribution board. It's simple enough to operate. Open the cover and you should see 16 levers. Since our commands aren't getting through, something must have moved some of the levers. Maybe one of the explosions, and maybe the vibration of the steam hitting the wall. The levers have 2 options, up or down. The pattern we want is on an yin. Look for any that are wrong and flip them to the correct position. That should give us back control. And if you can, use tape or something to fix them in place. She found them. 3 of the levers were in the wrong position. If I fix these, the ceiling exploded. Yamakawa jumped back as the white steam passed sharply in front of her, like a dropping guillotine or shutter. She could feel the 400-degree ferocity raising the air temperature in the corridor. A voice practically screamed out of the speakers. Yamakawa-san, please respond. Boiler #5 isn't going to last much longer. You need to hurry. The worker couldn't see the situation here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. 400-degree steam was blocking the way right in front of her. A human would be boiled to the bone by that. She couldn't even entertain silly ideas about slipping through a gap in the erupting steam. But if someone didn't do it, the boiler would rupture. Then the reinforced concrete barrier surrounding them, at 3 kilometers, would be destroyed by the steam pressure. And everyone working so hard to prevent that would be obliterated along with it. Could she really let that happen? I think this really might be the end for me. Yamakawa Eho honestly accepted that. But the distribution board was within arm's reach. Operate that and she could save everyone. So she had to act. Misako worst. Last order and accelerator. Akami City was far from a peaceful utopia. It had plenty of flaws. But this was the city that had raised those children. They deserved to smile after everything that had been taken from them. She couldn't just go, "Welp, the city's destroyed, so that's that. Bye," and leave the debt unpaid. She was afraid to die, which was why Yamakawa Eho reminded herself she wanted to be the kind of person who could look those kids in the eye. So move, do it. She was anti-skill. She had to focus only on protecting the city. Part 15. They had decided to rescue the ordinary people trapped in a car out on the street. Hiding inside a reinforced concrete building, morning clothes Makoto was the first to speak up. The biggest problem with the steam outside is the immense heat and pressure. That's 2 problems, complained Kamachi. No, it's 1. The heat is what causes the moisture to expand and produce steam. And that expansion is what creates enough pressure to destroy concrete walls. It was important to confirm the basic facts of the situation. The only flaw was how learning the extent of their hopelessness depressed him so much. But Kanzaki, who was listening in, saw things differently. So we just have to cool it. Is that what you're saying? The solution is simple. If we cool all that steam, it will return to harmless drops of water. Everyone would say that wasn't possible. After all, there was enough steam to engulf an entire district. And it was over 400 degrees Celsius. That was hot enough to melt car tires and soften asphalt. Dumping a bucket of water on it wasn't going to cut it. But her logic itself isn't wrong, said Othinus. Fool, that kind of logic is a crucial condition for magicians. It may look like we can do anything, but we actually achieve our desired result by following a set of laws not found in your chemistry or physics textbooks, added Anna Sprengel. Kanzaki listened in while spreading out a large piece of paper on a table. We need a simple Christian legend related to cooling. I would suggest St. Dorothea and Theophilus. Agnes, may I borrow a few of your Catholic nuns? Could subordinates like us say no if we wanted to? But that story is the opposite of what you want. The legend says the fresh roses and apples were delivered in the freezing February winter, which is why we reverse it by adjusting the symbols. Index. That should be easy. And they only needed the logic to be sound. No matter how absurd it looked, they only needed to have correctness on their side. Kanzaki Kaori boldly made her claim. From there, I can force it through with my power as a saint. At first, Kamachi thought a machine gun was firing outside. But no. Rain was pouring down outside the window. The white steam filling the district was instantly cooled into drops of water. There was so much of it seemed like the weather had completely changed. They had altered the scenery itself. The logic may have been sound, but the scale was something else entirely. How many tens of thousands of tons of liquid nitrogen would you need to cause this? Kamachi felt silly even trying to calculate it. This won't last long, let's head out. He didn't need to be told twice. But once outside, he found a brown muddy river. He had stepped down out of the building on pure momentum, but now he couldn't take another step forward. Everything below his hips felt wrong. If he didn't keep a hand on the wall and watch his step, he would be dragged down and swept away by the water. He was pretty sure only Alice would be able to stand in this muddy current without difficulty. The car in question was less than 100 meters away, yet getting there was no easy task. I think you overdid it. This is going to wash the car away. This was the only way to keep the hot steam from boiling us. Everything we do is on the level of changing the weather or dropping a shooting star from the sky. The scale of everything with saints was off the charts. Kamachi nearly stumbled on the way, but not just because of the current. Something was wrong with the ground. The melted asphalt may have rehardened in the wrong shape. Kamachi and Index somehow managed to reach the light car that was rocking like a small boat. The weird round car's engine compartment looked like a metal drum on its side. Since this was District 19, did it run on steam? No, the lack of smokestack suggested it used coal instead. Somewhat exasperated, Othinus spoke up from his shoulder. If it was a car that used a huge battery to power heating elements that heat water into steam to power the car, it would have been a high-tech eco-car. This was the part that worried Kamachi. The car's partially submerged, so touching it isn't going to give me an electric shock, is it? Damn. Something banged on the glass from the inside. Someone was in there. 2 someones, just like the girl had said. Hard to tell if they were more afraid of the steam or the muddy river, though. I'm risking my life here too, but I made it this far, so I'm going to save them. The car's doors weren't going to open outwards, while partially submerged like this. Kamachi grabbed a branch floating down the muddy river and climbed up onto the car's hood. Sensing his weight, the car's alarm started beeping, but now wasn't the time to complain about that. This was probably being recorded by the drive recorder, but he still swung his makeshift bat down towards the windshield. He smashed right through it, but that wasn't enough, and Kanzaki moved in to tear the rest out along with its frame. She practically clung to the survivors to drag them out of the car. The car itself slid sideways, pulled by the current. It wasn't going to last much longer. Clinging to a tree a short distance away, Anna Sprengel shouted over at them. With this powerful current, trudging back upstream would be inefficient. Fool! Let the current take you. Take shelter in a different building downstream. Damn it, are you kidding me? He swore, but he was the one who had decided to save these people. He just had to stick to it to the end. He started to jump down from the car, but he was stopped by a tug on the back of his neck. Courtesy of Misaka Makoto. Stay there. The car clearly moved below his feet, but with a stability not found when the current was pushing it sideways. Was that because he could sense a human will behind it? She must have been magnetically controlling it. Something shifted out of the way, below the water, and it began to ride the current like a boat. Something passed by overhead. He instinctually looked up and felt his heart freeze when he realized it was a power line. Specifically, an exposed high-voltage line like those used by trains. Do they have a retro streetcar running in this area? What would have happened to us if that had snapped and fallen into the water? Why is that your main concern when you're traveling downstream with a billion-volt power source? Asked Makoto. The steam car bumped into the stairs at the bottom of a pedestrian overpass. The muddy river would have prevented them from opening any ground floor doors, even if they had wound up right alongside one. Instead, Kamachi, Index, Makoto and Kanzaki rushed inside what looked like a department store through the second-floor entrance. Kanzaki shouted into what looked like a paper charm. I will be ending the cooling spell's effects, so everyone get inside a sturdy building. You have 10 seconds. Her countdown was precise. The white steam once more ruled the world. On the other side of the glass door was a world of deadly steam that would instantly boil a human being with a temperature of more than 400 degrees Celsius. While this is tempered security glass, the door could break at any moment. Let's head further up. What about Koranzan? While they dealt with this side quest, she was free to act. They had given her time. So was she already past the wall? If she had been freed into the wide world beyond, could they even find her? Kamachi felt more and more worried. But just then, KSSHHI, he heard a sound. No, a voice. From the small radio Kanzaki held. Hey, please someone listen. This is the central boiler's general steam control room. We somehow managed to keep the rest of the boilers from blowing. We have control of the pressure, so there's no concern of any more steam escaping. Oh, but call the firefighters and tell them to hurry. The anti-scale officer helping us hasn't returned. Oh, shut up. I'm still alive. Really? If you have fireproof suits for welding work, you should have told me. I nearly died. Kamachi took a look outside and sure enough, the density of steam had fallen to little more than a thin fog. He could see things clearly outside. This had started out as a January night cold enough for snow. Without any additional steam, things would cool down on their own. He and the others tried heading out. It felt like a sauna. It was hot and humid enough to forget it was January, but it wasn't enough to burn them, and the muddy river was gone. Athanas took a look around from his shoulder. Looks like you can walk around outside now. I guess it was the heat, but that red snow is gone from the ground. Probably a combination of the river and the sauna. Whatever the case, District 19 was clean. Fool. Teacher. The others caught up with them in the unpleasant steam, and regrouping meant that girl had been reunited with her parents. The reunion took the form of a tearful embrace. The steam was no longer a concern. That much was good news, but not all the news was good. They had lost track of Koranzan, and they had no further clues. His selfishness had come at a steep price. Or so he thought, but he had underestimated things. There were others here fighting. Also, said a voice on the radio, we have a report from the vicinity of a wall. You're pursuing a fugitive, right? I don't know who you're after or why, but no one has crossed the wall. That much I'm confident of. Eh? Several voices were talking. It wasn't just one person on the other side of the radio. A university research team was still gathering data with all this going on. They're running a microscopic and macroscopic experiment where they scatter a sticky steam with high water retention over a wide area to see if it will efficiently stick to airborne pollutants, allowing them to be retrieved. What matters to you is that they can tell if someone approaches the wall by the change in the steam distribution. But they didn't see anything. Whoever it is must still be in the city. And if they're not there, they must have turned around and gone to another district. Hurry up and catch them. We'd much prefer things to be peaceful around here. The chief was stuck in his car. Oh, he can go to hell. He left his post without taking leave, so you tell him if he really wants to protect people, he needs to do his damn job. Now, if he were alone, I would just leave him out there, but his wife and daughter didn't do anything wrong, so I guess we'll have to help. Koranzan didn't approach the wall. It didn't sound real even as Kamachi spoke the words. But it was the truth. This wasn't over yet. He had gotten distracted, taken a detour, put the entire planet at risk. Even so, it hadn't been a complete waste. Small good deeds and kind acts were gathering together to accomplish something bigger. Because Kamachi's group had acted selflessly, now these other people were acting selflessly in return. They were lending a hand. The ring of cooperation was growing. This was a weapon they had and Koranzan did not. Or maybe it was her complete inability to acquire this that had broken her so badly. Whatever the case, this wasn't over. If Koranzan hadn't crossed the wall, then they could still pursue her. Then someone voiced a quiet question. That someone was Misaka Makoto. But why did that Koranzan person move away from the wall? If you want to escape, it's human nature to want to run along the wall, right? The wall is right there, and if you can get across, you win. But this Koranzan didn't hesitate to distance herself from the wall. She went away. Heading toward the center of the city should only put her at more risk. What does she gain from this? Now that she mentioned it, Koranzan is actually trying to escape, isn't she? Asked Kamachi. Yes, she is, said Athanas. Not being caught would be her actual top priority, but she must have a goal in mind. In that case, leaving Academy City probably is her priority. But her actions contradict that. Kahara now can join the conversation. Approaching the city center and extending her time in the city should only increase the risk of her being caught. The wall might not actually matter. Cut in index. The magic side girl provided a viewpoint entirely different from Kamachi and Makoto. It's like you said before, Talma. Great Demon Koranzan isn't human. Koranzan's actions were inconsistent. That made some sense since fleeing after Atakalika failed hadn't been her initial plan. At the very least, this wasn't all some grand plan she had conceived to deceive Kamachi and the others. So if they wanted to stop her, they had to think up the kind of idea she would come up with, but before she did, they were the pursuers. If they overlooked even one thing, she would use it to slip away. In that sense, Index was bringing them another step closer to Koranzan. If you think of her as a collection of talisman, then she doesn't actually need to cross the physical wall to leave Academy City. She just has to break herself down into a mass of energy. Hey, wait a second. His assumptions were crumbling around him. Was that really an option? Could you really just throw this new way of thinking into consideration? Are you saying Koranzan can send herself, and her physical body too, through the city gas or the water pipes? I don't know what city gas is, but she probably can. Yes, said Index, confidently. If she hitches a ride on a ley line, a giant energy line running below the ground, she can't just escape the city, she can escape to the other side of the planet. Chapter 2. Divine Slope, Forbidden Book, Magical Exit. Part 1. In Academy City's District 7, someone was still fighting on and on, separate from the core of the incident. That person was Dawn Fortune. Ah, they've forgotten me. I just know they've all left me behind. They must have done something about Atakalika since that Earth is still intact. But couldn't they have launched a group attack to come help me before they left? I am technically the Archbishop at the very top of the Anglican Church. You know. A scraping sound came from a short distance away. A giant black cat stood more than 2 meters tall there. The bizarre beast appeared to be drawn with black paint, and it was ridden by a magician in mourning clothes, Moina Mathers. She was undeniably a formidable foe. After all, that official member of the Golden Cabal, once called the largest in the world, had been fighting for hours now, but the battle still wasn't over. Even though an average magician who'd be delighted to be referred to as first-rate would have been killed instantly. This is bad. I know Koranzan is our top priority, but I can't just leave her out here. The enemy said nothing. Seated atop the black cat that had to be more than 2 meters tall, Moina Mathers made some complex movements with her fingertips. Like a magic trick, countless cards appeared and were then pinned in midair. The cards were not as complex as tarot. They only depicted a combination of basic symbols, like circles and triangles. These cards could express anything in the world using a combination of a primary element and a secondary element. Dion Fortune's eyes widened when she saw the dancing colors. Jay, are those tatva cards? The mourning clothes woman's lips writhed. She produced a voice. A pass of tedges. With a roar, a fireball more than a meter in diameter consumed oxygen and rushed toward Dion Fortune. This had been referenced in the Golden Cabal's official texts, but it was in fact a controversial text that had been officially adopted at one point, but then rejected within the Cabal. From the perspective of Western Europe in the 19th century, India, Tibet, and the East in general were utopias of miracles and the mystical, but Mathers hated that view. So he took the unusual step of writing a serious warning against the use of the tattvas due to their Eastern origins. She's an artist and a clairvoyance expert. This wife probably did write a lot about the tattvas. However, the fireball was approaching slowly enough to see it coming. Dion Fortune held her black box out in front of her. If any kind of magic entered that special spiritual item, its data would be randomly rearranged, changing it into something else entirely. That meant it could rob most any attack spell of its lethality, but would the Moina Mathers really be satisfied with an explosive that moved this slow? Oh, she intentionally combined multiple elements in this one spell. So even if my box consumes the primary element of Tejas, will the secondary element of a pass still explode? Wah! She couldn't let herself be caught by such obvious bait. Dion Fortune quickly got down on the red snow to dodge. The fireball passed by barely above her head, before exploding and toppling a wind turbine behind her. With the tattvas, it was thought the world was constructed of 5 simple elements, but it was incredibly difficult to extract those elements in their pure form. That was why the elements were used in combination, like a pass of Tejas or Prithvi of Vayu, kind of like a different version of Western loving Mathers' hot and dry or cold and wet. Dion Fortune raised her head from the red snow and shouted, "Arg, you really had to use the tattvas, huh? Are you intentionally using your husband's doubts and teachers as a weapon? How much of a cruel wife are you? And if a pawn created by Koronzan can use the tattvas, then Koronzan must know how to use them too." She had a bad feeling about this. The tattva cards depicted a combination of a primary element and a secondary element. They were a spiritual item that provided visual support for sending your mind into a deeper state. Moina was using them in a physical and defensive way, but she was doing that by pushing her own mind to extract the necessary spell from within herself. That made this a tool specialized for manipulating non-physical energy and for breaking down the world into 5 elements and managing it in that form. What was the worst thing an inhuman demon could do using the tattvas? Dion Fortune thought she knew. Oh no, if she breaks herself down into her component elements and remakes that into pure talisma energy, could she escape anywhere on the earth through the ley lines? Part 2. They went back into the department store so they get out of the January chill while they thought. Koronzan was trying to magically escape Academy City, using something called a ley line rather than physically crossing the wall. Kamachi and the others knew that now, but where in the city would she perform that major ceremony? Now that they had lost track of her, they had to get back on her trail. But how could they do that? They didn't even know what district she had escaped to. The girl can help. Alice, another bubble, volunteered. The girl will divine her location. But, she would feel lonely doing it alone, so will someone good with magic help? That rolled out Kamachi. Imagine Breaker was never going to help with something like this, and Makoto visibly cringed at the very idea of relying on divination here, so she was out too. But he couldn't get a read on Takatsubo's stance. She always had a blank expression and he couldn't tell if her staring eyes were a sign of agreement or rejection. The pointy-haired boy tilted his head in the women's clothing section. Eh? You can use Alice in Wonderland for divination? You can use any book. Talma, haven't you heard of bibliomancy? You flip through a thick book and place your finger on a random page. Then you apply the passage found there to the problem you're facing to find an answer. Why would he have heard of something like that? On his shoulder, Othinus continued the conversation like all of this was normal. As a piece of nonsense literature, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland tends to be associated with mystical matters, including this sort of divination. So, Talma, it should be a good fit here. It's also well known. That's not what the girl is doing. We want to know where to go next, right? That means we want a number from 1 to 23, not a literary passage. So the district number. But how would you use Alice's Adventures in Wonderland to search for a number? Playing cards, right? Said an exasperated Anna Sprengel. Her exasperation was not directed at Alice for the suggestion. It was directed at Kamachi for not figuring it out right away. And it was quite strong. Fool. Gambling, by its nature, is often associated with divination. Playing cards are no exception. For a familiar example, playing solitaire on your own is practically a form of divination already. This was apparently a slightly more complicated version of solitaire. Alice clapped her hands and spread them apart, causing playing cards to spill out from the space between her palms. They scattered atop a glass showcase. Index and Anna Sprengel joined Alice in organizing the cards. After forming a few triangles reminiscent of bowling pin formations, Alice flicked away the unneeded cards, formed new triangles and repeated the process a few times. Human. In this case, you can ignore the suits and focus only on the numbers, advised Othinus from his shoulder. In the end, only 2 cards remained. Index identified them. 10 and 10. Wait, so is that the answer? But if it's District 10, why is there 2 of them? If you rush to the answer in your ignorance, I will stomp on your crotch, fool. She said the answer would be a number, remember? But playing cards only go from 1 to 13, so a single card can't indicate a number higher than that. And playing cards have no 0, so this is the only way to output the answer. This is the answer here. You only have to add the 2 numbers. Then Koronzin is in District 20? As soon as Kamachi said this, looking thoughtful, Bazap, whoa, shouted Index. The roar was loud enough to make you flinch even at a distance. It resembled electrical sparks. He couldn't be certain, but was this really safe? If Anna Sprengel hadn't grabbed Index's hand and pulled her away at the last second, would they both have been turned to charcoal? Alice Anotherable, however, simply smiled. Only she was unfazed after being exposed to that effusion of power. Yay, now we know where to go next. Alice really was special. Her power was extraordinary enough on its own, but nothing good came of incorporating it into ordinary magic. While it was normal for Alice herself, everyone else had to endure that fearsome strength. Part 3. Ugh, I'm so hungry. You Amacuses have a lot of Eastern stuff for your camouflage, right? Do the Flying Alms Bowl. The Flying Alms Bowl is not like an app-based bike delivery service. Here, Index, I do have a chocolate bar. Yay, shouted Index, raising her arms in celebration and running off for a late-night snack. It was past 1 a.m. Did she feel no guilt eating chocolate at this hour? Kamaju's visible confusion elicited an exasperated sigh from Othinus on his shoulder. The Flying Alms Bowl is a spell that Buddhist monks up in the mountains could use to send just their alms bowl flying out to the city to receive pindapata. And since I know you're going to ask, pindapata is the practice of people offering food to monks. Wait, so there's magic that brings food to you. So the basic idea of a delivery drone has existed for centuries, huh? It just took a while before they had the physics and science to pull it off. Mikoto sounded impressed in her own way. Also, pindapata was a form of charity, so it was free. The ancient people sure came up with some neat ideas. Then it occurred to Kamachi this probably meant he had mentally recovered enough to begin using his imagination again. They hadn't lost track of Koronzin. There was still hope. Here in District 20. Index tilted her head. Hey, Talma, what kinds of things do they have here? I think it's mostly sports stuff. Baseball, soccer, basketball, and more. It's more than just hard fields and courts. The place is filled with huge stadiums and domes, including indoor pools and skating rinks. Elaborated morning clothes. Mikoto Takatsubo was viewing a nearby guide map. With her head tilted, she wore a track suit, but she may not have been a very athletic person. That would provide plenty of locations capable of hiding a large-scale ceremony, said Kanzaki, hiding frustration behind her polite tone. She may have realized just how hard a search this was going to be. If Board Chairman Accelerator were awake, we could have used the satellites, said Kara Nelkin. That would have helped a lot. The satellite images could have ruled out the non-domed stadiums, but they didn't have what they didn't have. They would have to do it themselves. Instead of using the obvious borderline of the wall, Koronzin planned to escape the city by melting into a ley line, well, into the ground. Kamachi didn't know enough about magic to even guess at how long that would take, but if they didn't find her as soon as possible, they could be too late. Not knowing only made him more antsy. However, checking every single stadium in the entire district would be far too inefficient. He could see so many from here alone. He never knew you could have too many landmarks. We've reached District 22. He heard a voice and Kanzaki held something to her ear. What is that? Though it was weird before, but now I'm certain of it. That isn't a phone. It's a communication spiritual item. Index's explanation probably didn't explain anything for Mikoto. The paper charm, communication spiritual item, in Kanzaki's hand produced the familiar voice of the Bologna succubus. It was apparently the Amakusa style to attach it to the back of a phone so it would be less conspicuous. Hey, witch hunt team, You tell that lad there's nothing to report from up here. No sign of Koronsen. The anti-skill helicopter is gone. So are we the only ones in the air any longer? After everything that happened in District 19, I imagine anything that can fly is busy providing disaster relief or transporting supplies. The conversation suddenly ended after that comment from Bloju with the bouquet, who was presumably dangling down with the Bologna succubus. They were cut off by a tremendous noise that made Kamachi cover his ears. What the hell was that? An interception spell, muttered Othinus. Flying with magic is just too dangerous, shouted Index. KSSHH, we were brought down by an interception spell, but that means she's nearby. Koronsen is definitely in District 20, and if she doesn't want us spying from the sky, KSSHH, she's not in a roof dome or an indoor stadium. Look for the outdoor stadiums with nothing covering them. Hey, you crashed, right? Are you okay? Please tell me you are. I don't know what you're expecting from a demon like me, but quit it. We can't fly anymore, but we'll catch up soon. We can run on the ground, so don't worry. Damn you, sex demon. I know my coat is sturdy, but get your ass off it. Kidai, you do not meet my salvation conditions, so you do not get to use me as a chair. They seemed to be doing well. The sounds of a scuffle coming through suggested they were unharmed. That aside, Koronsen herself had reacted here. That gave them a huge opportunity as pursuers. They couldn't waste it, so a sports facility without a roof covering it. It must be one of the open stadiums. In that case, different sports have different magical meanings, said Index. Then what about soccer? A festival held in England since ancient times. It's the origin of all forms of football. Of course, a festival from the 12th century will either be 100% Christian or have incorporated aspects of other myths or religious events like with May Day or Halloween. His casual question received quite the explanation in return. But she of course had a reason for explaining all this. But when we're talking about sports and stadiums, I would start looking here. The ancient Greeks. Everyone in the world knows the sporting event where people compete for the gold medal, but that was originally held at Zeus's sanctuary. It was meant as an offering to the gods led by Zeus. If we can swap that name out for Jupiter, there are plenty in Rome too, said Agnes. Kamaju's knowledge of Greek mythology didn't go much past that thing used for the astrological horoscopes on the morning news. Where did great demon Koronsen belong exactly? With all the talk of rebelling against God, he had assumed she was a Christian demon, but could she use techniques from Greek mythology? Mikoto and the Golden Retriever took a step back when these topics came up, so it was Index who fluently responded. Magician Crowley said there are no such thing as demons. Wait, but he called her Great Demon Koronsen himself. He also said there are no pure demons. He said demon is a word people use when they want to deride the gods of people they dislike. Yes, that sounded a lot more like that human who always took the cynical view. But in that case, could great demon Koronsen be referred to as a great god by some other religion? Fool. Even Mathers rejected that idea. He called her an absolute evil to all humanity, who was equally and uniformly opposed even when comparing every last myth and legend. But Crowley supported the idea that she is a relative evil who appears evil from a certain viewpoint. A pure evil that did only evil. Could such a being really exist? To him that sounded like a strange magnet with only a north pole. People on the side of evil tend to be strict about the rules, don't they? Said Takatsubo. They have a lot of inviolable rules and strong bonds with their companions. Mugino is like that. If Koronsen is evil but doesn't need that solid core, then she really isn't human. But Koronsen herself believed they could exist, which was the source of her self-loathing. She believed her great power was an irregular distortion, a lot like a monopole. She thought it could only tear people apart. She thought it was twisted and wrong, so no matter how powerful she was, she could never be proud of herself. If she could, none of this would ever have happened. Whether or not Leicester's theory was correct, Othinus arrived at a conclusion. Because she is a demon who doesn't follow the rules, she might have full use of the techniques and fields not approved by Christianity. The rules don't bind her. Mikoto put a hand on her hip and asked Index a question. Look, I don't get any of this occult mumbo-jumbo, so can you just tell us where to go? If she is using Zeus's symbols, a track stadium. His symbols are the sky, thunder, mountains, fatherhood, and many more. He's the most important god, so he has a lot of attributes. But in this case, there aren't many symbols Koronsen can use for her spell. Kamaji didn't even have time to ask why. Index was the star of the show at times like this. Zeus is generally the sky god, but Koronsen wants a way to control the ley lines in the ground, which is the complete opposite, so we can ignore almost all of his attributes. If it's that much of a mismatch, why would you use Zeus in the first place? Asked Kamachi. Othinus and Index both answered him. Because, human, he is the top god. He's powerful enough you don't want to reject him out of hand. Not relying on Zeus in a district of athletic stadiums is like trying to win a soccer game without ever touching the ball. That made sense. Zeus was a famous enough god that even Kamachi was familiar with him from manga and games, so his power would be obvious and great. If Koranzan could use it, she would of course want to, but since he was a mismatch for her current objective, she wanted a connector to link the ingredient with her plan, or something like that. He felt like the situation was similar to a fugitive getting an airplane, but having trouble taking off in it. So because Zeus is such an important god, he has a lot of different attributes. Then what part of Zeus's Koranzan trying to use? You said he's a sky god, but she needs an attribute related to deep underground, right? Then what exactly is she going to? Rain, she replied immediately. There's a legend saying the current world is so full of different gods and heroes, because Uranus and Zeus were joined with many earth goddesses through the rain that falls from heaven. Talma, is there anywhere those intersect? For example, a place where a long waterway for rainwater passes directly below a large track stadium. Part 4. It was a dreary place. The room was large but plain, like a big metal box, and it was chilly. Isabella Theism, a necromancer with silver hair and dark skin, took a look around. Why am I alive? No one answered her. Kaharagauke, was it? Had that biomonster transported an enemy who would have died if just abandoned on the side of the road? Cigarette smoke lingered thinly in the air. So was that still Magnus on the other side of the locked door. He showed no mercy. If Isabella took any careless action, he wouldn't hesitate to burn her away with 3,000-degree flames. True voodoo priests are apparently immune to fire, but I'm only making use of their techniques and haven't mastered it to that extent. Besides, there were no gaps in the thick metal door. It had probably been welded shut by those same 3,000-degree flames. Only a magician who could burn through the metal could open the door. Isabella searched through her rags to check on her possessions. Unsurprisingly, all of the obviously dangerous items had been confiscated. However, these rags patched together from the clothes of several dead people had a lot of hidden pockets. She stuck a finger through the sloppy stitching and yep, there it was. Something stirred in the corner of her vision. She only now realized she wasn't alone in here. It wasn't an Anglican magician keeping an eye on her. If it was, they would have stopped her by now. That meant this was someone else under surveillance like her. What is this unnatural lack of vitality? I specialize in life and death, and even I overlooked his presence. Who are you? Hamez Yoroshiage. Even as he responded, he seemed about as lively as withered grass. He was Japanese, but he didn't seem to be one of those amakuses who Kanzaki Kaori had brought along. There was no scent of magic on the high schooler. Then why had he been arrested by the Anglicans? He was a completely ordinary person, but that mismatch with his surroundings made him an uncanny sight here. It feels like being placed in front of too cheap of ingredients. It was uncanny, but if he wasn't going to get in her way, she saw no reason to eliminate him. She had no intention of staying in this prison with a stranger. She pulled out the spiritual item, or really, the materials to create one, hidden inside her rags. There's a chance a scanning spell would detect the faint magic power emanating from a completed spiritual item, but the materials are no more than ordinary goods and ingredients. Slipping past checks like that is so useful. What are you doing? Escaping. I don't have anything to do here. Isabella pulled out a small lime, one with a branch thinner than a matchstick still attached. She sliced it in two without a knife, and squeezed one half to sprinkle the juice on the outdoor wall opposite the door. A chemical smoke burst forth as if she had used a powerful acid. A hole visibly grew until it was more than 2 meters in diameter. That wall was no more than metal. Breaking through was easy if you had the appropriate magical knowledge. Plus, lemons, limes, and other acidic fruits were common components of voodoo magic. It was used in an emergency antidote for zombie powder, and in the lime poison created by combining the various toxins and antidotes found in the lime. Diddle wouldn't have noticed. With the thick metal door fused shut, he wouldn't be able to hear any of the noise I'm making in here. He would have any number of ways of stopping her if he did notice, though. The delinquent-looking boy had a surprisingly mild reaction. He was imprisoned. He would normally leap at the chance to escape, without even considering the consequences. What I meant is, what do you hope to accomplish by escaping? No matter what anyone else says, and no matter how ugly a choice it may be, I will always do what I think is most necessary. Right now, That means defeating Great Demon Koranzan and bringing stability back to the world. Part 5. Done talking, the brown woman who reeked of death departed into the outside world. She likely had something to do. Unlike Hamezura, what do I do now? Hamezura Shiage lacked that level of motivation. He had bet his entire life on Koranzan and lost. He was worried about Takatsubo Riku, but he didn't think she was in that much danger as long as she was within Academy City. After all, she was a high-level Esper theorized to possibly become the 8th level 5. If he didn't want any stray shots, or accurate sniper shots pretending to be one, hitting her, it was best if he stayed away while he was a fugitive. Which meant, oh, I know. What about Koranzan? Where had she gone? He was worried about her too. She wanted to destroy the current rotten world and create a clean new world. Something must be happening that made her feel that way. What if this world was already damaged beyond repair, but that damage simply wasn't visible? Then what exactly was happening? He wanted to speak with her. Despite his earlier strong words, he did want to live with Takatsubo, so he wanted to know what was going to happen. However, wouldn't Koranzan have to be in a dangerous position if he was able to catch up to her in his state? He really wanted her at least to escape the city soon. Part 6. Culifa Puzzle 545 had returned to the District 10 prison. The facility doubled as the new board chairman's headquarters. It was guarded by several layers of thick metal doors, metal bars, and all sorts of sensors, but that meant nothing to an artificial demon who could freely switch between corporeal and incorporeal forms. I'm back. No response. She may have expected that. In the single-occupant cell, a frail figure lay on the bed, surrounded by medical equipment. The only sound was a rhythmic beeping and a pump expanding and contracting to push out air. His body hadn't been in perfect working order to begin with. Brain damage had left him reliant on a modern design cane, and he couldn't even understand human speech without the choker-style electrode around his neck. Even so, it was far too painful to see him lying in the bed like that. Academy City's #1 could not live on his own. He was kept alive by all the machines hooked up to him. Master Weekly called the Demon Girl. Monitor fragments have pierced every part of his body. Even a prison had doctors. Serious illness did not cancel out a prisoner's sentence. So in a way it was the natural arrangement. It was their job to keep the prisoners alive in whatever form it took. Some are right next to major arteries and organs, making them too dangerous to touch without care. Removing them will be very difficult, but that isn't enough to explain his condition. If it were simple blood loss keeping him unconscious, the transfusion should be showing effects by now. I know. Yes, she didn't have time for sorrow. The new board chairman would never wake up naturally in this state. That had been obvious at first glance, which was why someone needed to externally induce a recovery. These wounds were magical in nature. They were scars of an attack from Great Demon Koranzan, a being beyond human understanding. That meant magical knowledge was a requirement to heal him. I will heal you, so please wait until I can, Master. Something beeped, but it wasn't the medical equipment. It came from something like an intercom on the wall. Culifa Puzzle 545 didn't know if she had the right, but everyone else watched the device from a distance and made no move to touch it. She had no choice but to press the button and answer. It displayed a familiar female secretary who ordinarily helped with the paperwork. What is it? We have a visitor for the board chairman. He doesn't have an appointment, but will you meet with him? No appointment. Then send him away. He is Oniyama of the board of directors. Will you still refuse him? A visitor. And at this precise moment, Culifa Puzzle 545 said for him to wait, but when she went out, he was already within the special security zone. Left alone, who knows how much he would have explored. All of the jailers and guards looked afraid. Apparently it was up to the artificial demon to say this. Only the board chairman is allowed in here. What are you doing here? Oniyama ruse. The old man's eyes shined with the greed of a much younger man. I am one of Academy City's 12 directors. That comes with certain privileges. His words dripped with arrogance. So what if he was one of the directors? Just because there weren't many of them didn't mean they could enter this place without permission. Just think of the windowless building from when Leicester was at the top. No one should be here without its master's permission. Has Academy City collapsed to that extent? Oniyama was the director with a focus on vehicles, including automobiles, ships, and aircraft, and there had been suspicions he was interested in expanding into the military field. The military had its own specialists, but those who controlled those unscrupulous military forces, Shikishi, Nakamoto, Nioka, tended to drop out or be replaced quickly due to that very unscrupulousness. A perfect opportunity for those who were hoping to break into that field. To be blunt, she had a bad feeling about his presence. How bad are his injuries? He was too casual. If Kulifa Puzzle 545 didn't know Great Demon Horonzon was responsible, she would have suspected this man. Why are you here without even making an appointment? I am here to give you a valuable warning, so watch your tone. Nothing you say changes the fact that I only have one master. My point is that your behavior calls your master's civility into question. The unintelligent never seem to wait for people to finish, which makes speaking with them so tiring. He snorted with laughter, and then got back on topic. The situation is too pressing to wait for the chairman's recovery. Academy City is using all of its scientific knowledge to search for the culprit, yet we have turned up empty-handed. That makes this an unknown situation, and ignoring it shows no sign of improvement. Someone must grab the reins and take control soon, before serious damage is done. He said that like the new board chairman's injuries did not count as serious damage, as it were a trivial matter, not worth any concern. Even though the very top of the city had been directly attacked and remained unconscious. You look happy about this. Surely you jest. I am only doing my job. If the chairman is unable to fulfill his duties, don't you think his privileges should be temporarily transferred to a third party? I am not asking for his eternal expulsion from the throne through dismissal or impeachment. I am only suggesting someone else take over his duties until he comes to. You just want the master key. Ah, so you read me like a book. And just how many people were you planning to kill using those next-gen weapons? The master key looked like a smartphone, but it gave full privileges over everything in Academy City. It was stuffed full of passwords, passcodes, access keys, and other such data, including for military facilities and equipment. Academy City's functions and military might would eventually recover. If it were handed over to someone else, something terrible would happen. And if it fell into the hands of a director who knew enough about diplomacy and war, it could lead to a war with any place on the planet. She was a demon. She knew just how twisted the world was. And in that knowledge, she had placed her hopes in the #1. She had decided the world was still worth protecting, so she couldn't allow the world to be destroyed now, while the new board chairman lingered on the verge of death. No matter what, but the master key is a dangerous power. Who can you trust it with, if not me and my knowledge of diplomacy and military matters? Non-committal Kaizumi? Surely not that pacifist Oyafune? They would be better than you at least. Oh, dear. So you, the guardian of the master key, are unaware just how dangerous it is. Listen, even someone who doesn't know how to use it can lose control. I was fine with leaving it in the chairman's hands since he is the #1. I trusted that someone who has killed so many people would know very well how to handle that kind of threat. But leaving it in the hands of someone who has no familiarity with deadly power would be suicide. Suicide on a planetary scale. Leave. If you don't wish for the board chairman to recover, people could see that as contempt of the chain of command. I will not give you the master key. Only my master has the right to grant it to someone else. So please leave now. The old man took a step back without taking his eyes off her. He was not intimidated. The smile on his face conveyed a clear message. I don't even need to return here. You will come crying to me by the end. Academy City is a heavy burden to bear. Contact me when you are ready to give up. Leave. Part 7. Footsteps trudged through the snow. Karagauke was bloody and woozy. Ugh, I'm so dizzy. She had rescued Yorikawa Alsuke, the miracle child born of Academy City, and then handed that goddamn necromancer to the Anglicans who seemed to have invaded the city even though they didn't seem to be soldiers. But she had gotten badly torn up in the process. 3 computer chips, 2 bacteria colonies, 1 pea crab, and what else? 99% of the secret ingredients giving her her coroness had been destroyed. She had only 1 heart left. That was fine. Everyone else only had 1 too. She couldn't get spoiled. She was running dry, so she needed nutrients. Her powerful regeneration was working against her. Like this, she would eventually dry up into a husk. Before that happened, she needed sugar, salt, fat, protein, calcium, various vitamins and minerals and more. Why do all the restaurants have to close early today of all days? There would usually be at least an izakaya or family restaurant open. Oh, she spotted a vending machine. The small glowing display shined bright in the darkness. It actually had power. Vending machines are cleverly designed to continue functioning even after a fire or other disaster. Oh, I'm saved. And it wasn't a drink or bread machine. It was one of the unique varieties you spotted from time to time. Specifically, this odd kind of vending machine. It sold things like Wagyu sukiyaki meals on the side of the street. and one of the large sample photo on this one showed, on this freezing night with my breath visible before me I find ramen. Oh, that has such a sinful ring to it, but I must do this to regain what my body has lost. How marvelous it is to have an actual excuse. HWA ha 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 ha. Behold, world, I choose the piping hot tonkatsu ramen. I am freed from all guilt as I ingest this unhealthy meal in the middle of the night. Even among the Kaharas, facing your own death was something only an oddity could do. It was a good thing the vending machine let you pay with a train card. All of her paper money would have absorbed too much blood by this point. A clunking sound came from the machine. Oh, that sounds harder than I would expect. With a noodles vending machine, she had imagined something like a better version of a coffee vending machine. First a styrofoam bowl, then the drained noodles and other ingredients, and finally the hot soup slowly pouring in. Silence surrounded her. Nothing happened after the initial clunking. Kaharagake crouched down and nervously opened the overly large door to check. Is this a frozen food vending machine? It was rock solid. The instructions on the package said you could enjoy restaurant quality flavor after only 15 minutes in the microwave. Was she supposed to stand around in this freezing weather for those 15 minutes? All she had was a solid object that could probably kill someone if applied forcefully to the cranium. Ooh, yet she really would dry up and die without something to eat. Surrounded by a freezing night with red snow covering the road, Kaharagake had no choice but to tear open the package, pull out the rectangular block, hold it in both hands, and gnaw on it. Yeah, it was not a flavorful experience. Sure, it had salt and fat, but that didn't go well with it ice. The white frozen pieces of pork fat were especially bad. Was this some kind of divine punishment? Suddenly, she felt like she was being watched. There was someone or something here. She found the gaze surprisingly nearby, looking up at her. It belonged to a girl of around 10. Misaka has never seen someone eat a popsicle in the winter, says Misaka as Misaka checks the package. Tonkatsu ramen. Misaka doesn't remember that garagori-kun flavor. What are you doing here? And please feel free to call me Madam Goo. Well, Misaka needs to get to District 10, but she doesn't know where it is, says Misaka as Misaka explains her predicament. Eh? District 10? Wasn't that the district of battles and machos, said to be the most dangerous in the city? And the girl only looked around 10. So what was she doing out alone at night? And if I send her back the way she came, oh dear, aren't those giant bugs and sea creatures made of weird blonde hair wandering around there? Karagauke wept. This sounded like trouble to her. First Yorikawa and now this. Was tonight the night for running into small children? Was it some kind of bonus mode? Where is District 10? The complete opposite direction. So please don't look at me. If you know the way, then tell Misaka, says Misaka as Misaka begs you. One heart, just one left. Another death and I really will die. I've done more than enough already, haven't I? I already saved Yorikawa Alsu-kun in the very middle of the night, so I really want to get home and sleep until... No, help me, Madam Goo. Nay, well, you drive a hard bargain when you put it like that. I can't go to sleep now, can it? Part 8 on the roof of a far-distant skyscraper. One of the mass-produced military clones known as the Sisters removed her eye from the scope of a large sniper rifle. She doesn't appear to be a threat, concludes Misaka #10032. Doesn't appear to be? Are you glitching? What kind of fuzzy opinion is that for a living computer? It is called personal growth. She had grown enough to make casual remarks over the Misaka network at any rate. Misaka Worst, who was tuned to pick up on the especially malicious emotions within that vast network composed of countless identical brainwave signals, responded with exasperation in her voice. This is all because you discussed that stuff on the Misaka network, you know. Have you forgotten that Mina Misaka is your host and control tower? She can hear everything you say, even if it's in your sleep. You mean that our ability to control electricity might be able to force open the lock on the new board chairman's master key? Asks Misaka for confirmation. No, that screwing it up would destroy the master key. If it turns out the only way forward is for the #1 to wake up, then of course the little one's going to try and do something about it. Got it? What a pain. But Yashikawa's the real loser here. She's locked in her room with nothing to do. Cause the Great Last Order used her power to hack the electric lock. Then wouldn't it be best to send her straight there? Also, that person appears to be a Kara, which should come in handy on the way, says Misaka, providing her opinion. Then are we finally going to stop playing stalker? Misaka doesn't want to hold onto this sniper rifle in this cold-ass weather any longer. Misaka is afraid her cheek is going to freeze to the metal. If you are fine with an immortality expert getting her hands on clone technology, responds Misaka. Misaka checked her spec sheet and it would be a real pain if she learned to multiply herself. When can Misaka finally get back to bed? As if you have any intention of doing that. Part 9. Great Demon Koranzan slipped through the darkness like a shadow. She had chosen a stadium that was unusually large even among the outdoor track stadiums. Everything she currently sought was contained there. Here she could convert her physical body into a massive amount of telasma energy. Once that was done, she only had to send herself into the current of a ley line running underground. She would still be limited to the planet, but that would allow her to instantly escape anywhere on Earth, even the opposite side of the planet. Wasn't its maximum capacity 255,000? The outdoor type, without a dome, was easier to scale up in size, but this felt like overdoing it. Academy City had a population of 2.3 million, so a full tenth of the population could be crammed inside. Humans were apparently frail beings who were afflicted by loneliness when standing alone in a massive artificial space, but she was a being known as a great demon. She felt nothing amiss as she walked toward the center, other than the wrongness of her own existence. Citra HM. Koranzan rolled that term around on her tongue and smiled cynically. Citra could be described as the substance that caused evil. The current world, from the tiny humans to the vast world itself, could supposedly be fully described using the diagram called the Sephiroth, but there were some impurities which did not fit into the grand Sephiroth. Those impurities were Citra. They were ruins, shards, of the old world which was destroyed to create the current one. They were the substance that caused evil. They had no place in the current world, had no role, and should not have remained, so their very existence obstructed the system of the current age. Like pebbles caught in the gears, the world God had created was perfect. Things only went awry because of the extraneous impurities mixed in. Sounds like me. Shadow covered her face as she silently expressed this, only silently. Even though self-deprecation could not turn evil into good, she had always questioned it. Why hadn't she become an angel of love or an angel of righteousness? If she had been given that role, she would have poured herself into that work more diligently than anyone else. If God had known from the beginning that Koranzan would rebel against heaven and turn evil, and had let her go ahead and do it, because it was part of some kind of plan of his, then she would overdo the role God had given her and ruin that plan. God was an absolute being, but he did not save all lives. Everyone accepted that even their misfortunes would be given meaning and purpose if they obeyed God, but the very existence of that system meant he had known from the beginning there would be victims. He had known and let it happen, for some grand plan of his. Koranzan's role was to tear people apart. Why should she obey someone who had abandoned her? So she had decided to use everything given to her and overdo it. That way she could obliterate that heartless plan without betraying her purpose. She would dedicate herself to her evil identity. At that point, she tilted her head. No, wait. She had noticed it this time. Her memories skipped a few seconds. Damn it, not again, Aleister. She held a hand to her head. She had finally managed to prepare this place for her ceremony, but she would have to leave if word reached Kamaju's group. Koranzan started to panic, but then it hit her. A few seconds. She stood in the very center of an enormous stadium. She had no computer or smartphone to contact anyone, and there were no old-fashioned payphones in sight. So even if Aleister had hijacked her body, he couldn't have done anything in that time. She could ignore the outrage if it only lasted a few seconds. On the other hand, it's good I noticed it this time, but was the gap itself longer than before? She had a bad feeling about this. Was Aleister starting to get the hang of it? That concern crept up in the back of her mind. Losing consciousness for even a second in the middle of a battle with her pursuers could be fatal. And even if that didn't happen, Aleister could attempt suicide if he took control for long enough. He would do it, especially now that he viewed her as his enemy and had killing her as his primary objective. Directly comparing their specs wasn't enough to rest easy. Aleister had won the Battle of Blythe Road after all. Koranzan consciously took a deep breath. I need to shift my focus. Not only were there other stadiums, but magic materials could be found anywhere. After all, Aleister Crowley had built this city during the confusion of the post-war recovery. It was an alternate form for the Abbey of the Lemma. It had been deftly hidden by repainting it all in the terms of science, but it would be hard to find places and objects here without magical symbolism. Koranzan only had to collect the items that were already present. She wouldn't have any difficulty as long as she knew the proper way to combine them. She could begin the ceremony at any time. The only problem was how long it would take. No matter how much she tried to shorten that time, she couldn't reduce it to 0, and she would be entirely defenseless in that time. She was the Koranzan who had destroyed legendary magicians like Mathers and Aleister, but during that time she could be killed even by an ordinary human. Koranzan shut her eyes, held her breath, and searched for any sounds around her. She was focused on the area outside the stadium. My greatest enemy is the time limit, because I'm sure they're searching for me with everyone they have. Weak as they are, hiding from them is a pain when there are so many of them. For once I need to look out for weaklings, because this crucial ceremony will be ruined if they interfere in the middle of it. Part 10. When they checked the map based on Index's advice, the answer was obvious. Kamachi pointed at a spot on the large map. The General Athletics Stadium. It's gotta be this, right? It's a track stadium and there's a huge underground waterway running below it. If Koranzan is using zoo symbolism for ceremony to send her through a ley line, then it must be there. The white girl sounded confident. It wasn't like they had any other leads to go on, so Kamachi had to trust in this one. Fool. Someone else called out to him. Anna Sprengel. I double-checked it all just to be safe, and everything the Grimoire Library said checks out. Her calculations are correct, so Koranzan should be at the General Athletics Stadium. The only question left is if we arrive in time. The Yamakusas were magicians who blended into modern society, so they all knew how to drive. Kamachi preferred not to think about where they had procured so many vehicles in Academy City, but it would be best to make use of them now. And just as he was thinking that, his eyes met another pair of eyes. But these definitely weren't human. They were compound eyes. A carnivorous dragonfly more than 3 meters long was gliding at eye level. It was made of blonde hair. Koranzan scouts. Stupid bug jamboree. He heard an odd voice just before a blonde young woman drop-kicked the giant dragonfly from the side, sending it flying. She was the transcendent Bologna succubus. Just when I thought I'd caught up on foot. This is why I find. When do I get a breather? Pant. Gasp, my coat is so heavy with the steel armor and the terrariums I'm diddy-eyeing. Even as she complained, Blowjewed the bouquet deflected the scout's attacks with her thick coat. Wait. Did she just protect the Bologna succubus? However, squashing a single dragonfly wasn't enough to turn the tide. There were butterflies, hornets, stag beetles, flies, and more. Kanzaki raised her voice. Is she sending these out? It must mean we're getting close. It didn't feel like Koranzan was trying to lay low and hide anymore. Did she want to buy time even if it made her more conspicuous? She really was here. In District 20. Index, Anna Sprengel and the others had been right. The question was whether or not these scouts were passing information back to Koranzan. Either way, it would be best not to waste time here. We need to strike before she can get away, shouted Kamachi. Part 11. The scouts sent out by Great Demon Koranzan included 3-meter dragonflies and hornets. Kamachi immediately clenched his right fist, but nothing would be more annoying than having a group of 20 or 30 drop from the sky all at once. Kihara Naukin turned his way and shouted, "Be careful. If they grab onto you and carry you up high, you will be playing a deadly version of the crane game." He couldn't let the flying scouts use the powerful weapon that was height. Plus, the stag beetle ones wouldn't even need lift him up. They could crush or slice his body right here on the ground. Get inside, it doesn't matter where. On Kanzaki's instructions, Kamachi and Makoto practically tackled open the door to a nearby building. They ran further inside. When they reached a more open space, they found something odd there. A frozen pool. No, was it a skating rink? Kamachi wasn't familiar with them and had imagined them as something like a massive cold storage warehouse. But was this skating rink actually warmer than outside? They're coming. Those weird bugs are coming. Wait, Misaka. Don't use your railgun down a straight corridor. Are you trying to hit our friends? Lucia, Angeline and more of the former Agnes force jumped on the giant flies as a group. That still wasn't enough offensive power, but it slowed the scouts enough for Blowjewed the Bouquet and Anna Sprengel to finish them off with stronger attacks. The scouts were powerful. They were, but they weren't Great Demon Koranzan herself. The scouts made of her blonde hair were not unbeatable. In that case, lad, don't let your guard down. A supposedly defeated scout stirred. No, a large quantity of something burst from the giant stag beetle's body. Flat ovals about 50 centimeters long poured out like a slot machine jackpot. There were more than 100 of them and they were all wriggling and squirming. There were more scouts inside the scouts, and a ton of them. Kamachi backed away, more creeped out than afraid of the threat they posed. The small scouts leaped at the boy one after another. Itsuwa sharply jabbed her spear out to guard him, but she grimaced. They're hard. Are they based on parasitic shellfish? You mean the more enemies we defeat, the more of them there will be? Hard to think of a better way to buy time, shouted Athenus. Kamachi's group would be overwhelmed by the enemy army. Sounds like collapsing piles of sand came from all around. Wow. Alice Anotherable was the only one capable of smiling as they swarmed around her. A normal human would be bitten into tiny pieces if they tried that. They would be killed if they didn't defeat the attacking scouts, but defeating the scouts only allowed them to multiply. It was a vicious cycle, and Kamachi had only thought of these things as scouts made of blonde hair, but he felt pity for them now that he saw them forced to fight, writhing in pain as they burst from within, and releasing a flood of other monsters. Fool, now isn't the time. If you stop, we will be killed. Great demon Koranzan. Even if she was fighting for her life, she shouldn't force her own side to do this. A dull crash broke through Kamachi's thoughts. It came from directly in front of him. The skating rink's wall broke through and a giant rotary snowplow emerged from the side. The row of scouts in its path were crushed and sliced up by the rotating blades. The fluffy blonde Amakusa was operating it. Kamachi had seen her a few times before. Wasn't her name Tsushima? Hop on. Koranzan is our top priority, so we can't waste our time with these things. There was no reason to stick around here. The giant rotating blades on the front and the snow expulsion device sticking out the side like an elephant's trunk looked dangerous, but Kamachi grabbed into something like a short ladder on the side. Only after the heavy snowplow began to move did he notice something. Where's Index? And Misaka too? I'm not the only Amakusa, and everyone will soon think to use snowmobiles and other vehicles capable of driving on this red snow. We all have the same destination, so we'll meet back up with them if we head to the track stadium. A few others managed to jump onto the snowplow. He saw Kanzaki and Itsuwa among them. A 3-meter dragonfly was still stubbornly pursuing them, but it was shot down by a beam of light. Neither Kanzaki nor Itsuwa had done that. Apparently another vehicle was following them. Eventually, no more hornets and stag beetles could be seen. Kamachi sighed and leaned against the rotary snowplow that rattled along on its continuous tracks. Well, it certainly is a good thing that Tsushima was there to help us, human, said the 15cm god. Yeah, it really was. Life is so much easier when you have a capable young woman around. Thanks. Oh, wait, did I just step on some deadly landmine here? And to make matters worse, 2 of them at once? A secret light shined sharply from Kanzaki Kaori and Itsuwa's eyes, and Tsushima wept in the driver's seat. Part 12. It was late at night. 1 a.m. had come and gone. When you imagined a late-night hospital, did you think of a horror story? Or something more risque? After many long years working here, the frog-faced doctor knew neither option was likely. When you work there day in and day out, even a special location became no more than a routine. The fear faded and any weird expectations vanished. Of course, he wouldn't normally be working on this shift, but today was a special day. He hadn't gotten any rest during the day either. A young medical intern gave him a worried look. You need to get some sleep, doctor. You're no good to us here if you pass out. If I could get some free time, yes. There is something I should do. So can you cover things here? Doctor, the intern called after him, but this was his nature. He wanted to save every patient he could. If Kamachi Talma was already dead, then there was nothing to be done. But what if the boy was still alive? Then he was the frog-faced doctor's patient. If a patient had received improper treatment, it was a doctor's duty to save them. What a pain. Where do I even start with determining if a supposedly dead person is alive or dead? The guidelines for brain death would probably be best. Or may. He left the hospital, and some strange thing attacked him only 3 steps out the door. If he had to describe it, he would have called it a golden crab, standing more than 3 meters tall. Even after seeing the pincer raised high, the frog-faced doctor only managed to get out a confused sound. He did not properly understand the danger. Yes, he had no way of knowing since he knew nothing of magic, but his hospital was in District 7. That was the area where Koranzan had scattered so many of her scouts made of blonde hair. And Koranzan had been so focused on escaping she hadn't actually ordered them to stop, which meant they were still acting on orders to protect the ceremonial ground for Atakalika, the former site of the windowless building. A pleasant slashing sound raced out. The frog-faced doctor did not shed a single drop of blood. It was sliced vertically. The blonde-hair scouts bisected halves scattered to either side. His eyes widened in confusion as a dark, lithe figure whispered to him, "It is a pleasure to see you again, Doctor." Part 13. In the District 20 skating rink, Misaka Makoto had definitely seen that pointy-haired boy on the side of a large rotary snowplow, and it had happened as the vehicle drove right past her. She had been left behind. I want to shoot that idiot so bad. She flicked up arcade coins and launched a few rail guns at the monsters as she retreated from the skating rink proper into a narrow corridor. The more she defeated, the more of them there were, which couldn't have been much more annoying. And the initial dragonflies and stag beetles were powerful enough already, so she would be killed if she didn't fight back. There was no room for holding back. Are the others retreating somewhere too? There isn't time to ask where we'll meet up next, so I'll just have to magnetically attach myself to one of the vehicle's roofs. And all of a sudden, something occurred to Misaka Makoto. Wait. If that idiot is alive, then why am I even wearing morning clothes? How long am I going to keep wearing this cumbersome outfit? Now I feel like I've been making a fool of myself. This was a sports facility, so would they have rental sportswear anywhere? Even a tracksuit or jumpsuit would be fine. She was willing to ignore how it looked if it was at least warm and didn't restrict her movements. But this was a skating rink. That meant any clothing would be for skating, such as a painfully bright lemon yellow figure skating uniform. Would you call this a skating dress? It wouldn't restrict her movements since it was designed for sports use. Combined with the bladeless shoes meant for the staff, she would have no trouble moving around. At the very least, she would have a much easier time of it than in this Japanese clothing. But why did it have to have a miniskirt? Or should she think of it more like a swimsuit's paro? Either way, it wasn't something for walking around town in. But it's so cold. What choice do I have? She had decided herself she was willing to ignore how it looked. It would certainly protect her from the biting chill of the January night. It left less skin exposed than she had expected, because it covered her with a skin-colored material. But that was a problem of its own. The thin synthetic fiber was like wearing a full-body stocking. A terrifying thought for someone who tended to get zappy at the drop of a hat. Part 14 Kamachi and the others arrived at a dark shape, so large they truly had to look up to see it all. This was the General Athletics Stadium. Its size was apparent even from the outside. Its diameter alone had to be hundreds of meters. Instead of a dome covering it, it was apparently an outdoor stadium. Still, tall walls surrounded it on all sides. Those would be for the tiered seating, but they were just as tall as a 4-story building, so the same as a school building. This meant there was no seating inside from out here. Several other vehicles joined the rotary snowplow operated by Tsushima. Index and Misaka Makoto were among them. Thank good. Whoa, Misaka, why are you wearing? Don't look at me. Don't look at my new and improved flavor with 20% extra at the same great price. Her retort was as unusual as her outfit. Was this the higher rarity version that showed more skin? Or had she been unable to bear the cold and chose to rely on a figure skating outfit? He wished she would stop tugging down on the miniskirt-like part, because that only drew his ire all the more. The Bologna succubus and Blowjewed the bouquet were both tilting their heads in friendly synchronization. Yeah. They probably wouldn't get what the big deal was when they had no trouble walking around in the frigid January night in their underwear or a naked apron. But focusing on this wasn't going to lead them to Koranzan. Kamachi was curious about something. The tall walls keep us from seeing inside. I hope that also means Koranzan can't see out. Does it mean that? Wouldn't a great demon be able to use clairvoyance or remote viewing? Tracking expert Takatsubo brought up a difficult topic. In modern Western magic, clairvoyance isn't a means of seeing the contents of a closed envelope. It's a ceremony used for spiritual meditation. Kanzaki provided an explanation, but it was hard to grasp without a solid foundation in the magic side. She had spread out a large map, probably a privilege she had gained by taking control of the city. That she went to the trouble of printing out a paper copy seemed to show she still wasn't used to the science side, though it was fortunate we could get our hands on the official blueprints. Our numbers work in our favor. First, we should station personnel at each exit. There are more than 20 official gates for spectators, and the real number is even greater due to the unofficial entrances for athletes and staff. With the exits blocked, we can begin exploring inside. Once we know where Koranzan is inside the large stadium and how she has modified it for her ceremony, we can launch our attack. Koranzan should be defenseless while she works, added Index. Even if we can't win a straight fight, we should be able to win right now. They could win. Then why not charge in right this instant? Kamachi couldn't believe they would stay out when they knew she was in there. Athenis must have sensed his impatience, because she made a piercing comment from his shoulder. Wait, human. If Koranzan detects us and runs off, this will all have been a waste of time. Either way, we should carefully investigate the situation inside and gather what information we can. We can always make our attack after all escape routes we are aware of have been covered. Kamachi was a little surprised to find Anna Sprengel advocating the cautious option. Had that wicked woman learned how frightening it was to have everything fall apart at the last second? But can we really wait around that long? There's that ley line thing, right? That direct route running underground that only the great demon can use. We can have her surrounded as much as we want. It won't matter if she just teleports out of here. Failure puts the entire human race at risk. Great demon Koranzan, will be able to do more than just this. Was that why she didn't want anyone spying on her from the sky? After giving a skeptical look at the Bologna succubus or her clothing more likely, Kanzaki nodded in agreement. We mustn't forget that she will have escaped if she physically crosses the city wall. But we don't know the time limit. It won't be in the next 5 or 10 minutes at least. That gives us time to take it slow, human. Part 15 HM. Great Demon Koranzan put a hand on her hip and observed her surroundings. She stood at the very center of the enormous stadium that completes the ceremonial ground, and the attribute extracted from the stadium as a whole gives me what I need: direction, time, number, and the actual spiritual item in my hands, the tattva cards. She held a few colorful cards. However, these cards were not historical antiques. They were only symbols meant to help one enter the special mental state of meditation. So as long as the colors and symbols were correct, the material was immaterial. They were in fact made by coloring cardstock with thick permanent markers she had acquired after breaking the metal shutter covering a stadium shop. There was probably a demand for materials that spectators could use to make placards or to draw their team's logo on their face. Perhaps the stadium functioned like a giant magical circle with the cards acting as a control medium like a mouse or keyboard. Koranzan had a physical body, but her true essence was a collection of talisman energy. Unlike the pure angels, she was a mixture of different elements, which could be a pain, but by breaking them apart, she too could be handled as pure energy. That meant she could inject herself into a weapon or armor, or she could be carried around inside a thin talisman, or she could send herself through the ley lines to instantly travel to the other side of the planet. Now, time to begin, she whispered. Part 16. Kamachi was anxious. Great Demon Koranzan was inside there, but the great size of the stadium worked against them. With more than 20 public gates, entering the wrong way would give Koranzan a chance to escape out a different one. They needed to know her exact location before heading in. He understood the Anglican's point, but that didn't mean he liked it. No matter how well they prepared themselves, Koranzan would disappear if they didn't arrive in time. Then the world's doom would begin on the other side of the planet. Koranzan would be able to choose any location she liked, so she could ensure the optimal conditions for herself. The next time would be far worse. Everything might truly be destroyed. Next to him, Index spoke up, addressing Kanzaki. Are you going to run a search from the outside? Isn't that dangerous too? It is. She could detect the magic power of a normal through wall scan. However, we Amakuses have specialized in hiding our faith to avoid persecution, so we know a few tricks we can use. Kamachi and Mikoto had no clue what the Amakuses were working on with such determined looks on their faces. At this point, Index and her 103,001 memorized grimoires was the only person they could rely on. She got right on the first guess. The Maria Cannon? This isn't how they were originally used, but they were designed to look like an ordinary Buddhist figure, while revealing its true face as the Virgin Mary to anyone who knew what to look for. By intentionally taking a broad interpretation of that concept, it can be remade into a camouflage-breaking searching spell to locate that which is hidden. Part 17. In the very center of the spacious stadium, Great Demon Koranzan sat quietly, regulated her breathing, and placed her index finger against one of the toxically colorful cards lined up on the ground. Something felt off. A sensation like a finger pressed between her eyes caused a tingling in the center of her head, even though she was the one reaching out her finger. No, it was meaningless to think of it in that way. The two were linked. To touch it was to be touched. The line between the self and the other, between the inner world and the outer world, was blurring. The core of her body distorted. She was uncertain where she was even sitting. Her head wobbled. A vertiginous fluctuation interrupted her thoughts. This was an Eastern mystical philosophy from ancient India. She knew it wasn't a good fit for her. A pure and proper angel never could have done it, but she was an impure and wicked being known as a great demon. And the Crowley system said every form of the mystical could be incorporated into your own spells, if you reinterpreted it with your own logic. The wise would not give up just because they reached an impasse. They would use the discovery of that impasse to further elevate themselves. She took deep breaths. She consciously guided her thoughts towards stability. She needn't think of purifying herself. There didn't have to be just one answer. The tattva cards did not work with pure elements in the first place. Mathers had warned that meditation using those painfully colorful cards could cause intense anxiety or headaches for a mere human, if used incorrectly. So how much worse would the damage from failure be for Koranzan, as she tried to return herself to a state of pure energy? She did not approach the true essence of this Eastern mystical philosophy. The tattva cards were no more than tools used for control. That would have been how the Golden Cabal used them too. They were valuable when it came to understanding the 5 elements, but there would be discrepancies between the Cabal's manual and the actual Eastern philosophy. The work has just passed 50%. That would explain why this inner fear and anxiety is taking on such concrete form. Corazon did not move her eyes. She had to focus her whole mind on ascending straight up. Thus, any trivial distractions and detours could end up tearing her ego apart, so she always stared straight ahead, using only the corner of her vision to watch how her own shadow wavered and thinned. It was progressing well. Once her shadow fully vanished, she would have also physically disappeared from Academy City. The destruction of the world was within reach. Part 18. How is that search spell going? Shouted Bloju with the bouquet. I just passed 70%, nervously reported Itsuwa. 70%, that was more than halfway done, but Kamachi and the others didn't know Corazon's status. If she was even a single percentage point ahead of them, they wouldn't finish in time. It was possible the Anglicans would fully surround the stadium and rush in only to find Corazon had already vanished. Often aside from Kamachi's shoulder. There's no need to wait until it's 100% complete. We know Corazon is in this building, so if we attack the small unsearched spots, we can confirm her location by sight. How much of the stadium do you think those small spots cover? Strongly retorted Kanzaki. The search has covered 70% or maybe 80%. We're risking our lives going in, so we want a little more assurance than that. What do you think? Talma asked Index. We should go in now, right now. He had no idea why an outsider like him had been asked for his opinion on a magical matter, but he gave his answer right away. Chujiura, said Index. Kushira and Kyuzangbu also work. Those are Eastern, so the Amakuses should be able to use them too. I see. So the idea that the first thing said by someone ignorant of the topic at hand can be used for divination, said Kanzaki, sounding impressed. In this case, Kamaju's ignorance of magic gave his words meaning. He felt like this was declaring him useless in this fight, which seemed kind of insulting, but if the experts would listen to what he had to say, he didn't care why. Whatever the case, Kamaju's words set them all into motion. Kanzaki will join one of the Amakusa teams, I guess. Okay, Alice, you go lend Agnese's group a hand. The girl would prefer to stay with you, teacher. Please? And Anna, you go with that team including Itsuwa and Tsushima. Fool. I will step on you later. They complained, but they still split up. Even Takatsubo and Kaharanaokan did as he said. They had to know even less about magic than him, but they were still risking their lives to stop this unknown threat. After all, there were more than 20 public gates. The Amakusas and the former Agnese force would be blocking all of those exits, but they were dealing with the Corazon here. Ordinary magicians weren't enough. Each team needed an irregular member such as a saint like Kanzaki Kaori, a transcendent like the Bologna succubus or Bloju with the bouquet, or even a special transcendent like Anna Sprengel or Alice Anna Thurbable. Kamaju didn't see this as splitting up their forces. Once they entered the stadium, they would converge on Corazon's location. He didn't want anyone dying in the blank time until they broke down the right door and found Corazon. He was sick of Corazon being able to choose one of them at random for a one-hit kill lottery. Even if one team was unfortunate enough to run across Corazon on their way in, they didn't have to defeat her. Kamaju wanted to give each team someone who could let them survive until the other teams arrived. Mikoto, who always felt left behind when it came to magical matters, suddenly panicked. Wait, what about me? You're with me, of course. Come on. Oh, okay. Kamaju and Mikoto would enter through the closest gate. Gate 15. Neither knew much about magic, but he figured Othanus's presence would make up for that. Index's knowledge was the most important of all, so he couldn't keep it to himself. Gate 15 was shut with a metal grate shutter and a glass door, but Mikoto only had to inhale and exhale before it all opened for them. And not just Gate 15. All of the shutters and locks opened at once. Without waiting for the shutter to fully rise, they ducked below it. They entered a dark corridor and ran. Hey, human, don't get one-shotted here. Even if Corazon is busy, she could have sent out those scouts. Othanus warned him from his shoulder, but Kamaju didn't have time to respond. If they were even a second too late, it was all over. His heart pounded in his ears. He felt like he was going to die on his own without Corazon having to lift a finger. But he gritted his teeth and kept running. He wouldn't let her try again at destroying the world. He would end this tonight. Part 1975%. Great Demon Corazon's voice no longer vibrated the air. From her perspective, it was less like her body was unraveling and more like the world around her was changing, or maybe like she was crossing the boundary between phases. Her coordinates remained the same, but the scene around her changed as if flipping over a page. Perhaps there was no real difference between the two. The Golden Cabal never managed to send their body across. Thus, their experts had tried to separate just their minds in an act known as astral projection to virtually achieve a leap between phases. They had worked hard to peek into another world like heaven or hell, and as a result, quite a few magicians had failed to cling to their sanity. Koransen's nearly transparent fingertip passed right through the Tatva card. She was more than halfway on the other side now. The great demon grinned. No more physical control is needed at this point. Now I only have to wait for the process to complete. Part 20. Kamachi and Mikoto ran down a long corridor. They couldn't afford to hide their footsteps now. Koransen was so close. We're going to come out into the stands, right? How far is it to the actual sports field? The actual distance isn't that far, but the stands aren't flat. Don't trip and fall in the darkness, okay? Mikoto gave him a surprisingly sincere answer. There hadn't been any bright beams of light or explosions yet. What were Kanzaki, Agnes, and the others doing? They would have entered through all the entrances at once, but apparently none of the teams had run into Koransen. They didn't know where she was hiding to complete her ceremony, but she hadn't noticed their presence yet. That made this their best chance. If they failed, it was all over. We might not win in a straight fight, but what if she's immobilized by the important ceremony? This time will be different. This is our only chance to settle things with her. The end of the corridor came into view, like a rectangular hole cut out of the darkness. Kamachi gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and ran with all his might. He emerged into a silent space. The flow of time ground to a halt. No one was there. The place was deserted. What's going on? Muttered Kamachi, stopped partway down the stands. He could hear more people emerging from different directions, but that was all. Even from here, he could see Agnes, the Bologna succubus, and others looking around in confusion on the other side of the stadium. The great demon wasn't shining bright as she completed some kind of ceremony, and Koransen didn't begin a fierce battle in an attempt to escape. Great demon Koransen wasn't here. It didn't feel like she had fled in a panic either. There was no warmth in the vast space. It had likely been empty this entire time. Koransen had never been here. They had chosen the wrong location. Had their calculations been off? No, they hadn't been relying on index alone. It had been a group effort with help from Anna Springel, Kanzaki Kaori, and more from the magic side. And they had been certain Koransen would use this stadium if she was using Zeus symbolism. So how could they have been wrong? Talma, a girl from another group, joined him. Index's usual childlike air was broken by the trembling voice she forced out. She seemed hesitant to speak. Is this district used for any other special purpose, other than sports? Huh? Yes, it is a district of stadiums and domes meant to hold tens of thousands of people. I think Agami Pierce mentioned it being the holy land for idol concerts. A quiet thud reached his ears. Index was unable to support her wobbling body and fell back into one of the seats. The cat mewed in complaint from her arms. Then Koransen wasn't using sports as the symbol for a sanctuary or temple. Her lips quivered. Songstresses, plays she was using the performing arts, which means it isn't Zeus. And if she is using a different symbol and a different god, she would be in an entirely different location. Part 21. Maximum occupancy, 255,000. Koransen snorted with laughter when she recalled that extreme number. A soccer stadium or baseball stadium could never reach that number even with every seat filled. That display was meant for a concert or live performance, where even the field itself was filled with seats. Koransen was somewhere like that. This district is filled with stadiums and domes. To put it another way, most of them are not the designated home field of a pro team whose games you can watch on a sports app, and just a stadium isn't going to be used just for sports. District 20 stadiums probably make most of their income this way. I saw through that right away. And a facility primarily used for concerts is not a Zeus-associated track stadium. To be blunt, this is a large facility built for shows, not for sports. She didn't want Apollo, god of music. She wanted Dionysus, god of theater. In ancient Greece, sporting events had been held in sanctuaries as a ceremonial offering to a god, but plays and songs had been made as offering in those same sanctuaries. Thus, holding a concert or live performance in a stadium that could contain a large audience was not a new idea. Greek theater was the origin of modern stage plays, and the original form of that had been a festival held as an offering to Dionysus, god of alcohol and insanity. That meant his symbols could be extracted from a large stadium like this. The work is past 90%, and yet no pursuit has arrived yet. What's the matter, humanity? If you let me escape this easily, You will be extinct by tomorrow. Part 22. So not sports but music. Now, theater. Not a stadium for sporting events but for concerts and live performances. When they corrected the initial assumption and had index recalculate, they were given a single candidate, the brilliant outdoor performance stadium. It points north and, if the adjacent park is viewed as a mountain forest, you could extract the symbols of Dionysus. This time I'm sure of it. A god of insanity would be perfect for controlling her power as a chaotic great demon. Now that they had a new answer, they couldn't just sit around. Their initial wrong answer would have given Koranzan that much more time for the ceremony to break her body down into energy. As soon as she finished that, she would dive into a ley line and escape to the other side of the planet. There wasn't a moment to lose. Kamachi and the others hitched a ride on the rotary snowplow driven by Tsushima of the Amakuses to reach the new destination. It was in the same district. Driving there, it wouldn't take long. The giant stadium capable of holding 255,000 came into view. Is that it? Please still be in the city, Koranzan. Damn it. As soon as Kamachi jumped down from the snowplow onto the red snow, he staggered to the side. He regathered his strength, somehow managing to keep himself steady, but he bumped into something next to him, but not because he had nearly fallen. Ugh, he heard a small groan from Takatsubo Riku. She must have arrived on a different vehicle. Kamachi instinctually caught the unsteady track-suit girl and found her body temperature was higher than he had expected. Not just warm, but blazing hot. He was shocked. That's not good. How long have you been hiding this, Takatsubo? She refused to say a word. She had been knocked out by some kind of attack from Koranzan during the Atakalika stuff. It was a miracle she was even still alive, yet she had joined the chase instead of calling an ambulance. Anyone would be in a similar state after that. You can't go on. You need to get some rest. You've seen the way things are, right? The Anglicans don't want to torment Hamazura. You should listen to your own advice, Talma. Stopping Atakalika was more than enough of a win. You're hurt, so stay here and look after her, said an exasperated Index. Even though it was she who had actually stopped the attack after arriving late, she had a perfect memory, so this wasn't just a mistake. So was she giving them the credit? When he thought about it, he realized Kanzaki, Agonese, and that others hadn't actually seen the moment Atakalika was stopped. Speaking of Kanzaki, she called everyone over. If the countdown is close to the end, we can't spend time on an initial search like before. That will mean a greater risk when we enter. Needless to say. Then do we have time to sit around listening to the headmaster's speech? I'll steal a map of the stadium with my powers, so let's get going. Mikoto, Index, Kanzaki and the rest got moving. In no time, there wasn't anyone left. It was so quiet. Kamachi sat down and focused on taking deep breaths. He wasn't as bad as Takatsubo, but he had lost his balance earlier. He had taken a direct hit from Koranzan. He wasn't a doctor and couldn't even imagine how much damage had been done inside his body, but he knew better than to be optimistic. Takatsubo Riku's lips moved where she lay right next to him. He doubted she was conscious, so maybe she was having a nightmare. Hamazura, KH. Kamachi grimaced. In agony, she had to be badly worried about her friend. If she didn't do something to help out and earn points with the Anglicans, she would lose all chance of negotiating with them. But she was too injured to move. If Koranzan did escape, who could say where they would direct their anger? Even if Kanzaki, Agonese, and the others fighting here didn't, the higher-ups watching from across the ocean might demand a live sacrifice from those who were close to Koranzan. Could that be why Index had used such vague phrasing to give up credit for stopping Atakalika? But it wasn't enough. Takatsubo wanted something more to push her claim of having contributed. So Atakalika wasn't enough and she had come with them even if it meant hiding how bad her injuries were. And unlike her, Kamachi could still move. He couldn't push himself too hard, but he had to make up his mind. Okay, I'll go. Human, it figures. I'll stop Koranzan, so don't you worry. Takatsubo, don't forget, winning is meaningless if you die. Your goal is to be with Hamazura, right? Then you need to rest. He forced his heavy body up and began to walk. No, he was trying to run full speed, but this was the most speed he could manage. Even so, Imagine Breaker would have to be of some use. Koranzan's magic was extraordinarily powerful. Maybe he couldn't fight her himself, but he could at least help out someone who could. If he could shield them from even a single attack, it might be enough to decide the battle. He would overturn the game as a wild card. Part 23. Great Demon Koranzan only had to wait, and the time finally arrived. It was already over. 99%. Even if someone barged in now, she could break her body down into Talisma and escape Academy City through the ley line before they could do anything. Her victory was assured. Those humans were too late to prevent their doom. The silly fools should have resisted more. But then, you think so? Then allow me to cause a bit of trouble. Her vision shattered. Black, red, silver, blue, yellow, it all collapsed into a wild dance of colors. No, crossing between phases and breaking herself down may have been the same thing. She had thought so herself, which meant it was she who was collapsing. She could no longer support her sitting position and fell to the side. Something was wrong with her limbs. She couldn't remember how to breathe. Nevertheless, she managed to gather all her strength and scream. They stare her. Now, Koranzan, you should know better than to mess with anything as dangerous as the tattoo cards which even the Golden Cabal had to issue a recall for. Don't you remember what Mathers said? They can cause intense anxiety or headaches if used incorrectly. Why would you visit the mental world after going to the trouble of physically sealing me away? Are you trying to kill yourself? In here, I can still wield some power. Emergency shut-off. A dull snap came from the center of her head. She tried to let out the breath caught in her throat, but what came out was colored red. For a while, she lay on her side convulsing until she forcibly suppressed the writhing of every last one of her internal organs. Yes, it was urgent that she accurately recalled the shape of her body. She had already begun to enter the ley line when the magic failed. She had to return to her original body in a hurry, but if she forgot that body's shape now, she could be entirely annihilated. It took her a full 10 seconds. Once she calmed her wild breathing and recalled the cycle for inhaling oxygen and exhaling carbon dioxide, she had reclaimed her physical body. The tattva cards could cause mental confusion if used incorrectly. For her, did that mean releasing the sealed Aleister? In other words, damn it, this meant a change of plans. She couldn't use this method anymore, and if she was going to cross Academy City's wall for a physical escape, she had no reason to remain in the stadium. She had to leave as soon as possible. Part 24. Kamachi forced his unsteady body to keep moving and pushed open a small metal door with his shoulder. He slipped through the half-open door, probably a staff entrance, and entered the stadium. He found a dark, cold, heavy space. Big too. He had apparently entered something like a parking garage. Was it a space for workers located below the stadium? He didn't know enough to have a good mental picture of how stadiums were structured. He did have his phone with him, but he didn't know what was happening inside. The pursuers had to be careful too, so he wanted to avoid causing someone's phone to ring while they were trying to hide. Index, Masaka? He called quietly. He didn't know how the Amakusas and the former Agnes force were searching the stadium, because they weren't sharing information with him. He heard some light footsteps through the darkness. They echoed off the gray walls and were moving away from him. He immediately ran full speed in that direction. He could tell just from listening whose they were. Human, you noticed how odd that was, I trust. We all know how powerful Koranzan is, so everyone will be searching as part of a team. So no one should be leaving on their own like that. Koranzan, is that you? You really shouldn't have announced your presence, unless you have the supernatural power to kill with words alone. The footsteps stopped. A voice spoke from behind one of the thick concrete pillars lining the space. A hateful voice. I'm relieved. Because of you I can easily kill and complete my escape. Now, Kamachi Talma, how do you intend to stop me? Don't try to tell me that foolish shout was all part of a plan, and you have a more troublesome opponent hiding nearby. 15 cm Othinus could not directly fight, so he was effectively alone. Koranzan has seen right through him. What about the phone in his pocket? No, he might not have a signal, but more than that, using the touchscreen in the dark parking garage would give him away with the backlight. Koranzan would act before he could call for help. You chose the stadium because it was your best bet, right? You can't use magic to escape through the ley lines now, so give up, Koranzan. Why should I? Great demons are perfectly capable of driving cars, and it goes without saying that ordinary cars can slip right past a scan for magic power. Kamaju's eyes widened. That was her plan immediately after trying to escape using talisma and a ley line. She switched gears way too fast. How many trump cards do you have? More than a mere human could ever imagine, that's for sure. If she'd escaped in a car, he couldn't keep up on foot. His phone was an iffy option too. So was there nothing he could do? If he shouted at the top of his lungs, the others would surely gather here. He wouldn't let her escape. The voice alone continued from behind the pillar. How about this, Kamachi Talma? Why if you keep quiet and let me go? Why even ask that? It's meaningless. If you escape tonight, you'll work to destroy all of humanity by tomorrow, right? Then nothing you could offer me would be worth it. Oh, you will let me go, because I happened to pick up a trump card on my way here. Someone emerged from behind the concrete pillar. Slowly, blonde hair, A woman, but that hair was fluffy and only fell to the shoulder blades. This wasn't Great Demon Koranzan. He had only heard a single set of footsteps, so had she been captured behind the pillar? What was being held against her from outside Kamaju's view? The feminine lines of her body were trembling and her expression was like a cross between tears and a smile. He recognized her as one of the Amakuses, Shishima. It wasn't even a case of move and she's dead. All of a sudden, the red splattered out from the side of her neck. Kamaju was an ordinary high school boy without much forensic medical knowledge, but the location the blood was spraying from sent a chill down his spine. She seemed to have been cut by an invisible blade. A laughing woman stuck her head out from behind the pillar. Great Demon Koranzan really was a demon. Hee hee ha ha. Protecting human lives is no easy task, is it? Or are you willing to take another tour of hell for her? Koranzan kicked Tsushima's doll-like body from behind, shoving her toward him. He had no choice but to catch her. Only a few seconds had passed, but she felt limp and heavy in his arms. She clung heavily to him like a down blanket soaked with water. He pressed his palm firmly against the wound in her neck. How much blood loss was lethal for a human? If he didn't stop the blood spurting from the side of her neck, she really would die. At that moment, Kamaju's vision suddenly went dark, but not because Koranzan had done anything. It took him a while to even realize that. He had long since pushed his body past the limit. He shouldn't have been up and about at all. Human. Ka. He felt horribly faint. He collapsed and couldn't get back up. It wasn't just that he couldn't move his arms and legs very much. He wasn't even sure which way was up. KH. He held Tsushima tight in his arms. He gritted his teeth and tried to take in as much information on the physical reality around him. Sight, hearing, taste, smell, touch, it didn't matter what. He was afraid he would pass out otherwise. Ha ha ha. You said it was meaningless, didn't you? You couldn't have been more right. Why bother saving a life for two now when I will be destroying the entire world soon? No, it wasn't working. Even after all this, he couldn't stop his mind from slipping away into darkness. He had to avoid removing his hand from that neck wound. He heard the sound of metal breaking, then the sound of an engine starting, and the sound of Koranzan driving a car away. Wait, Koranzan. The darkness took over. Kamaju Talma's consciousness fully faded. Why eat it? Part 25. Can you hear me? Near the center of the open stadium, Agnes heard a young male voice. Hearing a voice when no one was there was nothing unusual. She was commanding more than 250 people, so she was using communication magic, but this was odd. The former Agnes force was all female. This Michke, I have an urgent message. Can anyone hear me? She was using a Roman Catholic communication spiritual item derived from the Barbara branch. It was made from a cherry tree twig with a few buds attached, and it wasn't all that unusual. Even if it did seem wrong for nuns to be carrying around tools for love fortune-telling. The hard buds unnaturally opened below the frigid sky and the flower petals vibrated. They produced a human voice. You're kidding. Is someone hijacking the channel? Is anyone at all in Academy City receiving this? There is something I must tell you immediately. Itsuwa gave Agnes a puzzled look from nearby. Apparently she couldn't hear this. That meant it was targeted only at the Roman Catholics of the former Agnes force. Agnes Sanctis frowned. This is Agnes Sanctis. Who are you? Thank God I got through. This is Michael Speak, a cardinal officially appointed by the Pope. She was at a loss for words. Those were the around 100 ultra-elites chosen out of the 2 billion Roman Catholics to directly advise the Pope. Ordinarily, she would never even directly speak to one, but his voice didn't fit the part. He sounded like a stressed young man. He didn't sound even 30. Perhaps his modesty was what had earned him so much popularity. Another Michael. And with the fate of the world hanging in the balance. What does a great cardinal want with lowly peon like me? Tell only the Roman Catholics to get out of there immediately. You need to leave Academy City as soon as possible. Your team will obey you if you tell them. She had expected a protest or sarcasm in response, so this came as a complete surprise. This was advance warning of an attack. She didn't know what the Vatican was preparing to do, but she had to assume it was a fairly dangerous large-scale spell, something even greater than Koranzan's Atacalica. You mean it's close to being activated? As Roman Catholics, we cannot allow someone as dangerous as Great Demon Koranzan to escape Academy City. If she cannot be defeated on the front line, then the Vatican must reach out a helping hand. Reach out a helping hand. So from their perspective, they were saving lives, and the same went for Agnes, Lucia, Angeline, and the rest of the former Agnes force fighting on the front line. There are 3 activation conditions. First, if you completely lose track of Koranzan and the trail goes cold. 2. At 5:47 a.m. local time. In other words, at dawn. Third, if we believe a non-Catholic force has learned of our plan and could attempt to stop it. If any one of those conditions is met, the Vatican will activate St. Georgimo's fire. KH. The most important condition was the third. That meant the Vatican didn't want them sharing this information with anyone else, even though this would mean the destruction of Academy City. The chance to evacuate was for the former Agnese force only. Were they being pressured to abandon Academy City and the Anglicans who they had fought and risked their lives alongside? We are always watching and listening, Sister Agnese. The physical distance matters little, so do not attempt to contact anyone else through trickery or deception. We will not overlook it. Magical surveillance is a hell of a thing, although I'm sure it was originally justified as a way for the pure servants of God to punish wicked magicians. She didn't actually know how much she was being observed. The Catholics had been outdone by the other forces so far, so Agnese thought they had to be bluffing to an extent, but this still made it hard to take any bold action. And she knew what St. Georgimo's fire was. She had heard rumors of it back when she still lived in Italy. There was a legend about the death of St. Georgios, or St. George as he was known in England. When he was being pressured to renounce his faith in a wicked temple, a great ball of fire fell from heaven and blew it all away. So it was a legend of pure attack power. That's a large-scale spell that targets a distant location through the ley lines, isn't it? Ironically, it uses the same pathway Corazon is attempting to use to escape, but since we can only use it and not control it, we cannot stop her from using it. The Roman Catholic spell was essentially a cluster bomb that detonated 2 billion explosive flames across the entirety of the targeted city, and rather than burn everything down with its explosive blasts and flames, it used an extreme high temperature to rapidly alter the atmospheric pressure and oxygen level across the entire area. That meant fortifying oneself behind a shield or wall was meaningless, because your own body would rupture from within. Afterwards, only a lifeless city would remain. It was effectively the ideal form of a human killer. Now isn't the time for us humans to be fighting among ourselves. I thought the Pope had learned an important lesson from the trials of World War III. I can't believe he would agree to such a forceful solution. His authorization is unnecessary. The cardinals have the right to hold an ecumenical council or election, and the majority wish to do this. We in the minority have no way to stop them. Doesn't that seem disrespectful? Abstaining in protest will not change the outcome of the vote. Did I ever say that I like that this is happening? There was real strength behind those last words. That had to be what he really thought, which was why it pierced Agnese so deeply. But even if he was sensible, he couldn't change what was happening. She could tell that too. Well, this is a disaster, and there was an issue beyond the number of victims across Academy City, a more fundamental issue. Don't you know a human killer spell won't affect an inhuman demon? Sowing further confusion in Academy City will only create more openings in the city perimeter. You're playing right into Corazon's hand. Apparently Corazon's special trait remained in effect. She tore people apart and obstructed their evolution. But I can't believe it's gone so far. Sister Agnese, what do you want? Cardinal, I'm really goddamn busy right now. This is a compromise. As much of one as I could get. The original plan was to immediately activate St. Georgimo's fire, and I only barely stopped that from happening. There was kindness in his words, but that kindness was unnecessary. Something was fundamentally off about this. Don't tell me this is about wounded pride. Index stopped Atacalica by redirecting it to an unnamed desert island in the Atlantic. The Italian peninsula wasn't harmed, but Corazon did launch her large-scale attack spell, and that wasn't her only trump card. Her power is unfathomable, so she must be destroyed when we have the chance. None of the cardinals can ignore that point. I'm sorry, but that includes me. She wasn't sure what to say. She understood. Yes, even Agnese was furious. If she hadn't made a conscious effort to calm herself, she might have left the Anglicans back then. Violence is wrong, he continued. I understand that. We erred and let God's right seat manipulate us during World War III. But this time, we are in our rights to retaliate. Overturning that idea will not be easy, Sister Agnese. Corazon, your mere presence really does make a mess of humanity as a whole. The Roman Catholics naturally had a variety of emotions about this, about Corazon and about Academy City for failing to stop this crisis earlier. Nuclear missiles could destroy the world, so it would take a lot of guts to launch the first one yourself. But what if an enemy launched one at you first? That would lower the mental hurdle for pressing the launch button considerably. People were easily influenced by the word retaliation, and that could burn down the entire world. I will do everything I can, but I doubt I can stop this from happening. Sooner or later, St. Georgevo's fire will be launched. He was one of the sensible ones. He would truly prefer not to use it, but that was why nothing he said was a mere threat or bluff. For the pacifists, nothing was more painful than having to declare that an atrocity would soon be happening. So you need to escape that city immediately. It's a shame what will happen to Academy City and the Anglicans, but it's too late for them. Gather up all the Roman Catholics and get out of there. Chapter 3. Which side is winning? Foreboard. Part 1. Around when she abandoned the stolen car, her memory cut out again. The next thing she knew, Corazon was leaning against a cold building wall. Something had happened. Leicester had done something. She had traveled south from District 20 to reach District 9, which contained art schools. The Anglicans were mostly in the north of the city, so she abandoned the stolen car and had planned to take another car, also stolen of course, to reach the southern wall. But she couldn't trust in that plan anymore. She ran her hands along her habit, pathetically driven by fear and anxiety. She pulled an object smaller than her palm from a fairly unspeakable part of her clothing. She couldn't believe it. A wireless game controller? That means it has its own ID and can produce its own signal to provide its location. Why you would forestall a great demon with this piece of junk that doesn't even cost 5,000 yen? Are you kidding me? Leicester murmured. A shape squirmed and produced a short scream. No, was that a man forcing himself onto a girl? An outfit that looked on the border between at-home clothing and sleepwear had been badly torn, and the man was reaching for her underwear. Perfect. That was Wandering Corazon's honest assessment. It was happening in a small box-like building. An anti-skill station. A small one, around the size of what would be called a police box in the outside world. This was happening there of all places. That public structure should have had someone working in it 365 days a year to keep the city's peace, but today it had been empty. With his hands pinning the girl to the floor, the man wasn't sure how to undo his belt buckle. He raised his head with an odd expression, but stuck out his chin more than necessary. Huh? Who the hell are you? She didn't even respond. Great Demon Corazon stabbed her hand right through the center of the scum's gut. The odor of blood splattered out. He'd audibly slammed into the shelves behind him and objects came crashing down. The man of no consequence scrambled out of the anti-skill station, his arms flailing wildly, with his abdominal cavity punctured and a game controller directly stuck inside. Surgical hygiene? Why should Corazon care about something like that? His bacteria-covered organs might shut down before long, but he would act as a nice decoy as long as he scrambled around and fled before that happened. In something of a new habit, she held a hand to her woozy head and belatedly realized her hand was stained by that scum's unclean blood. Everything seemed to piss her off right now. Nothing was going her way. She lashed out vocally. Leicester, that death is on your hands for that trick you pulled. Are you satisfied? It's absurd for you to try and save the world. Hee, ha ha ha. You're the one who made the world this way, so give up. You already know everything you do only comes back to bite you. Even so, how many times was it now? Or was it really Leicester's will sending these signs to Kamachi Talma and the other pursuers? Did he really have enough strength to hijack Great Demon Corazon's body this many times? Was it possible she was sending these hints to her pursuers herself? She shuddered. No, it wasn't possible. How would that benefit her? But could it be the self-destructive desire like the urge people felt to activate a fire alarm when they saw one? Corazon clenched her hair tight in her hand. An unpleasant snapping sound followed. She couldn't get a read on her own mind anymore. It was then that someone nervously spoke to her. The girl seated on the floor looked up at her, completely forgetting to fix her clothing, with admiration in her eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Thank you for saving me. Great Demon Corazon doubled over and held a hand to her mouth. She retched. She couldn't stand any more of this. Before the girl could say anything more, Corazon caught her unsteady body moving, rushing out of the station. The Great Demon had fled. She walked a few meters and then stumbled. She fell down onto the red snow frozen on the ground. She lay in the snow as thoughts spiraled through her head. This wasn't right. What was going on? She had just jabbed her hand right into the gut of an ordinary man who had no connection to magic, with enough force to take his life, and only so she could embed the signal to her location inside his body. There may have been another way, but she had chosen that one so she could enjoy it. It had been for her. It had been a cruel act of violence befitting a demon. But had she ended up saving a life? Impossible. She had been acting of her own free will. She was certain of that. and yet the result had so completely betrayed her expectations. Her bad deed had been remade into a good one. It was the ultimate outrage. Was it an act of the being known as a great demon? Hatefully clenched her back teeth. Sweat poured from her brow. She had a terrible feeling about this. A wireless game controller? Those weren't too unusual, but where had Leicester gotten one in the few seconds he had taken control? She doubted he had forced his way into an electronics shop with its metal shutter down for the night. He wouldn't have had time to search through the game shelf in a discount shop. Did that mean someone had just so happened to drop one on the side of the street? Had it been a complete coincidence, as if some greater will were at work? Did an act of God transform what I did? Is a good influence distorting my actions? It's too late, world. Do you really expect me to go along with that? I will take things too far and destroy the world of my own free will. Part 2. An alarm blared in the District 10 prison, telling of an oddity in the same prison. Someone had already broken in. Is it Aniyama? No, he would have used his authority as a director to use the proper channels for a visit. This is someone else, so be careful. Culifa Puzzle 545 left the cell, while listening to the female secretary speaking over the device on the wall. The enemy was close as the corridor leading to the solitary confinement cell hidden deep inside the prison. The silver-haired, dark-skinned woman wore a patchwork of rags that did not look at all hygienic. She was alone. She was even barefoot. An ordinary jailer might tilted their head wondering how she had made it inside such a strictly guarded prison. But Culifa Puzzle 545 understood magic too well for that. She accurately grasped the threat standing before her. One of the Anglican's magicians specialized in anti-magician combat. I am Necromancer Isabella Theism. You should already know that name after I threatened the city's leader. Culifa Puzzle 545 was dumbfounded. This prison's security had already proven itself unable to keep out uninvited guests, and now someone like this had made it in. The entrance back there was covered by a shocking number of sensors, but they're only designed to detect living intruders. I recommend tweaking it to detect and to instantly attack corpses as well. It's not that hard to disguise yourself as one. Why are you here? The Anglicans know all about the battle against Horanzan, so you should know my master is in no condition to talk. So I've heard, although I wasn't around for that part since I was knocked out while dealing with some other business. Regardless, if what I have heard is true, we really are in a grave situation. Right now, I think it is most necessary that we defeat Great Demon Koranzan and bring stability back to the world. Then go tell that to Koranzan, not my master. Oh, do you know where she is? Culifa Puzzle 545 fell silent. Isabella breathed a sigh thick with exasperation. That is the real question. What I need right now is information, and a few coincidental hints just aren't enough. A vast network has been laid out across Academy City. Security cameras, security robots, drones, satellites, and so on. Tracking her requires bringing the city's data infrastructure back to full functionality. And if it is necessary to settle things with Koranzan, as much as I hate to, what choice do I have but to save your new board chairman? I can't have him go on sleeping with the master key clutched in his hand. Isabella Theism seemed unbothered by Culifa Puzzle 545's skeptical look. The look on her face said she had expected it. Not long before, she had been in charge of the group physically taking control of Academy City and attempting to use the city as a disposable tool to defeat Koranzan. It would be weird if Culifa Puzzle 545 did trust her right away. Culifa Puzzle 545 glared at her and asked a question. Your clothes reek of death. You're that necromancer who was arguing with my master over the phone. Can a death magician really heal a living human? Isabella Theism grabbed her rags in her hands and lifted them upwards. All at once, she was wearing underwear below, but it was very thin and small. Two healthy brown objects jiggled there. Culifa Puzzle 545 was a girl, but she still flinched back at being shown this all of a sudden. Ah? Take a close look. My ribs and sternum were badly broken and one sharp bone fragment pierced my right lung. Can you see any of that? What's your assessment? You have all your ribs and there's no bruising from internal bleeding. It's all been healed. When the demon girl approached and took a close look, Isabella averted her eyes awkwardly. Apparently this was embarrassing for her after all. Loco Atasiu. There is more to voodoo than making zombies. It is a polytheistic religion with all sorts of gods, so it of course has a god of medicine. Just like any other religion, voodoo also functioned to govern and help the local people. The violent and combative side was only meant for emergencies, when the group, as a whole, was attacked by an external enemy or a rebellion. That wasn't all it could do. It had not been invented for use in horror movies, So there was a benevolent voodoo that listened to the people's worries and healed their injuries and disease. Healing was a challenging territory for Demon Culifa Puzzle 545, who specialized in the Culifoth that contained all that was impure and immoral. She would have to start with a curse or an attack and then build it in reverse. Needing to include that conversion in every single step meant it would be much faster to borrow the power of a god who directly dealt in medicine. Isabella concluded her valid evidence had been accepted, so she lowered her rags. I am willing to view you as a magic side doctor, and I understand how this aligns with your interests. So where will you start? Which doctor? Well, I do have a few things on hand. Zombie powder, for example. The zombie powder. Despite being a demon, Culifa Puzzle 545 eyes bulged at the mere mention of that name, but Isabella Theism sighed in exasperation. Voodoo zombie powder, well, real voodoo prefers to use French more than English. But anyway, it isn't a toxin sprinkled on a rotting corpse to control it. She seemed to be implying that she did not use real voodoo. No matter how much she knew about it, she was only illicitly using their excellent techniques. It is a punishment in which a living human is put in a state of living death, where they cannot think or make any decisions, and will do whatever they are told. So you can think of it as a medicine used to prevent someone from dying until their punishment is complete. You mean like how the highly toxic digitalis can also be used as a cardiac stimulant? And in the other direction, salt and sugar can kill despite being necessary nutrients for life. The materials themselves are neither good nor bad. It all comes down to how they are used. Part 3. An ambulance echoed through one corner of District 20. Kamachi glanced in its direction. Takatsubo Riku couldn't go any further. With the frozen snow, the dead traffic signals, and the more concrete threat of the scouts, he was thankful the ambulance had actually come. When they called, a large dog hopped into the same ambulance. I will go with her. Hey, are you sure about that? I am not much help without the AA. And Koronzan will be cautious of my wonderful nose now that I have demonstrated its use. There is nothing left for me to do on the front line, so I wish to contribute by removing this worry from your hearts, allowing you to move more freely. Listen to me. Do not worry about this girl any longer. Kamachi and the others could only watch the ambulance go. There was still more they had to do, but we have a report regarding the entertainment location signal presumed to be a sign from a Leicester. Unfortunately, it was found embedded in some man. So back to square one. Hey, that doesn't tell us nothing. If we know what path the dying decoy took, we should be able to figure out where he contacted Koronzan. This was all they had to discuss on their way to a corner of District 9. It was now 3 a.m. This was where they had lost Koronzan's trail. Kamachi Talma sighed softly while listening to Kanzaki and Athenas's discussion. All they could do was wait. Nothing pained Kamachi more than having nothing to do when he knew Koronzan was even now on the move. It was all over once she crossed the wall somewhere and left the city. Yet the city was too large to search at random. He had decided he wouldn't just wait around, but the physical reality wasn't cooperating with his personal wishes. Index, Kanzaki, and some others were apparently running a magical search, but that still wasn't enough to track down Koronzan. They needed to go after her from the science side as well, but Makoto alone wasn't enough. Simply tracking down the fugitive was hard enough on its own, but Kamachi couldn't shake the feeling that Koronzan was still hiding something, some powerful move or sudden twist he never would have considered. Something they couldn't even imagine while continuing to wander through this labyrinth, but also something that would again overturn everything if they failed to prevent it. Kamachi Talma's thoughts turned to a certain individual. Perhaps it was all reliant on him recovering. Part 4. In the prison's solitary confinement cell, Board Chairman Accelerator was lying in bed unconscious and hooked up to medical equipment. Even Academy City's #1 would be killed by an attack now. It was unusual for Culifa Puzzle 545 to bring an outsider this deep into the prison at all. That outsider was Necromancer Isabella Theism. The current situation required going beyond the usual. How exactly are you going to heal my master? Leg Baadaban. That was all she said. It was the name of a gatekeeper god who managed all ceremonies. So no matter which god's power the ceremony was meant to borrow, you first sought the gatekeeper god's permission. And because he appeared in all ceremonies, there were no specific dates or locations that boosted his power. Something emerged from Accelerator's arm. It was a transparent shard only a few millimeters long. A piece of a broken LCD monitor. More followed. Like floating leaves following a river's current, more and more shards silently slid out of his body. Not a single drop of blood was shed and no apparent wounds were made. Even though all these shards were located in extremely dangerous position near major arteries and organs. Why, you're already done. They did not belong, and the human body has several functions meant to automatically eliminate such things. There was no need for dangerous surgery. I only had to make some adjustments to those functions. Of course, thoughtlessly boosting them would have only triggered rejection, where his own immune system attacked his body. Only a professional necromancer with sufficient training could pull this off. Isabella sighed softly. You know glass shards aren't enough to keep a human mind locked away indefinitely, don't you? Another task is even more important. Breaking the curse. Voodoo can handle that easily. A zombie is in a controllable state of living death by stopping the heart with a poison and then restarting it with an antidote. Antidotes and curse breaking are built into the ceremony. As she spoke, Isabella stuck her fingers into the seams of her rags. She pulled out various vials. They contained powders, liquids, dried leaves and roots, living insects and more. The demon girl was accustomed to dirty and impure things, but she still recoiled. Did I just wander into a museum of the bizarre? Think of it like a 72-color colored pencil set and get excited. Even if you can theoretically represent everything in the world with the 3 primary colors, the actual task isn't so simple, is it? The brown woman got to work, swiftly and accurately. It took more than a single name this time, meaning even she didn't see this as a simple task. Voodoo is flexible enough to let you include any supernatural being as a weapon. Kulifa puzzle. And 545 was it? I will include you in my system. I will do anything for my master, but will including me change anything? Just as salt and sugar can kill and just as toxic digitalis can be a cardiac stimulant, nothing in this world is a pure poison. There is simply a way of using it as a poison, and also a way of using it as a medicine. Voodoo did not think of gods as good or evil, but it was common for the same god to be included on both sides. That meant the gods did not determine their stance by the human conception of good and evil. Instead of the many gods being divided onto the opposite sides of good and evil, the many gods could freely move between the 2 sides depending on the time and situation. That was what made them all-purpose, but it also made them tricky to use. It required a priest with specialized training to handle them. Thus, the necromancer did not avoid this being known as an artificial demon. She simply viewed her as a non-human being with supernatural power. If Isabella determined how much of her to use, she could be used to save a life. Here goes. Okay. Through gatekeeper god Legba Adaban, I contact medicine god Loco Adisu and link the ceremony terminal to messenger god Bravjeed. Voodoo practitioners did not think of using magic on their own. They borrowed a compatible god's power to achieve a miracle. In fact, they would even borrow another god's power to send their request to the god they wanted. In voodoo, if a miracle was beyond human capability, then a human voice could not even reach the necessary god on its own. They required a separate link to get through. Or to put it another way, they relied on one god to call on another. So by going through artificial demon Kulifa puzzle 545, who did not exist in the voodoo system, Isabella should be able to make a request beyond what could normally be asked of the voodoo gods. It was an impossible shortcut, or an illicit backdoor. Through the gathering of Kulifa, I beseech Baron Samdi. Divide this soul into 5 territories and reveal the part that has been intentionally placed in an endless spiral. Human individuality is managed by the Tai Bon Ange. Reveal to me the wicked power severing its proper link. Just like the zombie powder, it takes the form of a toxin. Something like bluish-white sparks burst forth. That was not part of the ceremony. Kulifa Puzzle 545 thought it might be a trap left by Koronzan. But it wasn't. It was Academy City's #1. He was no normal human. Had his body itself reacted in some way? The lime poison is an unstoppable assassination spell, for it produces a different toxin each time the same ceremony is performed. This in turn proves that any and all toxins can be cured as long as their ingredients are known. I have already seen with my own eyes the wicked toxin unjustly robbing him of his consciousness. With its identity seen, it must be curable. The smell of blood hung in the air. Isabella Theism had a shallow cut on her right cheek. The bluish-white sparks were harmful, but she did not stop the ceremony. Koronzan could not be allowed to escape Academy City, but they had nowhere near enough data to track her down. They needed the new board chairman and the master key he held. Academy City's functions had to be fully recovered before they could catch up to Koronzan. A single necromancer's survival wasn't that big a deal here, but if the entire world were destroyed, then everything Isabella Theism wanted to protect would die with it. She couldn't allow that, no matter what. Answer me, medicine god Loco Adisu. The vessel for your holy power and the ingredients for the medicine are gathered here. No external incision is needed. The conditions to save you were within your body from the start. Thus, I call upon you, separated mind, reactive yourself from within your body and break free of your cage. Light surged out. Isabella theism lurched back. The necromancer was struck by a destructive whip of something much like electricity. Unable to bear the blow, she toppled backwards. Several pieces of medical equipment screamed out with their electronic tones, and nothing happened. There was no change on the bed. The smell of blood came from Isabella. Sleeping accelerator did not change at all, for better or for worse. The level 5 said to be Academy City's strongest did not wake. Culifa Puzzle 545 had to accept it. They had failed. It was so dark, shadowy, heavy. She felt crushed by the air itself when a voice reached her ears. Isabella theism was whispering, K8 what now? Culifa Puzzle 545 didn't have time to ask what she meant by that. The necromancer continued, in the worst case, I could control him as a corpse to have him use the master key. But, zombie powder does not control rotting corpses. It prevents someone from dying to keep them in a state of living death. But by altering that interpretation, it would be possible. It can be used just like in a horror movie. No, that isn't the same as saving him. Her opposition was only natural, assuming saving board chairman Accelerator was your goal. But aren't we here to use the master key to restore Academy City and track down Koronzan? Their goals were defined at slightly different points. Isabella theism wanted Accelerator's help to protect the world from Koronzan. The #1 recovery was only a means to that end. Explaining that up front showed that Isabella was more reasonable than most. She could have lied to Culifa Puzzle 545 and then gone ahead and used the zombie powder as a poison. You need to choose. No one has sufficient nerve to make a ghastly choice. And you are the only point of contact I have left, shouted Isabella theism. Culifa Puzzle 545 would never let her do that. But how would her beloved board chairman have responded? The #1 would want to protect Academy City and the wider world beyond its walls. Master, Part 5 Kamachi and the others were in District 9. They still hadn't moved from there and were stuck waiting. Mikoto and Index were frequently conversing, probably a sign of their impatience. The nearby districts that border the city wall would be the most obvious option. But this is complicated by the fact that Koronzan has no restriction preventing her from returning to a district she's already been to. That means we can't treat this like a game of concentration. So no matter how far we pursue her, we never eliminate any of the options. Wings audibly flapped at the air. Kamachi had seen the Bologna succubus licking her wings and teasing them with her fingertips before, but they must have recovered enough for her to fly. Neither one said anything, but she took off into the night sky with Blowjoy the bouquet hanging on again. Kamachi spotted Itsuwa of the Amakuses. How's Tsushima? What happened to her? We can use recovery magic, so as long as someone isn't actually dead, we can heal them even if it takes some fairly forceful methods. And it helped that you suppressed her bleeding until we arrived. At that point, Itsuwa's tone dropped worriedly. You can't push yourself too hard either. I heard you passed out earlier. Sorry, I should have yelled before I passed out. No, that isn't what I meant. But he had let Koronzan get away. Either way, he couldn't fight while applying pressure to Tsushima's neck wound. And could he have fought her on his own regardless? He really didn't see any way he could have won there, but he could have at least informed someone of the threat. There must have been a way, even if he was rapidly losing consciousness. He could have triggered his phone's alarm or the camera flash. There had to have been something. Fool. Break yourself out of that meaningless negative spiral. Only you finds it pleasant. The wicked woman could be harsh at times like this. Refreshingly so. There was no way he could have come up with a clever idea when he was passing out. His brain was growing dull, and his thoughts were fading fast. He knew that. Still, it was easy enough to talk of battling Koronzan and settling things with her, but that also meant battling a Leister who shared her body. What did he really think about that? A Leister was desperately struggling within Koronzan to provide them with even the smallest hint. Was Kamachi prepared to fight that human, win and say goodbye? If he couldn't do it, humanity was doomed. The conditions placed on the opposite end of the scales could not have been simpler or more solid. Still, Kamachi's thoughts cut off there. He looked up. Agnes, Lucia, and that group were off in a corner whispering among themselves. Part 6 in the same district. Not far from Kamachi and the others, stooped Angeline was waving her hands anxiously. St. Georgios' fire? Is the Vatican really trying to defeat Choronzon? Are you sure they aren't just using this as an excuse to destroy Academy City? Some of them might think it would be safer to destroy it before it's officially absorbed into the Anglican Church. Lucia appeared to be doing her best to remain calm. The conversation wasn't just between Agnes, Lucia, and Angeline. More than 250 nuns would be listening in through the Barbara Branch communication spiritual item. Agnes had her doubts about that too. How far into the future were the Roman Catholic cardinals looking? Even though none of it would matter if the world were destroyed tomorrow, the former Agnes force had already been told to evacuate. They were to abandon Academy City and the Anglicans, and escape the city with only the Roman Catholics among them. They had been given a few different conditions for activating St. George's fire, but it all boiled down to one thing. The cardinals would use that large-scale spell no matter what happened. The only difference was if it happened sooner or later. The branch between launching it or not had already passed. Being stubborn here was fine, but anyone who remained would die, with zero exceptions. Lucia looked to Agnes. She may have been peering into her eyes. This force is under your command, Sister Agnes. What will we do? I do not have the right to order you all to die. Agnes smiled bitterly as she spoke to them all. You are not obligated or bound to stay. From here on, this is all voluntary. If you choose to leave Academy City, you don't need your Barbara Branch. The Anglicans are experts at combating human magic. They might be able to track your location using it, so abandon it and escape in complete silence. What can we accomplish by staying? Protect Academy City from St. George's fire, of course, replied Agnes, her voice low. That human-targeted attack wouldn't work against inhuman Choronzon, so stopping the spell that would cause asphyxiation and ruptured organs would not affect the battle against Choronzon. Think of it like the neck of an hourglass. St. George's fire is large-scale magic that gathers power from the 2 billion Catholics across the globe without their knowledge and allows the cardinals in the Vatican to control it. Once gathered together, the attack travels through the ley lines to reach enemy territory and scatters back into 2 billion attacks after emerging from the ground. Then it causes enough damage to destroy a city. A city? Was that at least better than Atacalica that would have affected the entire Italian peninsula? Agnes smiled a little. So they were retaliating with a smaller attack. The Vatican's cardinals really had found a way to lower the psychological hurdle as far as possible. T2 billion. Then I don't see what we can possibly do. That means it must be a long-range spell. In fact, it must travel all the way around the Earth. Have you forgotten how Index stopped Atacalica? There must be any number of options, diverting its aim, cutting off the flow of the ley lines before it arrived here, or even preventing the 2 billion powers from gathering at the Vatican. Her argument had to be correct, but she understood full well that this was wishful thinking. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sweating so heavily in this cold weather. Even if the theory is solid, we're talking about power from 2 billion people. Can we really stand up to that sheer force of quantity? That will likely be the greatest obstacle. There was no guaranteed method. If they stayed too long, they would lose the lives they could have saved. They had to build it all up starting now. They had nothing at the moment to tell them it would be all right. So Agnes Sanctis could not demand her companions join her in this. In the worst case, she would have to stand up to the 2 billion all on her own. And I volunteer. That was Lucia. She used to be so fastidious she would rage when so much is touched by a non-Catholic. But now she was the first to raise her hand and volunteer to fight to protect Academy City. What? The Roman Catholic Church is the largest sect in the world, so we must consider the world as a whole. Of course I will reach out a helping hand when lives are at risk. I couldn't call myself a Catholic if I wouldn't. She wasn't alone. Angeline was trembling, but she too chose to raise her hand, even if only a little. I volunteer. I mean, if we ran away now, then the Anglicans and the Catholics would be after us. So I want to at least keep a place for us with one of them. Our home is the women's dorm in London, and, if we want to return there with a clear conscience, we have to save Academy City. More and more voices came over the Barbara's Branch communication spiritual item. It only provided audio, but Agnes could easily imagine them leaning forward in defiance. Sister Apollonia, I volunteer too. Sister Paula, I'll volunteer if there are 8 tickets left. Sister Agata, I volunteer. This was who they were. They hadn't started out this way, of course. They hadn't forgotten the brutal violence they subjected Orsola Aquinas and Kamachi Talma to. But Agnes and these more than 250 nuns had grown enough to say this during such a crisis. After seeing another way to live, after being accepted with a smile after everything they had done, it must have taken trust to do that, so they couldn't turn their backs on that trust. Did this mean they all felt that way? Lucia pushed the conversation onward. Sister Agnes, we haven't heard your answer yet. What will you do? Agnes Sanctis raised her head. She stared straight ahead and raised her voice to a roar. I volunteer. Now that you've chosen this for yourself, you had better be ready. I said I don't have the right to order you all to die. So no matter how bad this gets, I will not let you take the easy way out and choose an emotional death. Cry and wail all you like. I will bring every last one of you back alive, even if it means crawling through hell on earth. Part 7. Didon Fortune. Moina Mathers. Their fight in District 7 had passed the bounds of human ability. They had simply been fighting too long. No human could run a full marathon at the speed of a 50-meter dash. But a battle on that level had been going on for hours now. A saint who could break the sound barrier in an instant, and then instantly run out of gas, would have died well before this. This was only possible for a magician, created using a tarot deck as a grimoire. That was the strength of someone who could absorb massive power from the ley lines, and wield that instead of having to refine magic power from their own life force. I certainly don't want to be killed right away, but this kind of endless quagmire isn't fun either. One reason for the stalemate was Moina Mathers' spiritual item. Her tatva cards were certainly powerful, but using the visual stimuli of the bright colors drawn on the cards to guide her mind created a weakness as well. Visual stimuli? That meant a third party could peek at the card and know the element of the next attack. Responding after seeing the card always puts me one step behind, though. But if I could predict what was coming next before you drew the card, I would be a step ahead and beat you. But I'll have gathered all the data I need soon. You shouldn't have been throwing those tatva cards around like that. It's like the scorebook written up by the cute manager of the baseball team. You've thrown too many pitches. How many until it's enough? I will kill you before you can act. Moina Mathers said nothing, but instead of a tatva card, she suddenly waved her palette knife through the air in an orderly pattern. This was different. Something rose up from the red snowy ground, and more followed it. A lot more. Like sinister flowers blossoming all around her. They were colorful silhouettes seemingly made of a mixture of yellow, blue, white, red, and other colors of paint, except their heads were giant red roses. Ah. Didon Fortune stood stock still, and her voice escaped her like air from a deflating balloon, because she knew what her teacher and nemesis was doing. Why do you look so proud of yourself? You didn't think this was one of your successes, did you? How airheaded a wife can you be? As his wife, Moina had devoted herself to supporting that uncontrollable genius magician named Mathers, but not everything had gone perfectly, and she had made a few major mistakes after her husband's death. Her unproductive conflict with her student Fortune, her failure to silence some baseless rumors on the level of a murder, and, as the most extreme example, the mass production of low-quality magician's debacle, in which she used a correspondence class to grant entrance to the secret magic cabal she managed for the faceless strangers who would pay for the privilege. Didon Fortune was cautious, of course. Even if they were of low quality, a magician was still a magician. She didn't know if they refined their own magic power or if they absorbed it from the ley lines, but she knew she wasn't going to like whatever attacks they used. If she didn't switch her mindset from one-on-one to a group battle, she would be crushed by the group even if she defeated one of them, or so she thought. But even that was a fatal mistake. Moina Mathers' face was right in front of her. She had hopped down from the giant black cat and approached within 100 centimeters. This was immediately after she switched tactics from a single destructive attack to a numbers game. She had slipped through Didon Fortune's blind spot. It didn't matter how Didon Fortune twisted her body. Here, at this one spot, she couldn't respond right away. Damn. Moina Mathers held a black blade. The utterly twisted object looked like it was made from a large quantity of oil paint or something that had been forcibly dried and hardened. This was probably a self-defensive strike, a jab, with a saber that she had learned from her husband Mathers, who enjoyed fencing. The sharp tip was clearly aimed at her opponent's throat. Didon Fortune had misread this. The biggest threat was not the giant cat, not the tatva cards, and not the group of rose-faced mass-produced magicians. She should have been most cautious of Moina Mathers herself. She should have known that from the start, but the countless tricks had distracted her. The saber was coming. It was more deadly than a long spear, a hammer, or the knife of an enemy who had snuck up on her. Oh, God! Am I actually dead this time? Even if she did have a single second left to move, she would have used it to kill Moina too. She gritted her teeth and focused all her attention on the black box. And sparks flew, the orange sparks of two blades clashing. Another piece of metal intersected Moina's black saber to form a cross. Instead of blocking the sharp jab, This struck the side of the blade to divert it away. Orange sparks decorated the darkness, like remnants of the attack's deadly power. A palette knife was responsible. That was the weapon of a certain magician, who specialized in art and had completed many ceremonial grounds and spiritual items by giving real form to the many ideas that other magicians couldn't bring out of their heads. Honestly, said a calm voice, it's sad you're struggling this much to defeat such a defective version of me. You're the one who researched all the nutrients in different foods and who insisted Kabbalah was Western yoga, so I would have thought you could boost your physical ability somewhat. By the time she said this, a dull sound had left the palette knife, followed by another. They were mechanical sounds like might come from a sewing machine. She swept the saber aside and sent accurately jabs right toward the now defenseless Moina's throat and chest, but Moina used the guard and pommel to forcibly defend herself. The same techniques, the same skill, the same ability. Wasn't there just one magician who could do that? Yes, and despite being the kind of person who would casually rescue the frog-faced doctor who was nearly a stranger to her after happening across him, she was always so harsh with the student she had known for so long. The unfortunate gulped and spoke. Mistress? There was only one person she addressed that way, and it wasn't the Moina who Coranzan had created. Black Cat which Mina Mathers stood beside her student. Part 8 in the District 10 prison solitary confinement cell. All the efforts of good voodoo and an artificial demon's power had failed to revive the new board chairman. Despair was threatening to solidify the air itself, until someone who didn't belong showed up to smash that mood. Bonjour, I did some searching within your metal shutters, and your prison store had a decent selection. What, do the people serving their time after a guilty verdict get to eat chocolate if a visitor buys it for them? And this one has brandy in it. I knew Academy City cared a lot about human rights, but even the prisoners have it good here. Munch, munch. Isabella Theism couldn't just ignore this. Karagauke, she shouted, eyes wide. Whoa, I give. I only have one heart left. My extra lives are down to 0. I could never let myself die if I truly kicked the bucket over a pointless scuffle like this. She played it off as a joke, but she could probably still survive even if her last one was destroyed. Maybe she couldn't believe it without saying it aloud even though no one asked, but that level of cheating the system was standard for science-side monsters. Then someone else popped out from behind the suspicious woman, a much smaller someone. Misaka had her bring her here, says Misaka as Misaka introduces her. Huh? Aren't you masters? Now it was Culifa Puzzle 545 eyes that widened. Did she know that girl? It seemed odd for a little girl to be this deep inside a strictly guarded prison, but Isabella wanted to focus on the more dangerous person. How did you get in here? Culifa Puzzle 545 gave her a your one to talk look, but the brown necromancer didn't seem to notice. And, was it supposed to be hard? I just walked on in. Only Culifa Puzzle 545 accepted that answer. That was probably due to last order. The new board chairman must have secretly given her a free pass inside. Academy City's #1 was strict with himself and others, but he also showed occasional signs of doing things with no thought to the consequences. Kahara Galke knew none of this and tilted her head. So what is an expert like you doing sitting around? Hurry up and do your job. I can't get any of my work done without the board chairman awake. She made it sound so easy in her ignorance. Isabella breathed a heavy sigh. Zombie powder is not just a deadly toxin. It rules both life and death, so there is a chance of it reviving him if I boost its effects. But, you probably already know since it shows up in horror movies sometimes, but zombie powder uses pufferfish tetrodotoxin. Blindly increasing the amount will kill him before it can begin to revive him. Oh, is that all? I know just the thing to use. Anisacaropen omega. It is a lethal nerve stimulant, or should I call it a synthetic toxin developed in Academy City that kills instantly? Isabella Theism's eyes widened. Kills instantly? Did that mean it was guaranteed to kill without even getting into if it was a poison or a medicine? Are you trying to make sure he dies? Oh, come now. Tetrodotoxin kills by suppressing the nerves, while anisacaropen omega kills by exciting the nerves. Have you never heard the stories? Maybe it's a local Academy City legend. They say if you administer them both at once, their effects cancel each other out. And if the puffer fish poison didn't work, Isabella could give him as much zombie powder as necessary, without adverse effects. The simple arithmetic did seem to say that, but, wait just a minute, said Culifa Puzzle 545. That research said the effects weren't completely cancelled out. The poison that should have killed the instant it was swallowed was only delayed by a few hours. Yes, tetrodotoxin and anisaccharopen omega were deadly poisons. Even a small amount in the body would kill. It was simple enough to say the two cancelled each other out. But if even that small amount of one or the other remained afterwards, his life would still be lost. The amount of either couldn't be not enough or too much, and there was no way of ensuring they cancelled out to precisely zero. Yes, in the normal world, that is true. Wait, are you saying? I have a fundamental question for you. Are either of us normal? Of course not. Necromancer Isabella theism used voodoo in order to use methods of controlling death and flesh from all over the world. Kahara Galke had gathered every form of scientific immortality within her own body. They could take suicidal actions that would cause death 100% of the time in anyone else, but they would be fine. Misaka will help too, said the little girl. Neither Kahara Galke nor Isabella theism knew the situation there, nor did they know how exactly she could help. Misaka will do anything, so don't give up on him, says Misaka as Misaka bows her head to you. But they both thought this was enough. Technology wasn't always the key to saving a life. Because they had pursued all the theories and numbers so far, they knew quite well that it was the ridiculously old-fashioned psychological matters that ultimately determined the fate of someone on the verge of death. This is probably more of a job for that other doctor, but I will just have to handle it this time. But I will probably have to buy him a fancy mango for encroaching on his territory. Then again, the presence of magic may have placed this beyond that doctor's jurisdiction. Today's star was Isabella, who lived outside that jurisdiction. Kara Gauke only had to support her. The two spoke as one. Let's do this. Let's do this. The mood had changed, but that wasn't all. The child's presence kept the mood from deteriorating. Misaka saw the city, says Misaka as Misaka remembers the way here. Isabella theism and Kahara Galke were doing some kind of work she didn't understand. The sound of something hard being crushed up felt out of place among all the beeping medical equipment. Last Order stared at the #1 from his bedside. It was horrible. Everything was empty, but not just because it's so late. Everyone is too scared to go outside, says Misaka as Misaka gives a report. Red and black. The strange combined drug did not have to be swallowed. It made a sticky sound as it was applied to his wounds with their fingertips. This was a necessary treatment, but it really shouldn't have been done with a small child present. But Last Order accepted it all head on. And, seeing not even a twitch of an eyebrow in response to the treatment, she took Accelerator's hand. Every part of him was full of electrodes and tube needles. She held his hand tight between her hands. Yamakawa got hurt. She said it was minor, but it might not have been, says Misaka as Misaka shakes her head. She could have died. A shrill sound rang from the medical equipment. An alarm. His stable condition was collapsing. An eternal standstill was no different from death, but Isabella and Galke's efforts had clearly thrown off that balance. Q-Lifa Puzzle 545 was visibly anxious, but Last Order's eyes did not waver. Being alone is scary. The magical necromancer and the scientific Kahara were each too strong a medicine. That alone couldn't bring back his sealed mind. But that was why. And Misaka doesn't just mean Misaka. Everyone has people they care for. They trust the new academy city you built to protect them. So Misaka wants you to live up to their expectations, says Misaka as Misaka calls out to you. A deep electrical zap lit the air. It shot right past Last Order. This was not a failure of the magic or technology. Something was wrong with Accelerator's body on the bed. The electricity causing the air to burst was so powerful it would likely blow the girl's body away if even the tiniest extremity grazed her. Can you leave things like this? She didn't even blink. Last Order was looking only at the face of the boy lying in the bed. The academy city you want is filled with so much death. These were not all kind words. They were all so harsh. To truly care for someone was not to blindly agree with everything they did. This girl had the strength to scold him, because she trusted their relationship was too strong for something like this to break it. A normal person could give up. You didn't want to become Academy City's #1, so you don't have to cling to that strongest position forever. But this isn't about that, is it? Says Misaka as Misaka is certain of her words. Your position as board chairman is the one thing you took for yourself. You decided for yourself to improve this city and create a city of science with no hidden side, and where no one needs to suffer or live in fear. You chose to create a safe and peaceful world, so you can't take the easy road here. You chose this path, so you have to see it through to the end, says Misaka as Misaka states the obvious. Her voice was not as loud as a thunderclap. In fact, her words were so quiet no one in the small cell could hear them except their intended target. Hey! She brought her mouth up next to the slumbering board chairman's ear. and the small girl whispered, "How long are you going to make him wait?" Everything went quiet. That wasn't just a psychological metaphor. The alarm from the medical equipment surrounding the bed had really and truly stopped. Meaning, damn it. A voice spoke from the bed. "So I don't even have the right to die and go to hell? Isn't that a bit much?" "You are exactly right, though. This is what the new board chairman would do. The one who had decided for himself to protect the peace and safety of Academy City would get back up here. And because he thought that, Accelerator opened his eyes. Part 9. The former Agnes force was short on time. If St. Georgios's fire were activated, everyone living in Academy City would die. No matter where they ran, they could not prevent their organs from rupturing from within. Power had already been gathered from 2 billion people around the world, and was being reworked into a single spell. They were waiting for the moment when, like the other end of an hourglass's neck, it would return to 2 billion attacks in enemy territory. Thus, they couldn't stop the attack by preventing the power from being gathered. Academy City was a fixed location. Diverting the aim would be difficult, which meant we need to stop St. Georgios's fire as it approaches through the ley lines. We can do it when it's still a single mass, before it emerges from the ground and disperses into 2 billion flames. That's our only shot. That was simple enough to say, but influencing the ley lines meant effort at the level of tearing down a mountain or filling in a sea. They couldn't physically manage that, so they would have to wear down their minds to do the work on that front. We start with this. Agnes pulled out a deck of ordinary tarot cards. They gathered below a tree, where the red snow hadn't fallen, and she laid 8 cards face down on the ground. An attack traveling through the ley lines would arrive immediately after it was activated, even if it was traveling halfway around the world. But that same ley line connection means some of the Vatican's data should leak out. If we know how close the spell is to completion, we'll know the time limit. A sizzling sound meant she didn't even need to flip the cards over. One of the 8 cards had burned black and melted. The damage spread to a second and then a third. Lucia's eyes widened. "They're farther along than I thought. Has something changed? The Vatican must have realized we can see them. They're going to act." This must have triggered one of the 3 conditions the Cardinal had given. Or had those conditions just been an excuse and weren't really necessary? The former Agnes force had been warned to evacuate, but their survival had only been a stretch goal. Apparently they weren't worth saving no matter what. That meant there was no time left at all. This was like going to check on the river during a bad storm. It was a risky move. They had known that. But they couldn't let this deadly attack get past them. Agnes, Lucia, and Angeline each picked up their spiritual items. The other nuns had wooden wheels, coin bags, and other items found in the legends of different holy people. But Agnes used a symbolic weapon called the Lotus Wand. And instead of controlling a specific element like the Rod of Fire or the Cup of Water, this impressive item could control all elements. The Vatican was about halfway around the globe from Academy City. They would have liked to gradually melt their minds into the ley line and construct countless barriers at an even interval along the path here, but it was too late for that. The most they could do was place one thick barrier directly in front of Academy City. Agnes Sanctis gave a shout. "Saint Barbara is the holy woman, who invited the Lord's righteous light in through the 3 windows. Unseen path. Obey our kind objective. A path is a tool of guidance, a vein carved into the earth to guide the righteous. Harmful power, do not advance. Halt. Thou have no right to tread hither." Her breath caught. There was no flash of light or explosive boom, but a thick, invisible pressure did assault her. The silver lotus wand audibly strained in her grasp. This was what happened when you carelessly touched that which was better of not known. She had known this would happen when she directly interfered with a ley line. A great torrent of large-scale magic. She had known trying to forcibly stop it could easily crush her body. She clenched her back teeth. I know the theory behind the spell was correct. But in the end, is 2 billion just too much for us to overcome? This unreasonable brute force was, in a way, nothing at all what magic was supposed to be. But it was effective. It was an absolute solution to the problem that was only available to the Roman Catholic Church with its 2 billion followers. What Agnes and the other nuns lacked was power. There were only about 250 of them. That wasn't enough to overturn it. Yet, she heard something. A voice had definitely spoken. "Not yet. This city created me and the people here called me their friend. I will not allow them to be lost here." Maybe she had been here from the beginning, but it was only now in this moment that Agnes Sanctis witnessed her with her own 2 eyes. She was an aggregation of AIM diffusion fields, an angel created by Academy City using the logic of the science side. There were reported sightings of her here and there beginning in World War III. Agnes Sanctis' eyes widened in this space where even the flow of time was unclear. Kazakiri Hayauka. I am a collection of power, but I do not understand your method, so if you are going to use me, hurry. Please remake me to fit your logic and laws so you can accomplish your goal. There was no time to agonize over the decision. This scientific angel wasn't even human. Her interests and plans were a mystery, but she at least wasn't Koranzan's pawn. Knowing that was enough, Agnes adjusted her grip on the lotus wand. I have no idea what element this unidentified angel would be, but my symbolic weapon works with any element, so it had damn well better work here. Even if only for one strike. An angel is a messenger who delivers the Lord's words. I question the accuracy of this destruction wrought by human hands. Is the sender truly righteous enough? If you carry even sliver of doubt, then halt immediately. Light shot out. There was a sound like a crack through space itself. The power forming an artificial angel was pitted against the power supplied by 2 billion people. That was enough for the world itself to cry out in protest. It was clearly beyond the capacity of space itself. But Agnes sensed a barrier, a pressure like an invisible wall slowly pushing back at her. This wasn't enough. The 250 of the former Agnes force combined, with all the energy of the science side's angel, still couldn't break the wall of 2 billion. Lucia shouted with sweat pouring down her brow. Our interception point was too close, Sister Agnes. We can slow it down, but we can't fully stop it. St. Georgianos' fire will reach Academy City through the ley line. I know that. And Lucia had already hinted at a solution. Their position was too close. That meant they only needed someone to interfere with the ley lines farther away from Academy City. Agnes had an idea. I have no real reason to think this work. It's basically just a gamble, but it really is our last option. Yes, if, in addition to the group intercepting the attack at the target point of Academy City, someone helped them from within the starting point of the Vatican, the situation would greatly improve. And the 250 of the former Agnes force were not the only Roman Catholics. There was another person who had used the network of communication spiritual items linking them. Cardinal Michael. Agnes roared. You're still listening in through our Barbara branches, aren't you? The cardinal provided no response. Of course he didn't. If you feel any sadness in your heart about this meaningless destruction. Even so, Agnes continued. Her voice had to be reaching him. She had to believe it was. If the things you told me weren't just cheap lip service, she had called it a gamble, and the only chip up on the table was that of her trust. So she relied on that trust as she roared with all her strength. Then give it your hip. No. Light danced wildly. Part 10 in District 7. Mina and Moina were facing each other on the late-night street still covered by red snow. Danon Fortune was left behind despite all her effort until now. You are drawing on myths and legends from across the world, setting yourself up as Egyptian gods, and controlling a great power like putting on a play, said Mina Mathers, with a snort of laughter. That is indeed a spell discussed even in the original Golden Cabal, but it's so shallow and surface level. You're still stuck in the outer order found immediately within the entrance. A sorry display for someone who claims to be Mathers's wife. To be blunt, you're still in the waiting room for neophytes. Wait. Why are you provoking her? If you want to goad the enemy into attacking you, can you not do it when I'm right next to you? Ah, wait, mistress. It's true I am strategically provoking her, but I need you here to act as my shield. Do not forget your rightful role here, my dumbass student. Ha ha ha. Why did I ever think having a second one of her here would improve my situation? This just means I have twice as many nemesis around. I'm so damn stupid. Ignoring her student's nonsense, the black cat which lightly swung her palette knife. That was all. Pleasant popping sounds surrounded them. Something had risen up. They were walls. A lot like a stage set or a pop-up book. The next thing Danon Fortune knew, tall side walls surrounded them all, cutting them off from the larger world. A space larger than a baseball field had been turned into a closed space by 7 side walls, one for each group of tall buildings. Moina Mathers silently glanced at her surroundings, looking somewhat puzzled. How much of a novice was she? You couldn't call yourself a golden expert if you didn't instantly catch on. The Golden Cabal's teaching guidelines can be roughly divided into 2 halves. The fundamentals, where you learn magic knowledge through Kabbalah, Egyptian mythology, Greek philosophy, and so on, and application, where you manage and optimize your own mind by following the story of the discovery of the Rosicrucian founder, CRC, in the 7-walled tomb. The Golden Cabal could be thought of as having 2 stages, the outer order, which covered the grades up to 4 = 7, and the inner order, where the 5 = 6 and 6 = 5 grades gathered. Some like that Braggart Mathers had claimed to hold a non-existent highest grade of 7 = 4, but that could be ignored. After all, he was only using his privilege as one of the founders to say it. You could never last as wife to that eccentric and overly confident man if you couldn't humor him on such things. There was also the portal grade and a category higher than the inner order, but they were irrelevant here. The upper levels know everything about the lower levels, but the reverse is not true. The adorable beginners studying so hard at their desks are not taught the later practical methods until they have passed their exam. Just like you now, because the great demon's poor job reproducing you means you have forgotten everything beyond the bare necessities. Now that first stage was incredibly boring, so boring that Aleister had completely given up on it partway through. Not that he had ever been someone capable of respecting those who came before him and following the rules. Also, despite being barred from officially reaching the later stage, he did appear to have somehow learned all its secrets anyway. Otherwise, he never could have challenged the world in the Battle of Blythe Road and destroyed all those other famous magicians on his own. Nothing makes that human want to do something more than being told he can't. I imagine he pursued them, eavesdropped and spied on them, and tried every other method he could think up. But at the very least, this created Moina Mathers was not like that. She did what she was told and did not ask the question dangling before her eyes. That attitude was not a good fit for a magician. Mina Mathers twirled the palette knife in her hand and made a calm announcement of a death sentence. I will now demonstrate the power of the inner order found in the deepest depths of the temple. Part 11 Accelerator was back as board chairman, and with the #1 Master Key smartphone, they had access to all the data from Academy City's security cameras, security robots, drones, and satellites. They could use that to find where Great Demon Koronzan was hiding. The large monitor on the wall had shattered, so the #1 turned his gaze elsewhere. The medical monitors were network connected, so they could be connected to the ordinary internet if their display mode was changed. And, Master? Kulifa Puzzle 545 questioning tone was in response to the board chairman's odd behavior. He had frozen up, and the displayed satellite image was not even of Academy City itself. What part of the Earth could he be focused on instead of Koronzan, who threatened to bring humanity to extinction today or tomorrow? What? Groaned Accelerator, glaring at the medical monitor. Whatever it was had elicited that response from Academy City's #1. The data filling the screen was only available using the board chairman's master key. To reiterate, this was a photo from a satellite. What the hell is this? Part 12 Silence. Academy City still existed. At the very least, it hadn't been turned into a sea of blood by that powerful spell. Anjali nervously looked around. Is it over? Does this mean we stopped St. Georgevo's fire? For now. Lucia remained calm even now. They had again fought back against the Roman Catholic Church, largest of the Christian sects. Who could say what disastrous consequences this would have for them? The very thought of it disgusted Agnes. Each person's power was small, but they could produce great things by working together. That idea wasn't always a good thing. Still, they should celebrate Academy City's survival as the guardians of a peaceful world. But another voice interrupted. A scratchy warning arrived from the Japanese angel named Kazakiri. Not yet. Be careful, something is coming. Agnes Sanctis's eyes widened. Was it a second attack? Did the Vatican actually think Koronzan would be destroyed along with Academy City at this point? It's not us. A flustered voice reached them. It was that cardinal at the Vatican. Yes, Cardinal Michael must have taken a rather dangerous step to reach this point. We did halt the attack with St. Georgevo's fire. The Roman Catholic Church has no part in this. This is some other large-scale spell. Part 13 That's Vladivostok, said the board chairman. What are they doing in the Sea of Japan? They have 50,000 people gathered in that port city, as well as ships and bombers. Did they gather all their forces on the eastern coast while I was asleep? In other words, it was the Russian military. That brought something to mind for Kulifa Puzzle 545. Anyama Ruse, the director, who had pressed her to hand over the master key, was familiar with diplomatic and military matters. He may have had avenues of receiving this kind of intelligence without using satellite imagery. He had been so frantic because of an urgent matter that needed to be addressed. He wasn't just a bad person. He had only taken those forceful methods because he was in a bind, because he had wanted to protect the people of Academy City. But this was likely more than just the ordinary military. The demon girl was steeped in the world of magic, so she could tell. She could sense her true nemesis at work. Part 14 Agnes Sanctis was panicking too. They had managed at the last second to prevent the Roman Catholic attack with St. George's fire, but the danger wasn't over yet. Now there was another threat of the same level. The last of the three large Christian sects had finally bared its fangs. Weimar, the Russian Orthodox Church. That was Vasilisa. Her voice was relaxed, which was what made her sound so out of place. No disgust, no fury, no resentment. She demonstrated none of the extreme emotions you would expect in someone trying to slaughter 2.3 million people. Not even a hint of them. She was calm. She worked to achieve calm. Vasilisa killed based on logic, which was far more frightening than someone screaming in a rage. Monsters, evil spirits, and demons. Our job is to protect humanity from the inhuman. So if you wouldn't call Great Demon Korans inhuman, we need no other reason. With that strange creature in a position where she can control the fate of the world, she has become our top priority target. Destroying the Great Demon came before all else. Thus, if it would eliminate the demon, it was better to destroy the world by human hands. Was that how she saw it? And so you gathered an armada at Vladivostok. Well, the punishment for an archangel spell must have its magic circle physically delivered to the target location. And it's fairly large and complex, which makes that a challenge. We can't simply send it through the ley lines like the Catholics could. But hey, at least we can send it zooming across the ocean to Academy City at greater than Mach 2. Greater than Mach 2 meant it wasn't aboard a ship. Had that armada been gathered at Vladivostok's naval base as no more than a decoy, the enormous magic circle needed for the punishment for an archangel spell was likely in the bomb bay of a strategic bomber. Agnes glanced aside. Kazakiri probably wouldn't be any help. Besides, she had already done more than enough forcibly deflecting the 2 billion attacks sent down the ley lines for St. Georgievos's fire. No one expected her to fight another battle now. But that's all based on the logic of the magic world. The military pilots doesn't know nothing about our world, so how did you convince them to fly to certain death? They can't exactly complain when they can't think for themselves. It came out so smoothly. Adamise's eyes widened. You brainwashed pilots and sent them on a suicide mission. That's no different from killing them yourself. Even if they are soldiers, they're still from the non-magical world. How can you kill them so easily? Aren't you ashamed of yourself as a nun who claims to serve the Lord? Divine punishment can be rejected. Vasilisa's tone was unchanged. It was still thin, spellbound, cruel, and heated. She had to be smiling. It is told in an old legend from before the birth of the Son of God. God ordered Archangel Gabriel to launch fire at a holy city, but the Archangel of Water intentionally refused. Disobeying God's command should have meant the Archangel's downfall, but after some other events I will omit here, Gabriel returned to the position of Archangel. So if the conditions are right, that absolute punishment can be avoided. There is precedent. That was a magical way of thinking. Magicians love to make use of any story they found that seemed to provide an exception to the rules. It was a completely different logic from a nun who was meant to believe and obey. In the battle against Khoransan, the Catholics' human killer is a waste of time, because a great demon is not human. We completely agree with you there. So unlike your people, the Russian Orthodox Church has prepared an immortal killer specialized for use on angels and demons. Punishment for an archangel. A divine punishment rejection spell that enters the realm of the angelic and the divine. Yes, that's right. The Archangel of Water somehow managed to avoid a punishment from God. Using that story should provide definite damage to a being based on the logic and rules instead of their physical body. There is no guarantee it will kill her instantly, but if it harms her even a little, then we just have to keep at it. It will eventually achieve a fatal wound, so we can keep dropping them until she is dead. No matter how many magicians and bombers we must use up in the process. The Russian Orthodox Church had always been more focused on battling demons than humans. Their prized weapon, a spell that incorporated an element of divine punishment rejection that could even influence the nature of an archangel, might be capable of badly injuring Khoransan. But it would cover all of Academy City, if not more. And Vasilisa gave no guarantee that punishment for an archangel would not harm anyone other than the demon. This attack would be powerful enough to harm Khoransan. If the city's people were hit, they would fare much worse. Most likely, all 2.3 million of Academy City's people would be killed. Agnes consciously took a deep breath to calm the waves of her emotions before speaking. But I heard the patriarch at the top of the Russian Orthodox Church was quite soft, as if you didn't already know. He doesn't need to agree to any of this. That meant the world's benevolence could not stop Vasilisa. Part 15. Mina and Moina's clash continued in District 7. Physical fencing was of no use here. Their physical specs were identical, so the battle would never end that way. An intellectual resolution that surpassed the physical realm was needed. Painfully brightly colored cards scattered around. Moina Mathers spoke like a machine. Akashov Prithvi. Mina was no longer smiling. An ultra-high water pressure cutter was deflected aside right in front of her. Moina's greatest trump card was not magic, it was fencing. She used her non-magician-like physical strength. If that didn't work, did she have to rely on her inferior magic? And Mina didn't even swing her palette knife around. That magic had still been deflected, so there must be something hidden there, as if it were dissolved in the air. The tattva cards are more than just simple tools to help achieve self-hypnosis. The same goes for clairvoyance. They are truly an initial entrance for your mind so you can cross the boundary between phases and catch a glimpse of another world, and, if possible, to draw on the power and knowledge filling that world. Dilan Fortune was on her side, but she was confused too. Could she at least explain this to her own ally? The teacher gave a quick glance to her flustered student. This is why the magicians who have advanced to 5=6 and joined the inner order are given an emblem combining a golden cross and a red rose. That tool bears the 4 elements and the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, which means you only need to place a thin sheet of paper over it and follow the letters with a single brush stroke to draw the sigils of angels and spirits in order to borrow their power. No grand temple was needed. Mina Mathers only had to operate it in her hand. Just the one hand. You can think of it like a smartphone that could summon any angel to achieve your goals. The Golden Cabal had in fact used a spiritual item like that. Blast her to smithereens, Metatron, the great angel who was once known as Enoch. An asteroid strike. Destruction on that level accurately struck Moina Mathers, crushed her, and smashed her to pieces, but that was all. Eh? Dilan Fortune was confused. She had seen it with her own eyes, yet there was no damage anywhere else. The buildings around them had not toppled, there was no crater around the blast site, and none of the windows were broken. Moina alone had been annihilated. Only that result remained. That was an attack of a major figure who some count among the 7 archangels. The precise divine punishment commanded by God would never harm the blameless, would it? Especially if that side of it were accentuated and extracted. Hey, are you serious? I was proud of my position as one of the Golden Cabal's original members, but are the founding members really that much stronger? Mina didn't bother answering her student's silly question. She could work backwards from the result and learn on her own. Westcott would have revealed the structure of the enemy spell and neutralized it right in front of them. Mathers would have ended the enemy's life before they could complete their sigil, and Annie would have illicitly boosted the enemy's power to send their magic out of control. There were countless ways to deal with a single powerful attack with no follow-up and no bluffs involved. That Moina Mathers was an even less complete copy of me than I thought, which tells me your preparations weren't as thorough as you let on. Corazon, did you pick up that signal, Anglicans? Mina Mathers whispered up into the night sky. She had no obligation to serve the new board chairman, but the old board chairman had known him. If he had decided to resist, then she would honor that choice and support him. As the guardian of baby Lilith, she couldn't have the world being destroyed over someone's selfish nonsense. Aleister was certainly a goddamn villain if you look at him as a whole, but I will not let anyone say every last part of his life was bad. The things that human thought, created, and started can still lead to the salvation of the world. A broken curse returns to its caster. So if this opportunity is not overlooked, she can be tracked just this once. Follow the after effect of defeating Moina Mathers, and you will find Corazon. Part 16. Kanzaki Kaori's head jerked up to cast her gaze into the night sky. District 17? Part 17? Great Demon Corazon had also noticed what was happening. She was all alone, yet she raised her head. Moina Mathers was defeated? That's not good. A third party could detect that weak return signal. She had no further plan. She knew she was being driven into a corner. She couldn't help but smile, just a little. Did they think the universally hated Great Demon was feeling afraid? That she was lonely? That she wanted someone to protect her? Don't make me laugh. Those impossible thoughts had been planted in her mind. She had to assume that. She couldn't stop here. Wasn't she the one who had decided to overdo the role that had been forced upon her, when even her rebellion against God was tacitly allowed? So I am not thinking those things. They have no place inside me. It was now a pure race against time. Fortunately, she had already left Districts 20 and 9. She was now in District 17, which was lined with factories of all types and sizes. It also bordered the city wall. This was all over if she simply crossed that. Once outside of Academy City, she was free. She could cross the international date line and escape to the other side of the planet. Once no one could pursue her any longer, she would get back to destroying the world. Since her pursuers were not here now, no one could stop all that from playing out. Try and stop me. Confused and slanted, she practically dragged her heavy body along. She spoke to herself while approaching the city wall. It could have sounded like a curse or a prayer. Aleister, God, or anyone really. If you can stop me, then come here and do it. If her location had been found, so be it. If she couldn't do this quietly, then she didn't need to hold back. Knowing the best option was no longer available gave her the freedom to abandon it. Either way, the goal line was in sight. She knew the rest was going to be a challenge, but she only needed to buy enough time to cross that wall, so she would use a powerful move. District 19 is to the east, and District 20 is to the west, which makes them a symbol of Nuit, goddess of the east to west movement of the heavens. This night had been nothing but surprises for great demon Koronzan. She had expected it to end quickly with the initial Atakalika spell working. District 3 is to the north. You say that doesn't fit Hadit, who means the southern sky, but do not forget, Hadit's symbol Sirius is a winter star. The time and place link Hadit and Nuit. My spell shall be completed with the blessings of Set. So the path she had taken here had not all gone as planned, but because she was a great demon, she could draw on a powerful move like this at the worst possible time. Take form and manifest yourself before me already, Lessac Tal. Part 18 District 17 was adjacent to District 9 where Kamachi's group was. It also bordered the city wall. It was an industrial area filled with all sorts of unmanned factories. Itsuo nervously stepped forward. It won't take long if we drive. We can still catch up to her. It's been a while since we lost track of her at the stadium, hasn't it? If she was hiding in a district bordering the wall, why didn't she go ahead and escape the city? Kamachi didn't have enough information to answer the question Mikoto asked, while bothered by the short length of her skating dress. He assumed something must have happened. If the Amakuses and the former Agnes force hadn't done anything to slow her, then there had to be some other reason. Maybe Aleister had resisted her from within, and maybe Koronzan herself had felt some kind of reluctance to leave. Whatever the case, she's in District 17. Now that we know where she is, there's no reason to wait. He didn't even have time to finish. A tremor shook the ground. Something was approaching from the south, which meant from District 17. It was a shape colored the dark blue of the night sky. It was a colossus. Its head really did stick up above the surrounding skyscrapers. Was it a canine beast? No, was that really enough to describe it? Kamachi couldn't find an answer even while looking at it himself. Lessac Tal. TCH. The foundational theory of magic. The emphasized letters make that clear enough. She took a spell concerning life and used it to create an artificial form of it. In this case, it may be the Crowley-style interpretation of the Egyptian god Set. You mean the god of the night who has the power to slay gods? Index, Anaspringel and Kanzaki were all shouting something, but Kamachi didn't know enough about magic to make sense of it. He could only glean that this was probably something big, and if that great demon was making use of it, she may have been intentionally using it wrong, and now wasn't the time to ask for an explanation. He felt the wind pressure. He shouldn't have looked that way. His entire body was frozen with fear. A building of more than 30 floors, which had seemed like an unshakable part of the scenery, wobbled diagonally and then came crashing down toward the street, which meant toward him and the others. Take shelter. Get behind something. Anything, to shield you. Kanzaki's sharp command broke the pointy-haired boy's paralysis. He pressed up against a nearby cement block wall. Damn, where are Index, Misaka, and the others? If you would like your lungs to remain undamaged, do not breathe in. Human, here it comes. Athanas hid within his jacket. Kamachi was of course wondering why he was supposed to get behind something. And what was that about breathing? If the building was falling this way, shouldn't he get below something? But he was given an answer soon enough. Once the skyscraper sliced through the main street, something like dirty cotton candy swelled out. Past the end of the cement block wall, the entire main street was instantly engulfed. Tens or hundreds of thousands of tiny glass and concrete shards flew through like a deadly sandstorm. A hit from that wouldn't just have torn his feet from the ground and thrown him dozens of meters through the air, it would have stripped the flesh from his bones, leaving nothing recognizable behind. Except even that idea didn't cover it. Kamachi heard a quiet popping sound in his head, followed by a sharp ringing in his ear like something had pierced into his brain. He had avoided a direct hit from the sandstorm by getting behind this wall. He had been leaning against it, yet he couldn't stay on his feet and slid down into a sitting position. Before collapsing onto his side, the air pressure of the entire space was off. How could he possibly evade this? Gah! The pain meant he was still alive, so he had to think of it as a good thing. He thought the deadly gale continued blowing for more than 2 minutes. He couldn't let this continue. That LASHTAL thing was still swinging its colossal body around. More than one building might have been felled. He had to get moving. He knew where he needed to go, but his body refused to listen as he lay collapsed on the ground stained by red snow. What had happened to Index and Misaka Makoto? His hearing still hadn't recovered, so he was late to realize something had exploded within the pile of rubble. Maybe a propane tank had been enveloped by it all. When his hearing did recover, someone's shouting voice belatedly reached him. "Thelma, are you all right? You weren't crushed by that debris, were you? Please answer me." He sat up. He gritted his teeth and forced himself. He had to answer her. "I'm fine, Index. What about you?" "We're fine too. We're checking each other's status with our communication spiritual items and phones." She was safe, like she should be. But then why couldn't he see her for himself? After dragging himself along and peeking out past the half-destroyed concrete wall, Kamachi understood. They were cut off. The main street was unrecognizable. Rubble was piled up higher than a 5-story building. That was more than a school building. They couldn't climb that, and even approaching it could get them crushed by something like a landslide. Kamachi was the only one on this side, which meant he was the only one who could pursue Great Demon Koranzan right away. He felt another deep vertical tremor. Lessac Tal must have destroyed another skyscraper or large factory. That thing's chaotic rampage could threaten the lives that had just been saved. Kamachi clenched his right fist, but then he heard another voice. Was that Misaka Makoto? "Go, hurry. If whoever is free to go doesn't stop that Koranzan person right now, things will only get worse, right? So go." He wanted to stay, not just communicate by shouting past rubble and using phones. He wanted to see their faces to know they were safe. That perfectly normal thought grabbed at him like countless unseen hands and tugged him back. Don't do the right thing. Give in to the kindness and split your focus. I won't let you do that, Koranzan. Can you take care of that thing? Index, Misaka, Thelma. Lessactal is not Koranzan's final trump card. She must have loads more. We'll do what we can here, so you go stop her. I don't get it myself, but listen to her. The fighting will never stop if you don't defeat the source of it all, right? Then put a stop to this before any more of the city is destroyed. He shook off his hesitation. Koranzan tore people apart and obstructed their evolution. There was only one way to defeat her, to trust those you could believe in without hesitation. So Kamachi turned his back on the pile of rubble and took off running, even if he had to grit his teeth as he did so. Something exploded in the distance. Several beams of light flashed out. Was that people using magic or Esper powers to battle the giant blue shadow called Lessactal? Their survival was not guaranteed, and taking a single attack could mean their deaths. Even so, they were fighting, so Kamachi could head to Koranzan and so they could protect Academy City and the wider world beyond its walls. His trust was being repaid. This was what it meant to protect the bonds that tied people together. Part 19 and Misaka Makoto spoke quietly in a dusty enclosed space. Was it even 5 meters across? Ha. I guess this is the end. Short hair. There are gaps all over the place, so we shouldn't have to worry about air. Finally, some good news. But there were no gaps large enough for a person to crawl through. Why not at least let the kitty leave? There's no reason to keep him here. I emit weak electromagnetic waves that animals don't like, so it's probably uncomfortable for him to be in here with me. I've been trying, but Sphinx won't go. The world shook. Small pieces of building materials poured down like sand. If the pile of rubble collapsed for some reason, they would be crushed by tens of thousands of tons of concrete and killed instantly. Misaka Makoto could control electricity and magnetism, but wielding that strength in a delicate situation like this would only hasten their deaths. Giant robots were powerful and cool, but no one would want to be so up close and personal with one of their joints that they were crushed by it. This was the same. This was the truth of their earlier shouting. They had not been calling out to the boy from the other side of the collapsed building. They had been hit by the falling building. Misaka Makoto's magnetic control had stripped it of much of its force, but they and their shield had still been swallowed up by the rubble. The #3 power was great, but if she used it continuously over a long time, she could run out of stamina. Relying on magnetism for too long would be risky, so their best option was to stay put and wait for rescue, assuming rescue was even coming, of course. Misaka Makoto smiled a little. Well, it's not like we could have told him we were trapped in the rubble, and Kamachi Thelma couldn't have accomplished anything had he stayed. He did seem to have some kind of mysterious power, but nothing she had seen led her to believe it would let him clear tens of thousands of tons of rubble on his own. And if he did try to tackle the rubble pile, it could collapse and crush him too. Their top priority was Great Demon Koranzan. That was all the more clear to her now that her life was at risk. It was bad enough this was happening in Academy City. She couldn't let the entire world turn to rubble like this. We're counting on you. And I mean that. Don't worry, Tama can handle it. Part 20 Pant. Gas. Great Demon Koronson breathed heavily as she stood firm on the red snowy ground, but the snow wasn't the only source of red. Crimson blood spilled from her mouth. This is the natural cost of forcing a major spell like that with no real preparation. I doubt I can use Lessactal again. Lessactal was powerful but would be defeated eventually. If that were enough to destroy all of humanity, she wouldn't have relied on Atacalica. But buying her some time was enough. She couldn't even stand up straight as she walked toward the thick city wall on unsteady legs. I may not make it to the next world the ways things are going. She wiped the blood from her mouth and thought without speaking aloud. But I will still stop this world from helplessly rotting away. Yes, yes. For the sake of that boy who said I was on the side of good and righteousness. She didn't have Moina Mathers or Lessactal anymore. Her win condition was escaping. Her own survival was what mattered. Each individual trump card wasn't too important. It was using them together that mattered. She just had to make it over. If she could cross that wall, then the world's doom was assured. For just a moment, her thoughts turned to someone who wasn't here. She nearly came to a stop. Hamezora Shiage, but she shook free of it with her will. He had said himself that she was on the side of good and righteousness. He had asked if he had been wrong to bet on her. She was a great demon. If any kind feelings and warm emotions were unnaturally welling up within her, someone else had to be interfering. No longer would she be God's plaything. She had chosen to overdo her role and destroy the world. She would not allow any obstacles turning her aside from that goal. She was not human, so she could leap over that tall wall in a single bound. So she did so, and she'd exploded. Exclamation. She lost her balance mid-jump, but she didn't have time for surprise. A platform the size of a domed stadium sat just outside the wall. Wasn't that a spiritual item called the Tribicos? But wait, who was it that used that? She did not have time to think. She had viewed it as a platform, because someone else had kicked off of it to rush toward her. His cane extended unnaturally. No, he was drawing a sword. The bare blade sliced through the air, accurately targeting her neck. Several lights flashed out and explosive booms erupted out as well. But Koronson managed to survive. It was a close thing, though. It had taken everything she had to survive. Aradia, good, old Mary, and H.T. Trismegistus. No, it wasn't just them. Mud Thebes, Second Saga, Vitatri, even though she had been near death, and more. These transcendents had gathered at Alice's summons, lost faith in her, and scattered from Academy City. So why were they back in the city? Vitatri sounded a bit irritated as she spoke. I was one of the killers when it came to Kamachi Talma, but a debt is a debt. I can return to business as usual after repaying all of my debts. I was barely away and now Vitatri has fallen too. Mud Thebes' unnecessary comment began a minor argument among the transcendents. As usual, Mame ends up doing all the work. The healer never does get a chance to rest. Koronson's head was boiling with rage after being pushed back, falling on the inside of the wall, and finding herself bound to Academy City once more. Damn you, damn all of you, she roared. Something wasn't right. She was unsteady on her feet. That explosion had caused more damage than she had thought. Was that just what happened when transcendents gathered? If only they hadn't caught her, when she was magically defenseless thanks to the recoil of using Lessactal. But even so, how had this sad result even happened? Before Koronson had regained control of her body, Aleister had used this exact same body to easily defeat transcendents like Vitatri. That meant the great demon did have the power to do so. So why wasn't this going the way she'd expected? How could they look down on her like this? Are you tripping me up again, Aleister? I thought you had despaired in this world. I thought you cursed the god who refuses to save people. Your motivations always began with wanting to protect some specific group. You must have seen the moment when their protections failed and they were lost. But you were weak and foolish. So you feared Alice's tyranny and relied on the fantasy of CRC. So why would you cling to this world now? This world can be remade. Destroy it and remake it and all that tragedy and misfortune will be eliminated. The answer to that is simple, replied Aradia. Good, old Mary continued with a calm expression. Mama and then others did not cast aside our identities and dress up as God so we could protect the vague and formless framework of the world. We just have to destroy the world. The world is no more than a tool to create happiness, and the death of even one person we wish to protect is too many. Can't you figure that out, you fool? So what? The great demon was trembling. Why couldn't they understand something so simple? Her face twisted in rage. Be that as it may, none of that will eliminate the unjust and unreasonable sides of this world. You must understand that. More and more of the people you want to protect are being lost regardless of anything I am doing. Protecting this rotten world will not change the number of victims. You will only continue seeing those people die in your arms. That is none of your business. Second saga, the young woman with her origins in Norse mythology who took a different approach from the other transcendents, sighed in exasperation. H.T. Trismegistus spoke. Common sense says we transcendents should think for ourselves to reach an answer. Fortunately, this world you consider so rotten has shown us some small reason for hope. Part 21. A bit earlier, Alice Anotherable left the others searching for Koranzan and ran to a completely different place. She didn't think the current plan would work. Kamachi and the others had done nothing wrong, but it wasn't enough. And battles were not won by the purity of one's intentions. Even with the purest of intentions, you would still lose if you failed to meet the necessary conditions. She hadn't wanted that to happen, no matter what. So Alice had detected something other than Koranzan. Someone closer to her who she could search out at any time. Everyone, the girl needs something. The small girl yelled up toward the heavens. She wasn't using her physical voice, of course. Anyone with the proper qualifications could sense this voice even if they were on the other side of the planet. The magic power placed behind her voice ensured it. Even as she yelled, Alice Anotherable remembered. She had been so selfish. She had only been able to communicate with irregular transcendents by terrifying them. When Kamachi Talma had been injured at the Bridge Builders Cabal's consulate, she had attacked H.T. Trismegistus and good old Mary. Maybe it was wrong to try and get their help now, but she had no one else to rely on. Alice wouldn't blame them if they abandoned her. Still, it felt wrong for him, for Kamachi Talma, to be harmed by a punishment meant for her. The girl can destroy. The girl can kill. The girl can doom. Nothing in this world can stand up to the girl, but the girl's power can't protect her teacher. So the girl is useless here. She needs your help. They were listening, of course. The transcendents knew. They were right outside the city wall, maybe among the trees of a forest, maybe at the top of a metal tower, maybe seated on the bench of a rusty old bus stop. They had lost faith in Alice Anotherable, but a transcendent was a magician who would save anyone who met the salvation conditions they had decided on. Despite saying they were leaving Academy City, not a one of them had truly abandoned it. They didn't care what someone's affiliations were, whether enemy or ally. As long as someone matched the salvation conditions, they would protect them even at the cost of their own life. So as long as that applied to even a single person among Academy City's 2.3 million, they would never abandon the city and run away. So they were present for that moment. That tyrant Alice had remembered basic human gratitude. That acted as powerful reins for the girl herself. And as long as she could control her own emotions, perhaps she would be different from CRC who had been similarly capricious and playful. It was by no means a small change. If the old Alice didn't have enough help, she might have multiplied her extraordinary self. That might sound ridiculous, but with her it was possible. But now she knew that wouldn't work. She needed the diversity of people who had abilities she lacked. Alice was not gathering up the people she needed. She was trying to become someone the people around her needed. The girl will do anything. The girl will do anything you ask, and she doesn't care how you use her power. You can tell her to die if you want. So don't let Koranzan leave the city. And the transcendents knew this would not be a wasted effort. A boy had stopped Alice's rampage even though it cost him his life. The little tyrant had taken that fact to heart. The transcendents had lost faith in Alice because she had changed, been distorted, become weak, or so they thought. But now they were willing to consider a different possibility. Was Kamachi Talma the key? Not even the transcendents who had been observing Alice for so long could predict what she would do now. Could they really say Alice Anotherable wasn't growing, now that they had seen her pouring everything into bowing her head to someone else? Was she not worth their respect? And if Alice's change was a positive form of growth, could they maybe still have some hope? The idea of saving the world through CRC, Christian Rosenkreutz, was dead. He had not been the saint they expected. But could they maybe find some other way of saving the world with Alice? Alice Anotherable raised her tear-streaked face. The girl is sorry, everyone, but can the girl ask for just one more thing? Was this the leader the transcendents should serve? No, she wasn't. They listened to her words as an equal companion. Join the girl in the fight to save her teacher and the world. No words were necessary. They used their actions to answer her. Part 22. LASHTAL's rampage continued. The Amakuses and the former Agnes force were all fighting. Kamachi ran toward District 17. He hated that he didn't know how to drive, especially when grown-ups did it without even thinking about it. Of course, the red snow was frozen solid across the entire area. High schoolers were allowed to get a motorcycle license, but even that wouldn't have done him much good here. Still, while those meaningless thoughts were spinning through his mind, a stabbing headache crashed into his brain. An invisible dizziness made the world spin around him. This wasn't the first time. Why now? Kamachi Talma groaned and staggered to the side. GH. A lengthy fight tonight had been suicide from the beginning. He had passed his body's limits way back when he fought Koranzan to stop Atakalika. He had lost there. It was just that it hadn't ended there, so he had been forced to keep going in a sudden death round. How could he expect to save anyone like this? Just a bit longer, only 5 or 10 minutes. Index and Misaka believed in me. They're all fighting because they believe I can do this. So can't you keep going just a little longer, my body? But he did not collapse, because as he started to fall forward, someone caught him. He heard a voice. The strange girl's voice sounded simultaneously childlike and grown up. You really are, but most of all, it sounded sad. Always like this, aren't you? It's like you never give your wounds a chance to heal, or like you spend more days hurt than healthy. Who was she? He didn't think he knew her. The girl wore morning clothes, and her long honey blonde hair blew in the night breeze. Maybe he had met her before, but he had no memory of her. Who could she be? He couldn't find a single answer there. I could tell you my name 1,000,000,000 times over and you would never remember, but maybe my Esper name could stick in your mind. Mental out. Academy Cities #5 Level 5. The greatest psychological power. Mental out. He had heard of that, but only as a rumor. If that was who she was, if that legend was now standing before him in physical form, his mouth felt awfully dry. No, was it just sticky with drying blood? Kamachi somehow got the word out. Then, interested in forgetting it all and leaving the fight? Please? I don't care if it's only a trick. Just do something about the pain. If you do, then I can face Koranzan. Now I really do want to make you forget it all and leave the fight. She sounded exasperated, and she glared at him fairly seriously. But the honey blonde girl hugged his head to her chest and smiled in a way that seemed to say she hadn't expected anything else. The conversation smoothly continued. She seemed to be pouting her lips like a small child. And what was with the TV remote? Mental out is a psychological power. It can erase the pain, but it has no healing ability for the physical wounds. It's more like your body continues to send out all the intense pain signals, but your mind ability can't sense them. Your organs will still be putting out different hormones in response to your wounds, so they could get worn out and damaged. Do you still want to do this? Yes. No touching your head after this, okay? Thanks. Time froze for a moment. The look on the honey blonde girl's face said she had never in her long life expected to hear that word directed at her. Saving the world isn't my style. The boy wasn't looking at her face. His eyes were directed straight ahead, toward the goal he had already chosen. This is the last time the city you call home will be destroyed like this. I don't know what it is you care for, but if it's in the city, then it's safe. I'll protect all of it. You dummy. Kamachi Talma took off running, without looking back, so he could settle things with Great Demon Koranzan once and for all. Part 23. He was in District 17. It was the westernmost district in Academy City. It was an industrial area, and the smokestacks of its wide variety of unmanned factories continued to release smoke that had been thoroughly scrubbed of pollutants, making it cleaner than the moldy and dusty air conditioner in your home. The district also bordered the city wall. Cross that wall and you would find a vast forest and mountains. The green roof covered an area of more than 10 kilometers across, so satellites and drones would have no way of finding a fugitive there. Kamachi Talma knew his body was in bad shape, but he was pretty sure the same applied to that unsteady figure over there. He had found her. There she was. A lot had happened during this one night. Most likely, the efforts and actions of far more people than he was aware had been intertwined, complexly so. But that was why he had arrived in time for this final moment. She was still inside the wall. Koranzan. When he called that name, the figure shook. She could hear him. He had made it close enough for his physical voice to reach her. If he didn't stop her now, he was sure she would escape into the outside world. He wouldn't let that happen. Kamachi Talma called out again. Great Demon Koranzan. Slowly, she turned around. Her body in the beige habit was tilted at an angle. He could smell blood. Her long blonde hair was a mess. She held her head with a hand and forcibly kept herself upright as she glared at him, with thoroughly bloodshot eyes. Kamachi Talma. That wasn't anger. Something was off. Koranzan had so arrogantly rebelled against heaven, yet now she was shrinking down as if afraid of something. She looked like a fugitive at her wit's end. Do you really think you can defeat me? Have you even once found victory against me by sticking to your own will through to the end? You may think you have me cornered, but it is you who will be crushed. Lament your misfortune for meeting me here. Kamachi Talma. That was probably true. But Kamachi Talma wasn't looking at Great Demon Koranzan. He was focused on something else. No matter how he tried to disguise it with his words, defeating Koranzan would also mean attacking Aleister. Aleister had failed to restrain her. He wouldn't last. Then what did he hope for? To defeat the being who had once torn apart his family. For the living baby Lilith to remain in this world. Whatever the case, idealism would only eradicate that human's hopes. The power to destroy illusions could not save him. So Kamachi had to think. What could he do here? The words spilled from his mouth. Hey, can I rely on you here? He had to stop Koranzan. He could not let this opportunity escape. So, let's win this together, Aleister. There was no obvious physical voice, but a much too unnatural heartbeat did ring out into the world. Kamachi took that as an answering voice, saying, attack me along with her. Koranzan doubled over in pain. She was probably coughing blood into the hand over her mouth. They didn't need to exchange many words. It hadn't really been all that long since they first met in person. But Kamachi sensed a bond beyond the need for words with Aleister. That was a bond that Koranzan had failed to tear apart. And it was a bond that Kamachi would soon be severing himself, no matter what excuses he made. Part 24. The boy clenched his right fist harder and harder. Chapter 4. The brink of death. Battle with archenemy. Part 1. The factories of District 17 surrounded them. The time had passed 4 a.m. If it weren't January, the sun may have already been rising. One line was far more distinct than the horizon and also quite dangerous. Academy City's wall was in view. The fate of the world would be determined by whether or not the great demon managed to cross that wall. But neither Kamachi Talma nor Koranzan even glanced in its direction. They knew the greatest threat at the moment was right in front of them. Koranzan started first. Rahor Kuit, ruler of the eastern horizon. Horparkrat, ruler of the western horizon. And south is Set's direction. The east and the west have already been sealed. The world is now a straight line. Be pierced by the dazzling light stabbing the world from my southern hand and die, human. A fearsome white light was compressed before it raced out, scorching the air as it went, and several more followed. Exclamation. A single hit to Kamachi and not even a hunk of flesh would remain. He would be truly obliterated, but he did not catch this with his right fist. He swung his entire body aside to dodge. Koranzan's attacks were extraordinary. Even with Imagine Breaker, carelessly trying to stop them would send his arm spinning with the rest of his body, blowing him away. His right hand's power was no use anymore. However, Kamachi Talma hadn't been fighting, because he thought he could win. He knew all too well how much of a disadvantage he had, but there was a reason he couldn't let this continue. So he was fighting. His body moved. He couldn't remember what they looked like anymore, but someone had done something to help him and now he could push past his injuries to fight. If I can move around like this, if I have enough speed to slip past her attacks, then I can reach her. Each step I take and every centimeter I move brings my fist that much closer to reaching Koranzan. Ha ha, so the first attack didn't take you out. You really have grown, and I thought you would be rolling along the filthy ground immediately after spewing some wild nonsense like usual. This was not a simple matter of physical strength. Koranzan tore apart people's bonds and obstructed their progress. Yet the world still needed her. She hated herself, so she wanted to destroy that framework and create a fair and impartial world void of conflict. Kamachi knew she was twisted, but part of him couldn't directly refute what she was saying. That was why he had lost their previous battle, helplessly so. What about now? Could he say she was wrong to her face? He asked himself that now, and he fiercely faced forward, at the great demon who was trying to destroy the world by overdoing her role, at someone who could not accept a world where someone as evil as herself was allowed to exist. If he couldn't, this would be a repeat of the previous battle over Atacalica. He would lose the psychological battle, freeze in place, and receive a serious injury while just standing there. I'm not sure I understand all that confusing stuff about the Sephiroth and you being a great demon, but it boils down to you wanting to create a just world, right? That's why you're fighting. Yes, that's right. I will create a pure world without any loathsome roles like my role of tearing people apart. The next world will be a world of freedom, fairness, and happiness, filled with only just things. I will create an era where no one suffers or is torn apart, and I will do anything to achieve that. I see, but I think it's nice if the world is a little bit off. As long as the world is kind to people, it's okay if it's a little bit off. I mean, a world where only just things happen and only in the correct way. Sounds stifling. There's no soft cushioning in a world like that. Any impacts will hit you directly, like hitting solid concrete with a metal bat. That would mean no one ever lets anything slide and there are never any surprise bonuses, right? The unjust are expected to be destroyed and never get a second chance. No, the unjust would never come to be in the first place. Yeah, that would be stifling, all right. I don't want to live in a just world where saying the wrong thing doesn't just get you criticized, but gets you executed. What are you talking about? I'm saying that your next world where everything's all lined up, in order, and where everything can be explained doesn't sound very fun. Your ideal leaves no room for whims and uncertainties. It's like having a ton of choices, but you know where they lead before you make them. In the worst case, there might not even be any wrong choices at all. In that case, then no matter what you choose, the path you take from birth to death would all lead to the same ending. It'd be a boring life of pressing the same button over and over. Koranzan's face turned red. What kind of reason is that? You can't even benefit from your good deeds in the current imperfect world. It will all fall apart at some point. Are you saying you will accept bad deeds? There's something I've wondered while looking at Kuliva Puzzle 545 and the Bologna Succubus. Why do demons fulfill people's desires? Is it to drag people down to their own doom, without directly physically killing them? If so, there must be better ways, like using hypnosis or illusions to pit the humans against each other. But demons all lend their power to humans and take those humans' ruin as payment. And they even do this with the kinds of desires that an angel would never grant and you'd be reluctant to tell anyone else about. Doesn't that mean that you demons are like a cushion to catch the people who slip through the cracks and can't recover through the normal methods? However you were originally created, you may have ended up functioning in that way. Of course, those people would be ruined in the end. You couldn't rely on a demon and then get away scot-free, but you had the freedom to choose. Die without any say in the matter, or go to hell satisfied you made your own choice. Are you kidding me? Kamachi Talma? Don't act like you know what you're talking about after only about 15 years of life. I exist to ruin people. God knew I would rebel, yet he did nothing to stop me. My fall was planned, a soft cushion to catch people who slip through the cracks. I am not equipped with that function and it would be sinful to even wish I did. Kamachi smiled a little. He wasn't Hamaizura Shiage. Kamachi Talma could not agree with Great Demon Koranzan, but he felt like he was a little closer to understanding why Hamaizura had been worried for her and decided to bet on her, but not much closer. Hamaizura hadn't wanted Koranzan to be left all alone due to her title of Great Demon. She was an embodiment of evil, but she would not call herself righteous. Hamaizura had probably seen the weakness in Koranzan that prevented her from arriving at that answer. I seem to have struck a nerve, and I thought you demons were supposed to be good at this sophistry stuff. You're a demon, aren't you? But do you really want to defeat heaven? Koranzan herself had just said it would be sinful to wish she had that function. She kept saying she would defy God, destroy the world, and wipe the slate clean, but she still understood the weight of the current rules. She kept saying she hated them, but she was constantly aware of them. Almost like a rebellious teenager and their parents. In other words, no matter how much you resent, hate, and curse him, you still picture him as the ruler of the next world, don't you? You can't throw out the idea and presence of a good God. Do not attempt to analyze me, human. I am an irredeemably wicked being, but there is one thing I know. Baseless accusations are sin deserving of death. The roar of splitting air passed above Kamaju's head. A group of people rapidly flew by in the night sky above. It was the transcendence like the Bologna Succubus and Aradia. Some lights were flashing. Colorful lights. Oh, dear. Have you already forgotten who swatted you down from the wall? Alice. If you want to save Kamachi Talma, then get ready. We will lay the groundwork and visualize the extent of the magical damage. Then when you attack, you don't have to worry about that boy being caught in the blast. Today isn't a day to be playful, selfish, or in a temper. Today is the day you take this seriously. Lay the groundwork. Each of the lights flashing in the night sky had to be a deadly attack. They would soon stab into the ground. It would be a downpour of destruction. While the Transcendents were only borrowing those forms, their precision meant the end result was little different from the acts of the gods of myth. All expression vanished from Koranzan's face. And then she chuckled. To Kamaji, it didn't look like she was enjoying this. That was the look of someone who had cold water thrown on them. I am the great demon who lurks in the abyss of the Sephiroth and obstructs humanity from arriving at wisdom. Kamaju's shoulders shook. This was bad. He had picked up on some kind of invisible change in the air. He knew it was unscientific, but then Koranzan stood at the peak of the unscientific. Her presence was growing. Thus, this kind of magic is the best fit for me. Dakshina Kalika. A white explosion followed. It was made of ice. A point in the sky unnaturally froze. Before Kamachi could even identify it as an icy orb as smooth as a crystal ball, it burst from within, scattering sharp shards in all directions. A mass the size of a soccer ball became tens of thousands of shards, with enough force to snag at and topple the factory smokestacks and blast furnaces. It didn't matter how many colorful beams of light were launched by Aradia, the Bologna succubus, and the other flying transcendents. Each of those magic attacks had to be powerful enough to kill Kamachi, but none of them made it through. He had thought of them as a downpour, yet they were all intercepted before reaching Koronzan. Not even one of the glowing raindrops falling from the sky managed to slip through. Instead of accurately hitting each one, it was more like enveloping the entire area with a small explosion. The precision was perfect. It was truly a wall, an impenetrable wall of ice. Koronzan wobbled on her feet. Blood dripped from her mouth. In exchange for this great power, something was being worn away inside her. He knew he could end this, but Kamachi still shouted out loud. Wait, Kanzaki told me you saved a girl from a violent man while you escaped. Then even you must have some. Yes, it's true. Ha ha ha. God must truly despise me. I don't know if he placed it in me to begin with or if he remotely interfered, but he made me do that. No, damn it. That's not what happened. God wasn't controlling you. This just means you had that capability inside you from the star. Several more ice orbs exploded. Kamachi's cries did not reach Koronzan, precisely, as if someone had arranged it that way, and all of the attacks falling from the night sky were shot down before reaching her. Light and explosions danced wildly. Explosions, without end, and, most of all, with extreme precision. Interception, shooting down, the act of obstruction. Koronzan made full use of her purpose and grinned. Even as her eyes wavered and red blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. Koronzan didn't even look in the Transcendent's direction. She was only considering how she would use this to torment, tear down, and kill the powerless boy. He alone she would make sure to kill here. Kamachi sensed something else seething behind her wicked smile. Cough, what now? Kamachi Tauma. I have more than one trump card. I can destroy the human world in so many other ways beyond Atakalika, as I've explained countless times already, but I don't recall saying I couldn't bring about that destruction from within Academy City a second time. She could blow up and shoot down that downpour of rapid projectiles with perfect accuracy. What would happen if she did that to attack him on the surface? Maybe he could stop one or two with Imagine Breaker, but he couldn't keep up with so many attacks. Then should he run away? How was he supposed to get away from that on his two human legs? The distance grew again. The gap between them had seemed to shrink, and he had been certain his right fist would reach her. But now the psychological distance kept growing. I can accurately shoot down objects flying up to Mach 9 whether they come from the front or behind. This is a 360-degree barrier. The Transcendents? That school play of phonies dressed up as gods. Ha ha ha. Superior numbers mean nothing to a great demon. Damn. Come. Alice Anatherbable. You are the only one who can likely break through Dakshina Kalika's barrage by brute force. But I do not fear you. I am an expert at making people give up. That is my purpose as a great demon. So I will face you head on as I wear you down and break every last part of your spirit. If you don't act now, I will turn your precious teacher to mincemeat. Koronzan had to understand the threat Alice posed, yet she was goading and provoking Alice for her own enjoyment. Koronzan was just too much. Kamachi didn't even have to move in for an attack. If she simply walked toward him, he would be crushed, whether or not he readied his fist. Kamachi backed away, driven back by the barrage of exploding ice. Are you kidding? Did you think these brute force tactics would be enough for the Transcendents to give up? We just have to break that Mach 9 limit, said the Bologna succubus. Ha ha, about what I would expect from a nameless extra. Breaking the Mach 9 limit only lets you get close. Even if that uncontrollable straight line does reach me, I will simply hit you with a cross counter. I have more than the one trump card, you utter buffoon. Lights flashed and explosions boomed. Kamachi dove into a nearby, unmanned factory while hearing the angry cries of those extraordinary people. That alone was a miracle. Yes, without the Transcendents giving him the opportunity, he would have been turned to mincemeat after taking the first step. An ordinary human couldn't attack, defend, or even move freely against Koronzan. Not even a supersonic saint like Kanzaki was enough. Koronzan was too great a monster. But what kind of factory is this? Had he actually gotten away? If this was an ultra-dangerous factory marked with some kind of hazard symbol because it dealt in dangerous chemicals or microbes, he would rather not know about it. Kamachi took a look around and found a huge indoor space like a harbor, warehouse, or school gym. However, it didn't feel spacious thanks to the object at the center. At first, It looked to him like a humongous ikimshi made of gray steel, but it wasn't. A sliced aircraft carrier sat there. It was supported from below by countless wooden pillars and surrounded by metal scaffolding and stairs. The back half of the hull was complete, but even that half was sliced up. The cross-section showed the interior of the ship, including cabins and corridors. Kamachi knew he was seeing something strange. It looked like there were 3 or 4 levels below the flat deck. He frowned. They're building a ship? So is this a shipyard? From the look of it, it will be at most 100 m long when fitted together, which is awfully small for an aircraft carrier. It must be a drone carrier that has cut out all the necessities for a human crew. Whoa! Exclaimed Kamachi. All of a sudden, he found 15 cm Othinus on his shoulder. He felt her glaring at him. During all the confusion after that giant LASHTAL thing knocked over the building, Othinus must have been hiding in his jacket. You do understand me well enough that I need not explain what I am doing here, human. Fine, fine. A drone carrier. Academy City was located in western Tokyo, so it didn't border the ocean. But come to think of it, hadn't Transcendent Mutt thieves found a warship to use as a weapon? Since this one was sliced up, maybe large transport helicopters would suspend it from wires and carry it, piece by piece, to a coastal harbor city outside Academy City, where the pieces would be welded together into the whole warship. That was far from the normal method, but Academy City could pull it off. The side of the ship curved back further than vertical and bore the name Kagenui. Koronzen was protected by a Mach 9 barrier, and this drone carrier was awaiting completion in the shipyard. Should he try to find something he could use, or was it too dangerous for an amateur to touch anything here? An ordinary high school boy couldn't even make that judgment. With a great demon as an enemy, he was afraid he would be lured toward what looked like the best option, but would actually work against him. So what was that thing Koronzen was using? The Dak whatever. Dakshinakalica, just like Atakalika. That's another alternate name for the Indian goddess Kali and an alphabetic symbol used in Crowley-style magic. I assume you can figure out for yourself how highly Koronzen ranks it. So it was on the same level as the Atakalika large-scale attack spell. Kamachi nearly came to a dumbfounded stop, even though he knew that Great Demon's true essence, yes, the very essence she so loathed and despaired in, was in breaking people's spirits, making them give up, making them fail, making them rot, and sending them tumbling into the depths. Yes, that magic was exceptionally powerful. It might take time, but if Koronzen were to walk through a city or country she wanted to destroy, she could scatter endless destruction and wipe it off the map. None of the people being destroyed could stop her slow approach, so everyone and everything in that area would be obliterated by the ice explosions. It was an absolute interception magic, a Mach 9 barrier. That wasn't very exciting, but there was no countermeasure. Maybe the teleporter would be able to fight back against that, but I doubt that alone would be enough to win. Are you kidding me? If she could do this, why didn't she use it from the start? It was only a few hours ago that she could have won easily if she had just hung on until Atakalika activated. It's probably too powerful. At Scotland and here, she was setting up a major ceremony meant to influence the entire world. Thoughtlessly using a major attack would have damaged her delicate spiritual items and ceremony, so she chose not to use it. But now she has nothing to protect. At this point, she has no reason to hide her presence. She can focus on killing the enemy before her and escaping, so she can more easily draw on her full strength. Othinus suddenly stopped talking there, because of some footsteps. In the distance, Kamachi was cautious. Could this actually be Dallas or someone else on his side? No, there was no rush to these footsteps, so he doubted this was a transcendent who had hurried inside after breaking through the ice barrage. More than that, Kamachi Talma knew his misfortune too well than to hope for a lucky break like that. The hundreds of wooden pillars supporting the sliced carrier were thicker than Kamachi's body, so he hid behind one of them. Overly long blonde hair, a beige habit, but something wasn't right. The explosions were continuing. From beyond the wall and outside the shipyard, Koronzen was already here inside, but they were just as powerful as before. I left some turrets out there. Koronzen said it herself, loudly enough for Kamachi to hear her even from this distance, and with a smile splitting her face. This does require me to send magic power their way. They're stationary turrets, but as long as I continue to supply them with power, I can set up as many as I like. Their power, speed, accuracy, and precision are all no different from my own. This keeps the transcendents pinned down by their barrage, and if you do not choose your exit carefully, you will be turned to mincemeat as soon as you take a step outside. Human. Yeah, I know. Kamachi didn't believe her. An analysis by his understander Athanas was one thing, but would Koranzan really reveal accurate specs when he hadn't even asked? Not a chance. He had to assume she was hiding something, like that those turrets could actually move around at high speed, or that they amplified the power of the shots beyond what she could do herself. She was even more serious than before, but this was the seriousness of a wounded animal. She had been pushed devastatingly far beyond her limits. Would she pass through the shipyard to shake the Transcendence and then safely cross the city wall? Alice Anatherbable and the rest of the Transcendents will not show up to save you. Besides, they were an unnecessary addition to our confrontation anyway. Now, is there any fat left to be trimmed? For example, what about that magic god on your shoulder who keeps whispering wisdom into your ear? I will crush her now, Kamachi Talma. Koranzan did not hesitate. She aimed her palm straight toward him from her distant position. Apparently he wasn't hiding as effectively as he thought. Damn it! A frozen white explosion burst forth. A rapid chain of them did. Each of the thin carrier slices had to weigh hundreds of tons. More and more of the wooden pillars distributing their weight snapped and they tilted with a great groaning. Kamachi didn't have time to consider what was safe and what was risky. He ducked below a slice that looked ready to collapse at any moment, diving to the other side of the ship. He wanted to get as far away from Koranzan as possible and put some kind of cover between them. Koranzan tilted her head in response. Yes, it made no sense that Kamachi could escape on foot like that. She had already said that spell could handle anything up to Mach 9. She directed a curious look to her surroundings rather than Kamachi. The strike points were scattered. Or rather, my accuracy has clearly dropped. Why would the automatic targeting fail? Is the echo not reflecting right in this indoor space? No, even then, the problem is in the talisman forming Koranzan. That is, her nature as a great demon. I know I'm not one to talk after being reduced to a fairy, but wicked monsters traditionally avoid silver or iron. Yes, iron. And I hope I don't need to remind you that this is a military shipyard. Did she call it an echo? Yes, because talisman does not rely on the laws of physics. Using its weak echo to track a target would provide history's greatest sensitivity. But her impure demonic power is absorbed by gold and reflected wildly by silver and iron. That means her echo doesn't work in here. Athanas whispered all this into Kamachi's ear. He couldn't trust Koranzan's own words, but Athanas's analysis was a different matter. You just said something crazy in there, didn't you? An echo that doesn't rely on the laws of physics. Are you messing with me? Did you think a magic cabal's manuals would waste many pages on physics? And that isn't what matters here. Stop arguing when it means the enemy can't use that ability here, idiot. To sum up, he could ignore that Mach 9 barrier while inside the shipyard. He'd approached Koranzan. This time, his right fist would reach her. Part 2. The space below the pile of debris was not very large. It was at most a 5-meter square. A normal person would have turned on their phone's light and immediately regretted it. They would have thought the darkness was better. They would receive an intense feeling of pressure, while gaining nothing positive, so they might very well have passed out. Index was seated with her knees against her chest, while she toyed with the calico cat in her hands and produced a trembling voice. I'm hungry. Didn't you already say that? Misaka Makoto sounded exasperated as she curled up small in the faint light. I do have some emergency cookies, but the problem is the lack of a drink. Hooray! No hesitation at all. Have you never experienced that dry mouth hell before? The resolution had already left their hands. All they could do was wait for rescue. They just hoped, when they were dug out of the rubble, they wouldn't find the entire planet had been reduced to rubble. I hope Talma's all right. What? Do you regret sending him off like that? He's the guy who knocked out Academy City's #1 and rescued nearly 10,000 of my sisters. Once he decides he's doing something, he sees it through to the end. Yeah, no matter how many times I bite him for seeing me naked, it never seems to deter him. That sounds like high weight. What has that idiot been doing? They shared some bitter laughter. They realized they didn't actually know each other very well. They had Kamachi Talma in common, but barely any direct connections beyond that. How long was it until dawn? Whatever the case, this probably wouldn't last long. I don't want to die. Makoto stated the obvious, but there were times when the obvious carried great meaning, like when tens of thousands of tons were pressing down from overhead. Yeah, Index again nodded within the deadly rubble. I can't go to school with Talma, but I do want to see the new term he's been talking about. Part 3. Silence had fallen for a change. Great Demon Koranzan must have stopped using her Dakshina Kalika inside the shipyard. The muffled booms were coming from beyond the thick walls, from what she had called the turrets. The greatest threat of that magic was its incredible rapid-fire ability and precision. On the other hand, The destructive force of each individual attack was not great enough to freeze his legs in place just from seeing it. Of course, a direct hit from that sharp 5M explosion would still pierce through every part of his body and kill him instantly, but that was all it would do. That was destruction he could actually imagine, which wasn't like Koranzan. He didn't know if the great demon had realized how that iron trick worked, but she must have decided that attack had lost its allure with its accuracy so greatly reduced. That meant she would not intercept him now. Kamachi had used the metal scaffolding and stairs to reach the deck of the sliced carrier. Strangely, there was no launching catapult. Also, the flat deck was covered in square panels a few meters across. Perhaps the Kajui operated its aircraft completely differently. He kicked away a heavy toolbox left on the deck. The deck was the equivalent of 3 or 4 floors above the shipyard's floor, so about the same as dropping something from a school roof. The toolbox lid opened on the way down, allowing wrenches, a power drill, files, and other tools to pour down like rain, with her directly below. Oh! An odd sound followed, a distorted popping sound, like striking the air with a whip. Koranzan extended her overly long blonde hair like a chameleon's tongue, and hopped up to the carrier's deck 3 to 4 floors up, bringing her less than 100 centimeters away from Kamachi. How was she still showing off new abilities? KH! Now, allow me to shout. That pammer. He had to suppress his instincts. Using Imagine Breaker was too dangerous. Instead, he immediately let his upper body drop down. Something like an invisible shockwave burst from Koranzan's wide-open mouth. It missed Kamachi and greatly bent the deck of the cutting-edge warship, albeit it was still under construction. And it didn't end there. Something like white grains of rice were eating those were maggots. The armor panel grew dark and rotten before melting away. Exclamation. Finally, as powerful as it was, one of Koranzan's attacks had missed. This was the perfect chance. Kamachi rushed in and clenched his right first, but his feet sank down. The floor didn't hold. He fell. Gao. But it could have been worse. He only fell 1 level. He landed in the cabin directly below. He might have died had he plummeted all the way to ground level. The table and chairs were directly bolted to the floor. It was hard to tell because the computers and wiring hadn't been installed yet. Was that called the outfitting? But this was where the ship was controlled. Is this the seat I see? So said Othinus. Why had he been able to come up with outfitting, but not seat I see? Of course, he didn't have time to sit around listening to Othinus. A second and third roar were launched from directly above. There was no rotting this time. Once the interior of the ship burned away, the other time it shattered like stone or ice. Kamachi rolled away from the large hole overhead, leaving the broken cabin and entering a narrow corridor. Rank 3 was written large on the wall and red and yellow lines on the floor branched off along different paths, but he had no idea what they meant. Othinus was saying something while clinging to his clothes. So she's moved on to Gosha now. Damn it, Koranzan. She pouts her lips and acts like a niche specialist. But she's just a trend follower. Even she loves the classics. Maybe she yearns for the proper methods since that's something she can't do herself. What is that go thing? I may be dumb, but I can tell missing this will get me killed. After all the attention R and C occultics gathered, I imagine it's famous enough that even a goth lowly middle schooler would know about it. The general public views it as a handy grimoire that lets you summon a whole bunch of demons with just 1 book. But the Crowley faction interprets it as a murmur. Instead of a physical summoned monster, they see them as spells that withdraw a known power from within yourself through conscious atavism. There are 72 plus 1 extra. Crowley himself supposedly drew on a portion of Buer's power for healing magic. I say supposedly because it's a legend with no corroborating evidence. So was it magic that placed a variety of special effects on your voice, like a paralyzing scream, a slashing shout, or a healing song? Are you saying this has more than 72 attack patterns? We're not talking about some rich kid's colored pencil set here. How am I supposed to deal with that kind of variety? Gosha is certainly a pain. It starts out with a lot of basic abilities and then has a lot of room for adaptation among them, so it's hard to guess what could come next. So you need to get her to switch to some other magic, human. She must have expected Kamachi's frown. It was nice that he could skip past a lot of the annoying trouble with his understander. Each spell she has used so far has been extremely powerful, but she has never once used more than 1 spell at once. She has always focused on 1 at a time. You saw her bleeding, right? She has been shortening the preparation time for those large-scale ceremonies too far even for a great demon. Because they're so powerful, she may be afraid of losing control and having them blow up in her face. There's also a Leicester's obstruction to consider. Meaning, if we get her to use a spell that works in our favor, she will be creating her own blind spot. When using a certain spell, you know she won't use Dakshina Kalika or Gosha. That conclusion meant a lot. It was enough to make the future look a bit brighter for Kamachi. I'll do it, but what spell does she have to use for us to win? Magic, flaming sword. The future sank into darkness. Wasn't that the most dangerous of her attacks that she had used against him? During the battle over Atakalika, that ultra-fast and ultra-powerful projectile attack had twisted his entire body around along with Imagine Breaker. It was the original reason he feared Koranzan. But if she uses that, I'm dead. When she had a physical body, yes. But Imagine Breaker worked on it when she was separated from her body in Scotland. And now, she has a physical body. It turned out his hopelessness hadn't quite been complete before. Now his understander had thoroughly proven he would die instantly. Look, human, all of Koranzan's magic has been powerful enough to kill instantly. Getting scared over the power of the attack at this point is meaningless. And no matter how powerful it is, you know this attack. Between Scotland and Academy City, you've been hit by it twice and lived both times. And you negated it once, when she wasn't at full power. Your body has learned the pattern and timing by now, right? It gives me a headache to consider, but that most frightening of attacks has become the easiest one for you to dodge. Plus, Koranzan sees those past experiences as successes, so she will use it if she gets impatient, especially now that she can use it at full power. Was this when he should shout such misfortune? The worst thing she could do now is produce some new ability you've never seen before. You saw that earlier when she used her hair to pull herself up onto the carrier, right? That's the last thing you want now. So no matter how dangerous it is, a known attack is much safer. When you know the attack already, you just have to dodge it. It's simple. You can do that, can't you, human? It is not that simple. If it was easy to dodge, we wouldn't be in this mess to begin with. Still, it was true she would be wide open after using that attack. It had been the same with that Gosha attack. If he hadn't fallen through the rotting deck, he would have been able to get a punch in. Just in case you've forgotten, I will point out that I am not saying these things to make you suffer. To be blunt, this is the very best option you have left. I'm reluctant to even bring up the other options. Would you go out of your way to choose a more painful and more difficult road, human? Was she saying the best line had fallen this far? Great Demon Koranzan was just that dangerous a being. Most likely, the vast majority of his options would lead to his death. The normal options would get him killed like normal. So Athinas was presenting him with an unthinkable option and encouraging him. Ugh, where do I start? You don't have to. You aren't an angel, a magic god, or a transcendent, yet she failed to kill you. That great demon's patience will already be running thin. It wounds her pride. The only surprise is that she hasn't already tried to rely on that past success. He had thought it was weird how much Athinas was pushing him toward this, but apparently it was something he had to be ready for regardless. He was scared, of course, but this was all for nothing if he let that guide him onto a losing path. He heard footsteps from nearby, on the same level. He pressed against a corner in the corridor. I am a demon, but not from the Kulifoth where the forces of evil gather. I am the great demon hidden by the holy Sephiroth. I dwell in the same abyss as Dat. He heard a voice, in a tone far too sinister to be called sing-song. Every number is the same. My right hand contains Nuit of Resurrection. Watch as the possibilities expand and surpass the bounds of the finite. My left hand contains Hadit of Vengeance. He recognized this phrase. This was the incantation Koranzan uttered before casting magic. Flaming sword. She really was impatient. Atakalika had been stopped. She had fled through Academy City, as she hadn't been able to cross the sea wall. Thinking back, she had experienced one failure after another. She had to be sensing bad luck, or an unpleasant invisible trend. It made sense she would want to rely on a past success to break free. If she was focused on that incantation, she must have switched what magic she was using. No Gosha was coming. He didn't have to worry about Dakshina Kalika. Kamachi pressed up against the wall and waited. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. He steeled himself and rushed out from around the corner. Koranzan was right there. He didn't even need to let her use that flaming spell. His fist could just reach her. And Koranzan's lips whispered, "Get him, Dakshina Kalika." Kamachi's heart froze. But the poor boy could accuse this of being unfair or unreasonable all he liked. It wouldn't make the reality any less cruel. "Oh," he shouted, twisted around, and, because using Imagine Breaker would be more dangerous, he dropped to the floor to somehow avoid the barrage. Or he tried to. But in truth, he felt a scorching heat in his right flank. A bunch of ice must have exploded to the side of the sliced carrier. The ice had shattered itself to scatter countless ice shards at speeds greater than bullets. They easily pierced the ship's armor, and one of them tore through the boy's side. He spun through the air. He broke free of gravity and then made a horrifying discovery. The carrier was sliced into pieces, and he had flown beyond this slice. He flew over the 3-floor drop to the shipyard floor and reached the next slice. Gah! Athenis had been wrong. No, that couldn't be. Maybe Koranzan really could only use one spell at a time, but she could solve that problem by creating a time difference, and she had given some dubious information earlier. The turrets, if she had set up those stationary turrets that maybe could actually move here and there within the shipyard, then Koranzan herself would be free to act. By using her second magic in advance, she could catch Kamachi in a crossfire. The strategy discussion with Athenis had been necessary, but it had given Koranzan too much freedom. The drop in accuracy no longer mattered. If the barrage was distributed over a wide enough area, it could still hit. Kamachi rolled through a large area, located directly below the flat deck. It was likely the maintenance hangar where the many drones would wait on standby, but the width of the slice left only about the space of a classroom and there was nowhere to hide. Plus, Koranzan had been singing. What had she prepared for the other half of the crossfire? Wasn't it an attack that would kill if it hit? Magic. Flaming sword, manifests thyself through descent of the Sephira and bathe him in thy power. Part 4 Crash. A power even more brutal than lightning pierced Kamachi Talma's body. This was not unpredictable misfortune. It was something more definite. After all his work and struggling, had he failed to overcome this full power attack launched while Koranzan had her physical body? HMPH. He wasn't blasted to pieces. Did he use Imagine Breaker at the last second? A valiant attempt when he had to know it would still break and kill him. Regardless, the battle was over. He was still breathing, but he simply lay there twisted on the floor. Finishing him off would be far too easy. The 15 cm version of Athenis was shouting something at the boy and blaring fiercely at Koranzan, but that too was meaningless. She couldn't do anything. Her magical knowledge had to be useful in battle, but she was not the grimoire library. The disgraced magic god could not use that loathsome spell intercept. Perhaps you were not the one who should have been with him, magic god. This pain was not necessary for her victory, but her soul was afflicted by her nature as a great demon. When Koranzan sneered, her mouth filled with the flavor of blood. Very bitter blood. It didn't have to be you providing him with magical wisdom. Yet you insisted on keeping that spot for yourself. Did you let your wretched desires influence you? If it had been the Index Librorum Prohibitorum with him here, she may have been able to protect that dying brat. What makes you think you've defeated the world here? The battle isn't over yet. Act triumphant all you like. Your precious attack still failed to actually kill Kamachi Talma. You failed, just like you failed to escape this city. This isn't even about that. Koranzan glanced aside. The sliced drone carrier and the shipyard itself created several solid layers blocking her view, but she still seemed to be interpreting the stars in the night sky. This planet may be on the way to its doom without me having to lift a finger. Part 5. A shape sliced swiftly through the night sky. It had been given the beautiful nickname of the Swan, but that was due to the pure white paint, which was a self-defense measure to deflect as much of the heat as possible when it launched a nuclear strike. Even those who didn't know the detailed specs could imagine how many bombs and cruise missiles the strategic bomber was loaded with, if they heard the 55-meter and 275-ton craft had a crew of only 4. Currently, its large bomb bay was filled with something even more dangerous. Punishment for an archangel. When that magic circle struck Academy City territory, along with the bomber itself, it would swiftly take effect. The very nature of demons and angels would be affected to forcibly injure that great demon. All lives within 50 kilometers, in a circle stretching from western Tokyo to the Chubu region, would be killed, but those were acceptable losses, if it would allow them to eliminate such inhuman beings from the earth. I've waited until the last second, but Koranzan's reading is still strong. You failed, Academy City. And you too, Anglicans. You human specialists should stick to chasing after human magicians. It's time for the monster specialists to clean up this mess. After all that, Vasilisa smiled in self-deprecation. She was ultimately talking to herself. The pilot seated next to her was an ordinary soldier, who knew nothing of magic, but there was nothing to worry about there since he had been thoroughly brainwashed. At greater than Mach 2, Japan's Academy City wasn't far away at all, and she had gotten started long before they had expected. Vasilisa smiled quietly. She had at times fought alongside the other sects. Protecting the earth and humanity usually meant her interests were aligned with those of other beliefs, but not this time. Given its purpose, The Russian Orthodox Church's annihilatus could not compromise on this. This world was managed. Thus, inhuman beings could not be allowed to threaten human lives. That was the base assumption. As long as they would follow that, Vasilisa and her colleagues could work with the other sects, but if they wouldn't follow it, those other sects became her enemy. Vasilisa did not enjoy having to do this. She was using a strategic bomber to deliver the necessary magic circle to Academy City, but the magic circle was only a magic circle. Someone had to supply it with magic power to activate it. Vasilisa would not survive when they crashed into an open park at full speed, nor would those inside of or near Academy City. Of course she didn't enjoy having to sacrifice her life and the lives of others. There were so many people she still wanted to adore, Sasha and the Patriarch not least among them. But she believed this was the right thing to do. She was protecting the earth, protecting humanity, protecting justice, protecting peace. She was using human means to protect all humans from an inhuman threat. Yes, doing everything necessary to defeat Great Demon Koronzan was undeniably the right thing to do. Who in the world could resist this joy, temptation, and duty? I hope Sasha will see how sensible I was to keep her out of this. Academy City was in no state for effective air defense. The science-side angel Kazakiri Hayaka had been the one concern, but even she couldn't act right now. The conditions were in place. If they had been more careful, but more bold in their attempts to kill Koronzan, Vasilisa might not have had a chance to act and been stuck watching. But instead I get to swoop in at the end and claim the victory for myself. The scenery below changed from sea to land. Academy City was dead ahead. Strange alarms were sounding within the bomber, but based on the scouting drones they had sent in earlier, the outside troops wouldn't actually shoot. She didn't know why, but some rules of theirs forbade it. So a bomber capable of carrying nuclear weapons was approaching. But they just let it go. That country never made any sense to her. An open park was best for delivering the magic circle to the ground. She commanded the pilot. A mere 10-degree tilt to the nose filled the bomber with the definite sensation of falling. They didn't need to put out the landing gear. Slamming the fuselage into the ground and letting the surface tear it away would be perfect. That will make it easier for me. You can rest easy, Japanese people. Except that Academy City never did belong here and give up on it. Vasilisa's words ended there. A great tremor shook the entire 50M strategic bomber. Instead of something hitting it and causing damage, it was more like its course had been forcibly diverted, against the wishes of the control column. And so the swan missed Academy City. It flew right past it. What the? The bomber's great size and speed prevented her from commanding the pilot to make a U-turn. Its turning radius was just too large, but this hadn't been the scientific angel. Academy City's air defense should have been dead or close to it. Then what was this? She heard a voice. The strategic bomber was a ceremonial ground tearing through the night sky at greater than Mach 2. This shouldn't have been possible without permission from Vasilisa, its master. We could just shoot you down in your confusion, but then I would feel bad. We are gods, after all. Ha ha. Did anyone ever say we can't fly? Nephthys and Nyang Nyang. Vasilisa spoke their names in a daze before a point deep in her head suddenly boiled over. She figured it out. You damn magic gods. Oh, but we're not getting in the way of your Russian Orthodox work. There are two monsters right here in front of you, and full power ones unlike Athenas. I would think we would be a higher priority than attacking Academy City. Come on, you specialize in inhuman things, right? Well, we're the crazy magic gods who don't think twice about crossing the line between life and death to obtain knowledge. So come play with us monsters. Specialist. Part 6. Looking up from within the sliced carrier inside the shipyard, Great Demon Koronzan wrinkled her brow a little. This was odd. Why wasn't the strategic bomber crashing? A direct hit from that wouldn't do much harm to her. And if it blew away Academy City in the process, it would cause enough chaos for her to celebrate since she wanted to escape the city. Yet it wasn't happening. Is the tide turning? But what caused it? Leicester's tricks don't work. Then is this your doing? No, am I reading too much into this? Either way, I don't have time to think about it with the way things are going. After some thought, Koronzan froze. Someone had their hand against the ship's inner wall. As they gathered strength in their legs, their movements were wobbly, but they were gritting their teeth. Kamachi Talma was standing back up. Once more. Yes, he was moving. He had been twisted and blown away. Ordinarily, he should never have been able to move. Thank goodness, he said. He had the voice of someone who hadn't given up. My head hurts like hell and I honestly feel like I'm about to die. But thank goodness I didn't accidentally touch my head. Yes, that's right. I don't know who it was, but someone helped me out. All for this moment, because now I don't have to worry about passing out even when my pain must be way past the limit. Hadn't Othinus asked what made Koranzan think she had defeated the world? Kamachi Talma was one thing, but that cunning magic god would not make a baseless argument from emotion. She had known from the start what kind of psychological control had been applied to Kamachi Talma. Even so, while he could still fight, what was driving that human so far? He would have been better off just dying. A drowning man would grasp at straws. Pain and fear could not be tamed by logic. Even if he had survived, he might have avoided a further thrashing if he had played dead. Maybe the world would later be destroyed, but he would be safe for the moment. How can you so innocently believe in the future? Koranzan found herself taking an action entirely unrelated to her victory. Some thick, invisible words left her mouth, as if she were uttering a curse. Imagine Breaker negates all supernatural powers and summons misfortune. It negates the good along with the bad. So as long as you possess that right hand, you can never receive God's blessings. Just like me, your function intrudes on your life. No, it's worse for you since you never chose for yourself to rebel. You were abandoned by God from the moment you were born. He said it couldn't be helped and that misfortune was your lot in life. For no more reason than that, that's more than enough for you to reject a world that claims to be fair. So why don't you curse the world? Why don't you want to destroy the world that wouldn't choose you? Battered Kamachi smiled a little. He didn't want to be the happiest person and rejoice in his triumph, even if it would look pretty cool to be able to say so like it was nothing. But he couldn't say it. He refused to. He had once gone to hell. During his tour of hell with CRC and Anna Kingsford, he had seen all too well what his nature was. He was a filthy human. When someone cried, it hurt him too and he just wanted to escape that pain. He only clenched his fist and fought so desperately, because he was a terribly weak person who lacked the resolve to accept tragedy. Being punched was easier than seeing tragedy, so that was what he did. He didn't want the misfortune. He wanted to be happy. He wanted to live. He might be plagued by misfortune, and more misfortune, but he would not lie about his desire to protect his own life and wish for happiness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to escape from hell. No matter what ideals he laid out, he still hadn't wanted to die. No, he hadn't wanted to give up on life just because he died. There was still so much he wanted to do in this world. He didn't mean anything as profound as making a great invention that changed the way people lived or eliminating all crime from the world. Just a single piece of toast. He hadn't wanted death to take even the simple action of biting into butter toast. It was ugly, foolish, and filthy. He knew that, and that was what allowed him to speak with such conviction. Happiness isn't something you wait around for someone to give you. Damn you. Even if you were born into misfortune and even if you made a great mistake, there's no rule saying you have to give up on hoping for happiness. Anyone can ask for it, even if they've hit rock bottom. No one has the right to stand in the way of people's desire for happiness. This was a different choice that Koranzan hadn't been able to make. She had hated, cursed, resented and destroyed her own desire to be happy. At some point, she had stopped hoping for happiness. Kamachi stared straight at a fact he didn't want to remember. Defeating Koranzan would also mean attacking Aleister. But you haven't rotted either, have you? One was rotten and the other wasn't. In the end, the decision was easy. Kamachi Talma took the first step forward. Part 7. She needed to fall back. Great Demon Koranzan willed herself to do so. Ultimately, Kamachi Talma only had his right fist. So she should immediately jump back to put sufficient space between them, and then obliterate him with rapid-fire projectiles. She could use Dakshina Kalika, Gosha, and plenty more trump cards besides. Yet in that moment, her legs froze up. Did she want to defeat this human head-on without any tricks? No. Koranzan was a collection of concentrated wickedness, so she would never consider something so admirable. A third party was clearly holding her body in place. Aleister? You too? You haven't rotten either. After everything this world and its people did to you and after you finally lost even your own body, you still found something left in this thoroughly twisted world. The next thing she knew, Koranzan was saying something under her breath. I am a demon, but not from the Kulifoth where the forces of evil gather. I am the great demon hidden by the holy Sephiroth. I dwell in the same abyss as Dat. She should have known from the beginning that both Kamachi Talma and Aleister Crowley were different from her. But the great demon looked devastated. That difference had just been demonstrated to her. The idea that people's environment and circumstances turned them into bad people was a silly fantasy imagined by the wealthy and happy as they looked down on the unfulfilled. There was no truth there. The difference came in how someone used their environment and circumstances to grow. This was a demonstration of that. Misfortune was not an excuse for letting your character rot, which meant that great demon Koranzan's wickedness was something she herself had raised inside her. Kamachi Talma thought on this too. In the end, Koranzan had relied on her past success. Of course she had. Kamachi had yet to avoid this attack when launched at full power when she had her physical body. He had lost each time, as if it were fate. She had always used this to settle things, by forcibly overpowering even Imagine Breaker's ability to negate supernatural powers. Whenever she absolutely needed a win, she would use this. She would indulge in this absolute and perfect victory. Kamachi Talma actually smiled a little. Great Demon Koranzan was a terrifying being, but this choice seemed somehow human. Every number is the same. My right hand contains Nuit of resurrection. Watch as the possibilities expand and surpass the bounds of the finite. My left hand contains Hadit of vengeance. The smallest point gathers and concentrates all forces to create a single meaning. Thus, an attack shall be released from the infinite acceleration of the circle of Rahor Kuit and shall appear on the surface layer of this world. If you think the only hope for you is in the next world, and if you say you're willing to destroy the current world to reach that world. He was already badly damaged after being hit by this once. He didn't know what state his body was in or how long he could keep moving, and this had already been prophesied. What was it magic god Othinus had said? Magic, flaming sword, manifest thyself through descent of the Sephira and bathe him in thy power. It shot right past his ear. A torrent of power greater than lightning rushed out horizontally and tore away a few of Kamaju's hairs. But that was all. He had dodged it for the first time. He hadn't used any kind of special power, only his own physical strength. A few of the carrier slices behind him collapsed with a great cacophony and shaking. Perhaps Koranzan had a small idiosyncrasy somewhere. Some minor tick that Kamachi himself hadn't even consciously picked up on. Her jinx, her curse, her tragic fate had all collapsed. Othinus had said the worst thing she could do now was produce some new ability he had never seen before. To put it another way, no matter how frighteningly powerful it was, a known attack gave him a chance. When his body knew the attack already, all he had to do was dodge it. You can do that, can't you? Othinus had insisted. At first, he had thought she was being absurd, but no longer. She hadn't rejected the idea before sharing it, because she believed he could do it. He had overcome it, and he had already seen that Koranzan was wide open after using this attack. Kamachi Talma focused on his fist. He stepped forward. Bloody Koranzan's surprised face expanded to fill his field of view. Who was at the surface here in this final moment? Was it Great Demon Koranzan or human Aleister Crowley? Kamachi had no way of knowing. He clenched his right fist. Hard, harder than hard. He still didn't have an answer, but he spoke all the same. Then, I'll destroy that illusion. The sound and tactile sensation were duller than usual. He did exactly that. Part 8. It was quiet. Shortly before the final moment, the area outside the shipyard was in fact deathly quiet. Koranzan could set up as many Dakshin Kalika turrets as she liked, but she had to constantly supply them with magic power. To pour all her strength into the clash with Kamachi Talma, she hadn't had any to spare for anything else. All of the turrets made from long blonde hair, which looked like lion heads with 4 legs growing out of them, had gone limp and silent. Hamazura Shiage had been coincidentally freed from his cell, but unlike necromancer Isabella Theism, he hadn't had a clear goal in mind and ended up wandering the late-night city, but following Koranzan's trail hadn't been difficult. The entire city had been ordered to stay indoors, so he just had to go where the biggest commotion was. But whenever he'd arrived, Koranzan had already fled to another district. He had repeated that process a few times, and he finally caught up in District 17. However, that didn't mean he would catch up in time. Just think about it. Hamazura was following the tracks she left, so if he had caught up, it meant Koranzan had slowed, so it wasn't something to rejoice. This meant she was being driven into a corner. The highly accurate ice barrage of Dakshin Kalika was gone. Hamazura had no trouble walking into the shipyard, although perhaps it would be wrong to say he did so safely. He should not have peered inside that massive box. Wait, the drone carrier was still incomplete and stored in slices, so he had a clear view inside the ship. During the final moment, looking up from far below, puny Hamazura Shiage yelled, with all his might, as if he were trying to tear his throat open. The demon was already dead. Her wicked desire remained unfulfilled. Epilogue 1. In the darkness. Bad light. It was over. The world arrived at a new day once more. The sunrise was still quite orange as its light washed across Academy City, including the Takuwadai Middle School student dorm in District 7. One-sama. Ugh, groaned Misaka Makoto. Shirai Kuroko was seated atop her bed. She probably hadn't slept. I can't believe you. I was so worried for you, and then you stay out all night without contacting me. So what were you even doing out there instead of returning to the dorm? I'm going to need a detailed report. I don't understand any of it myself, but I think I saved the world or protected the fate of humanity, or something. Wow, and you helped out without even knowing it, Kuroko. Aren't you great? I don't know anything about saving the world or the fate of humanity, but do you have any idea how trying it was to trick the dorm manager? Would you like to try playing hide and seek from hell next time? Sorry, but that's one thing I can't do. I am but a small flower blossoming in the shadows, all its efforts gone unappreciated. I'm just so lonely. I need your help comforting me. One-sama licky, 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 lick. Your tongue, ugh. Stop moving it side to side like that. Ah, that's terrifying. Why are you being even more monstrous than usual, Kuroko? Today's top news. A secret religious meeting held by the Anglican Church, Roman Catholic Church, and Russian Orthodox Church. We have received word that the Patriarch, who leads the Russian Orthodox Church, paid a surprise visit to the Catholic Pope, who is currently staying at a health resort in Edinburgh. According to someone with knowledge of the matter, they discussed their thoughts on global climate change and on the changes smart technology has brought to daily life. A mobile device was playing the TV news. If this was what the public was hearing, then the true topic at that meeting must not have leaked. One person, who had been caught up in the chaos at Academy City and hadn't even been able to take a bath, was upset about this news. That person was Devon Fortune. Are you kidding me? People of Earth, aren't you forgetting the great Archbishop who leads the Anglican Church? Those troublemakers caused so many problems with their large-scale spells, and now they're meeting without me. The Amakusas led by Kanzaki, the former Agnes force led by Agnes, and the rest of the Anglicans plan to leave Academy City soon. They could have demanded to remain in control of the city, but they decided splitting their forces would only tempt the Roman Catholics or Russian Orthodoxes to attack London. Hames Yorishayaj? For now, he will remain in our custody as a Koronzan sympathizer. Kanzaki Kaori explained the situation to a worried-looking Takatsubo. That said, this is only a formality, so you don't have anything to worry about. He ideologically sympathized with her, but he did not actually provide any material or combat support. After the paperwork is in order, and he has been given a stern talking to, he will be released. I will make sure of it. Someone else was in that same hospital, while Tsushima had re-entered the fight after some healing magic for the neck wound she received from Koronzan. It had been serious enough for her to make use of an Academy City hospital. Airplane pressurization was a serious issue for the wounded, and if she took a turn for the worse on the flight, a flight attendant would have to start shouting for a doctor. For some reason, Kanzaki and Itsuwa were giving her sharp looks, unnecessarily sharp. Well, this is awkward. An unnatural rain fell across Academy City at dawn. The skies had cleared after only half an hour, but it seemed to have gotten rid of the red snow that had persistently stuck around and made driving dangerous. Thanks to that, no one had died. An airship displayed a message on its large screen. There is no threat to the electric, gas, or water infrastructure. Distribution of emergency supplies and recovery work has resumed across the city. Please remain calm and follow the instructions you are given. Academy City is safe. The airships being in the sky was itself good news for Academy City, because it meant things were getting back to normal. It begins here. New board chairman Accelerator spoke quietly, while seated on the bed in his solitary confinement cell. To be frank, the #1 had someone he would destroy the world to protect, but so did other people. Everyone had people they wanted to protect. The world was not controlled by some grand system. It was formed by the accumulation of 7 or 8 billion of those small things. So being the strongest was no excuse. He could not trample on those feelings in others or force his onto others. And that was why he would create a city where no one had to. Academy City's technology was 20-30 years ahead. So if this city proved it to be a success, it would spread to the rest of the world later. And if it failed, it could all fall apart. So it begins here. It's time to prove Academy City's worth. Honestly, Golden Retriever Kaharu walked in the shadows between buildings. He was curious what happened to Great Demon Koronzan's, no, to Aleister's remains, but he had been from the UK, hadn't he? His original body had apparently been buried there, so perhaps that was the best location for his final resting place. He should have left behind a will for this eventuality. That is one romance for those at the top. My terrible friend's biggest flaw was his complete unawareness of how much influence he had on the world around him. Several figures moved through the city. Alice Anotherable, the Bologna succubus, Aradia, and the other transcendents of the bridge builders' cabal crossed the city wall and swiftly departed. Just once, Alice looked back toward the city behind her. Teacher, Alice, if you want to repay him, then it would be best not to bring further chaos to the world. Kamachi Talma has restored your position in society, and his trump card should remain hidden, said Aradia. Black Cat Witch Mina Mathers was also plotting an escape. Unlike Archbishop Denon Fortune, Mina had no official identity. She had entered Academy City without permission. It had been necessary at the time, but now she wanted to leave before the security around the wall recovered. You know what? The Black Cat Witch's words received a response from the little wicked woman Anna Sprengel. I thought for sure you would have remained in his dorm room, when he already has the grimoire library and the dregs of a magic god staying there. There isn't enough room, and if he starts to stand out, it will destroy his peaceful life. Mina Mathers looked taken aback. Eventually, she managed to get her mouth open. Since when do you know how to be considerate? Even a wicked woman knows when she owes a debt of gratitude. And he was dead, and once he died, he would of course go to hell. That was the way that humans saw it. He had somehow managed to cheat the system in 1947, but his life still should have ended after settling things with Horonson in the frozen Scottish Sea and passing the master key on to the next board chairman. Borrowing the great demon's body had been no more than some lingering heat, like the last few embers smoldering in the ashes of an extinguished fire in the fireplace. He had caused the world so much trouble. Leaving the master key with the #1 may have helped atone a little in an extremely pragmatic way, but he realized he hadn't done anything for another boy. That regret may have been why he clung to life. He was glad he had managed to help that boy in the very end. He was truly glad the things that boy was trying to protect had not been destroyed. There was nothing more for him to do. It wasn't a physical sensation, but he had felt something tugging on him, tugging downwards. The gates of hell were probably flung open in the depths. The human did not resist the pull. Death was not meant to be frightening, because it led to heaven. He had only feared death to the point of heading to hell, because of his own many misdeeds, but now the time had come to pay the price. He truly thought so. And yet, my, you're being a lot meeker than I expected, Aleister. He didn't understand. Even that human failed to grasp the situation. Why was he hearing that voice here and now? That person was already gone. She had promised to protect the things he wanted to protect, actually done so, resurrected Kamachi Talma from death, and then gone to hell on her own. Wait, hell? What are you doing there, Anna Kingsford? Didn't I speech balloon you, Aleister? I keep my promises. I promise to shield the things you hold dear and make you happy. To accomplish that, I switched off my preserved corpse so I could intentionally skull and intentionally go to hell. So let me do my job. You mean? Yes, I knew all of this would happen from the beginning. What of it? That was all she had to say about that. To what level had this expert, this true magician, risen? And since I knew you would end up in hell, I got here ahead of you and prepared a net. A real mage knows how to alter a little thing like being doomed to skull. This is all part of serving those around me. We must cause artificial miracles to make people happy. How hard it will be is not the question. That just means you need to hone your skills further. It is no flaw of the person needing saving. Anna Kingsford smiled and wagged her index finger. A small white light appeared. In no time, it filled Aleister's vision and enveloped him. It was not piercingly bright. It was a gentle light, and he felt an upwards tug. How much had Kingsford paid to accomplish this one thing? Kamachi Talma must have questioned it during his experience. Couldn't Anna Kingsford crawl back from hell alive on her own if she wanted to? If she were only willing to trample on others and turn a blind eye to the damage it caused the world. But that was a line Kingsford was not willing to cross. So she did not hesitate to hand the opportunity to whoever needed it most. She had demonstrated true strength. The expert spoke within the light. Go home, child of, and do not take the easy way out. It is still too soon for you to come here. Aleister thought of her like a mother, even though his actual mother had been someone who pushed young Aleister away with her hysteric shouting. Perhaps that was the goal Anna Kingsford had set for herself. Oh, and I will make hell a more pleasant place to live before you get here. I was just thinking the place could use more fresh air and sunshine. I have already taken over the infernal court and killed all its chamberlains to lay the groundwork for that. Now, it's about time I attempted the boss battle against the first of the ministers, Demon Lord Astaroth. Come on, CRC. Construction. cooking, and even crafting are all an option. It's time to turn hell into a land of parks and flower gardens. Apparently, a true expert had enough strength to spare to joke around in hell. What would happen if he returned to the living world without a body of his own? Aleister Crowley's soul was launched straight up before he could ask. It was 8:30 in the morning. So much had happened, but a new day had arrived for Academy City. Barely any of its 2.3 million people knew how much effort had gone into that, but their strength to want to live a normal life. Get up in the morning, eat breakfast, wash their face, change into their uniform, walk to school, and have played a not insignificant role, because that had won out over the rotting power to take the easy way out, to decide to take the day off, because some uniquely awful things had happened. The bonds between people remained strong. Igami Pierce was goofing off in the usual classroom. It's true, the boys' dorm really was destroyed. It doesn't matter to me since I'm breaking the rules by staying with someone else, but I hope this doesn't backfire on me. What if they have no other choice and their emergency solution is to invite all the homeless boys to live in the girls' dorm? But I'm the only one who misses out on that joyful paradise. Know what I mean? Doesn't it sound like the perfect setup for a rom-com? A poor boy with nowhere else to go ending up in a dorm full of girls. Your imagination is pissing me off, and I say this is enough to count as sexual harassment. I so want to punch you. The city ran on human power. This normal and natural ordinary life could only exist through people's efforts. Okay, Agami-chan, you need to take your seat. Fukios-chan, stop chasing the idiot around and get in your seat. The rest of you get in your seats too. It hadn't felt like it with the highly irregular event of their classmate's funeral, but yesterday had been the opening ceremony, which meant today was an ordinary school day. The usual bell rang through the speakers. That signaled an ending. It shut down that place. Tsukeyomi Kamo flatly read through the students' names, but one of them did not receive a response. Kamachi Talma had not returned. The new term had begun with him still missing. But then, the classroom door slid open and a pointy-haired boy walked in. Sorry. I was delayed having the doctor confirm I'm alive. He had fought against the destruction of the world so he could say those words. Afterward, if you pick them up one at a time, welcome back. If you bought them all at once, welcome. This is Kamachi Kazuma. This one was Great Demon Koronzan's escape. As you can tell, if you've read Item Volume 4 or the Zashiki Warashi of Intellectual Village Volume 6, I actually love writing from the perspective of someone isolated and on the run. And this time it was an inhuman demon. I kept imagining different ways for her to get away while making her look like a powerful enemy. It takes a fascinating villain to make the protagonist shine. So it's not like I was siding with the villain or anything. My favorite part, while writing it, was at the end of chapter 2, when it turned out a normal car was the best option since everyone was searching so carefully for magic. Normal does not mean harmless or worthless. It refers to the knowledge and techniques that most people have accepted as useful. Because it isn't necessarily harmless, normal is a dangerous tool that can hurt people. Maybe you said it yourself or maybe someone else said it to you. But haven't you all at some point heard something like it can normally do this much? For the battle against Koronzan, I used the Crowley-style magic for flavoring and then ended it with a jinx that naturally formed over the course of Kamaju's battle. She knew that trump card could win. It had been proven effective. During the tension of the biggest challenge of your life, would you go for the safe option again, or would you decide it was too dangerous to keep using it over and over again? Humans have a tendency toward the former. I wrote this manuscript while knowing I would probably do that myself. Now, for Koronzan's Dakshina Kalika, I based my idea on terms like APS and hard kill. I don't know how accurate these things really are, of course, but the ability to shoot down tank shells flying at Mach 5 tells me tanks are turning into something truly bizarre in this age of drones. Although they are apparently more meant as an emergency measure they hope they never have to use, as opposed to the way Koronzan makes herself untouchable so she can approach her target head-on, tear down their guard with a series of attacks, and kill them. On the side of Kamaju's group, they had a lot of trouble just figuring out how to search for Koronzan, who was a pain at the best of times and was now on the run. They couldn't use anyone as bizarre as Koronzan with the exception of Alice, but they did have everything they had built up to that point. The biggest problem for me was how to get Kanzaki and the others to listen to the opinion of an amateur like Kamaju, so I used the convenient term of tsujira, a form of divination using the first casual thing spoken by someone who doesn't understand the situation. Seems like the ultimate tool for dragging an amateur high school boy into the world of magic. Also, Accelerator had taken major damage from a remote attack, so I had to deal with that too. For that I used Isabella, who didn't get a chance to shine last time. That said, Isabella doesn't use proper voodoo, so you have to be careful there. And if anyone was going to revive the -1, I knew who it had to be. So I sent that control tower in. The idea that Kamachi Talma is cut off from God's blessings because he was born with a Majin breaker, and that is the cause of his misfortune, was presented way back at the beginning of the series. But it's important that this gave him a similarity to Koranzan this time. What is the difference between those who rot and those who don't? I hope you gave some thought to that. And I used Kamaju's words to provide a response to Hamezura saying last time that the world is rotten and should be destroyed. Some of you readers may have agreed with Hamezura then. Line them up side by side and you should see the difference between Kamaju and Hamezura's stances. If you were being reborn in another world, would you want to live in a just world or an unjust world? And speaking of last time, Shokuhu Misaki was mercilessly left behind then, but she made sure to make the most of it. She only appeared in one scene, but she claimed an event that influenced the ending. In fact, I feel like using her as a secret ingredient like that is the best way to use her in the main index story. But what do you think? I give my thanks to my illustrators Miura-san and Itu Tateki-san and my editors Miki-san, Anan-san, Nakajima-san, and Hamamura-san. The pursuing group contained a large variety of people and Koranzan fled all over the place, so the items and backgrounds must have been a lot of work, like the steam-powered District 19 or the sliced drone carrier. Thank you yet again for putting up with all this, and I give thanks to the readers. How did you like this pursuit story, where magic and science were all jumbled together? Thank you for continuing to read these books. It is time to close the pages for now while praying that the pages of the next book will be opened, and I lay my pen down for now. I suppose Kingsford also made the most of her situation. Kamachi Kazuma. The room was small and dark. The only door was as sturdy as can be and locked up tight, turning the room into a hopeless steel box. It was rattling. So was he being carried somewhere? Maybe he would be forever forgotten. Hamezura Shiage sat with his back against the wall and his head slumped against his chest. What was that? How could something like that happen? Were they just going to accept Koranzan's death? She was a girl, a lonely girl who didn't expect anyone to help her, but they all called her a demon, violently ganged up on her, and even took her life. And now the entire world was going to throw their hands in the air to celebrate and mark this day as a holiday. It was wrong. This ending was terribly wrong. And once he started questioning it, the rest came quickly. The world around him looked different. There was no such thing as justice. Only the violence of the majority forcing their ways onto everyone else. No one truly had happiness. It was no more than someone else's rights you had stolen in a zero-sum game. There was no beauty in flowers. They were filth that stole people's breath from the air and laid their roots in the dirt full of rotting garbage. The sun was not a blessed light. It was a terribly dangerous thermonuclear inferno. I finally see it, he muttered. A dark flame roared to life in his heart even as he slumped weakly down. I finally see what you saw, Koranzan. This was the world seen through the eyes of the evil. No, this was the value system that the majority had judged evil. Was learning of it an evil act that needed to be punished? Would they kill him for noticing something they found inconvenient? Was there some bastard who went around killing people based on whether their values lay on the wrong side of an arbitrary line drawn by someone up in their ivory tower? If so, they had to be quite righteous indeed. This way of thinking probably isn't going to make the people in charge like me very much. He wouldn't blindly trust in the concept of justice. He wouldn't immediately reject those who were called evil. He would observe everything before his eyes, question everything, and then decide for himself what was really right. That was an ability that every single person was supposed to have, but it would be a drop of the greatest poison to the people trying to control everyone by force, because it would endlessly create more people like Hamezura who would start to fight back against their idea of what was good and right. Once you knew, once you had noticed, you would naturally start to see it. These thoughts were the first step toward resisting a higher power. But all he had done was see something. The way he saw the world had changed, but so what? He was a powerless level 0, with nothing extra like a rare ability to do something more. He was really and truly useless. This was beyond the point of struggling in vain to accomplish something. His name and identity were known and a foreign group had arrested him as a threat. How could he do anything for Koranzan like this? He couldn't even escape this one little metal box. So how could he fight back against the entire world? But then he heard a noise. Something fell to the floor. A phone. And something was moving around in a vent less than 15 cm wide up on the wall near the ceiling. But it wasn't necessarily a living thing. A small beep came from the floor. Hamezura hesitantly picked up the phone to see something on its cracked screen. Come to think of it, he did have something. Anari? The AI responded. Here was a rare ability. This level 0 did have something extra.